Hello and welcome back to another character creation video. My name's Lumin and today we got a big one. It's time for DragonsDogma II. DragonsDogma II is a single-player narrative-driven action RPG that challenges the player to choose their own experience, from the appearance of their Arisen, their vocation, their party, how to approach different situations, and more, in a truly immersive fantasy world. And a lot of people have been waiting for this for quite some time. In this video, we're going to jump in, we're going to have a look at the full character creation system, and we're going to cover everything that's available, and there is a whole lot. So if you'd like to do a deep dive to discover all there is to discover about DragonsDogma 2, you can find some links below, and as always, there will be timestamps. They're going to be very important for this video. I'm going to be splitting it all up into different sections, and it would be easier if you use the timestamps to find what you're looking for and leave satisfied. As an extra, I will be adding a few of my own creations to the end of the video, stuff that I made for the thumbnail or just for fun, so you can use the timestamps once again to check those out, to see what the creator is capable of, if you want something quick and easy. And then you can also find my links below, like my coffee page if you want to throw money at me, or my Twitch stream if you want to see me play this game and fail horribly. As we jump in here, the first thing we are presented with is the menu where we can pick to customize our Arisen, that's our main character, and our main pawn. That is our loyal companion that's going to accompany us throughout our adventure. You get to fully customize your pawn in any way you like, with all the exact same options as your Arisen. The difference between these two is, firstly, the pawn is just your companion and this is your main character, but mainly, your Arisen has a scar on their chest that you will see once we start customizing the character, and the pawn actually has an inclination choice at the end where you can choose how they are as people. I want to say they're not actually people, but it chooses their inclination, how they tend to interact with their world. They also have voices that you can pick from, whereas our Arisen is not really voiced, you just pick in sort of the way your character grunts. So those are the two differences, and we're going to cover the pawn stuff fully, but we'll do that at the end of the video. For now, we're going to jump in and do the Arisen. There's other stuff, small stuff, like when you're customizing the Arisen, your background is sort of like a dusty brown, whereas on the main pawn, it's more of a bluish color. It's not really that important. You can sort of change that if you'd like. But yeah, we're jumping in to customize the Arisen now, and yeah, let's have some fun with it. There's actually a system right now with the character creator where you can create up to 5 and save them for future use, which is pretty fantastic. It's an awesome thing of them to do. This actually brings us to what is most likely my favorite part of the entire character creation system. I know that's kind of weird saying that when we right at the start, and saying that about the presets. This is crazy. But they have a preset picker, or I think I would rather call it a preset creator, that breaks the mold a little bit. It's a little different from what I've seen in a character creation system before, and I can't wait to show it to you guys. So your first step here is to either pick a preset or create a new character. The way this works is you jump in, you select this, you can pick a preset from a bunch of characters that they've made for you. And this is the easiest way to get into the game. You just pick one of these and you play in. It's cool. It's easy, so you can come in here, you can pick any of them, you can be like, hey, this girl looks like Shadowheart, I'll take her. Then you just pick your vocation, which is your class, you pick your voice, and then you play in the game, right? Easy, easy. It's a nice way of doing it, and it's nice to have that level of simplicity in here, but you can take it many steps further. So the presets themselves, pretty standard fare. You may have noticed that there are cat people here. Your choices are between masculine human, masculine Beastren, and feminine Beastren. They sort of look like the Khajiit from the Elder Scrolls, a little bit. I know that's probably insulting to DragonsDogma players, I'm sorry. It's just the link that I would make in my mind. But the presets are nice. You can really get a good idea of what's available here. You can see that you can make pretty short characters, tall characters, muscular characters, larger characters, skinnier characters. Yeah, good selection. What we're going to do for the purposes of this video, however, is we're going to look at the previous menu again, and I'm going to go to create new and show you what that looks like, because that's all the presets that you can choose from. But then here, you can actually pick to start with the base body type. So you get to pick your body type here between the, as I mentioned, masculine human, masculine Beastren, and feminine Beastren. You pick whichever one you want here, and then you come into this one, which allows you to pick your body type. the shape of your body, their overall makeup. And it's kind of fantastic. Again, this gives you a good look at how much you can sort of change the body. However, this is not sort of like, I want to say, extreme version of what's available. This is pretty straightforward stuff. You can see that you can go big and muscular, you can go sort of a little more rounder or soft around the edges, and you can go a little skinny, but this is not the extreme. You can go way skinnier, you can go way bigger. This is just a little taste. Serve-in suggestion is what I like to call it, right? So when you've picked this, then you jump in and you can actually, from that point, customize the overall look and feel of the character. But let me just show you what the others look like here. These are the females. Things like the buttocks and breast size, that's also modifiable, and you can change it quite easily when you jump in and customize. And yeah, these body shapes of the cat people, they are pretty much the same as the human ones. However, they have fur and they have markings and stuff like that, but the base body shape is much the same. So I'm just showing you all what they look like here. Very, very similar. Very humanoid in form. And yeah, I mean, when you've seen one set of them, you've basically seen them all. So what's left is to customize. And on that note, let's jump in. Now, again, it doesn't really matter which one I pick here because we can customize it all afterwards. This right here is my favorite part. I like this. It may not be a big deal to everyone, but to me, it is one of the coolest things that I've seen because it allows you so much ease of use. You don't need to know how to pull the sliders around to make a good looking face. You don't need to get the proportions right. They give you all the tools in this preset picker right here to make the perfect character for yourself. And I love this system. I cannot get over it, and I want this in every game that I make a video for. So let me show you why. Now, they have standard fare presets here, right? So this is your human male presets, right? There's a lot of cool characters here. They look great. They're very different. They are varied. They're different. They're interesting. They have different features. You can see some of them have different skin, more impurities, stubble. You'll notice that some are a little older than others. The face shape is different. You've seen a lot of different hairstyles, ethnicities, stuff like that. And I'm going to say here that these are important for all those reasons. So you're going to want to pick a preset that works for you, because you might not be able to exactly recreate each of them. A lot of what goes into it's like the eyes and stuff like that. It's a lot easier coming in here. Pick in one of the presets that you like the look of as a starting point and then customizing that. But as you can see here, you have a nice variety. There's a lot. You got older characters. You've got, this one sort of looks like Andy Serkis. That's fantastic. There's a lot of ones that look sort of familiar. You got everything here, right? So you sort of pick what you want. We're going to go on the first one. And then I'm going to show you what the next step is, which is what I really love. So you take the next step, you pick this guy, Sam Winchester over here from Supernatural, and then it shows you what could have been. It's like your character across the multiverse, and I love the idea of this. So you've chosen that first character, and then it shows you all the different lives he could have led. That's at least the way I like to look at it. It's still the same guy. You can see it. Look at his eyes. They are dead inside no matter where he comes from. God. But there are so many different versions of him. There's even this elvish one over here, which I absolutely love. You know? So it's like, whatever ends up happening, at some point it splits off, and then he becomes all these different people, and you get to choose which one you want to jump in with. And that's not where it ends. So if we decide we kind of like the look of let's say this guy. Yeah, he's been in a few scuffles. You can see that he's no stranger to war. You select him, and then you can take it a step further, and you can actually modify the facial structure a little bit, which to me is, again, just magnificent. There's so much here. And like this guy here looks completely different from this guy here. You know? It's great. The amount that you have to do here. Just the sheer amount of customization and control. And what makes it so special to me is the ease of use. So let me show you another example or two. This is one example. let me go down the line a little bit. Let's take this guy, right? So, yeah, pretty unassuming looking, I suppose, Asian gentleman, middle-aged maybe, right? But you select him here, and then the dude, oh my god. Oh my god. The amount of different choices you have to select where this guy came from, where he's been, what he's going to be. It's insane. I love it. It's just such a fantastic system, and it's so easy to use. And you do that with any of them, right? So let's go to the end. Let's pick this guy over here. Check this out. Isn't that cool? And I know, it's like we have seen stuff like this before, but we've never seen it put together in a way like this. In a way that's so easy to approach and use. Like, this guy's a perfect example of it, right? This guy's a perfect example. In this timeline, he never lost his hair. In this timeline, he actually has too much hair. It's kind of crazy, right? So, I mean, I'm hoping it's not just me that loves this system so much, that nerds out about this system so much. But basically, you have endless choices here, right? There are so many choices. And it's so easy. It's so approachable. And like, for all the stuff that's in this system, in this character creation system, this is what I feel needs the most praise. And this is now coming from me, someone who has spent a whole lot of time in a whole lot of these different games and systems. It's awesome. It's so great. So we're going to have a look at some of the others before we jump in to customize everything. Just because, you know, there's so much cool stuff to see. So this is it for masculine human. Now we're going to jump back to the previous screen, and then again back, and then we're going to pick the feminine character. We're going to take the first body type here. We've already looked at the other ones, and I'm going to show you how this looks here. And it's like, hey, spoiler, it doesn't get any less interesting. It's awesome. It's great. So on these, same thing. You jump in, and suddenly your character just has all these different options available, and they are so nicely put together. Like, these are beautiful characters, each and every single one of them. Beautiful versions of this lady right here. Once again, you can jump in and you can change the facial structure as well, but I see that as a sort of minor change, and it's still important and impactful, but it's not quite as important as this menu, the second menu with the presets on. Same with this lady. Totally different on some of them. You know, on the one, you could see her as the office secretary, and then on the other one, you can see her as the badass bounty hunter out there looking to slave for money. You know? and then, hey, a third one. She's the elvish princess who's escaped her castle, looking for adventure on the road. You know? Isn't that great? I love it. I can't get enough of it. Look at this one. Look at this. There's some impurities, some imperfections. Her one eye's a little bit lower than the other. Yeah. There you go. There's nothing wrong with that. She's beautiful, dude. I love it. I love it. And yeah, like, all these characters, beautiful in their own ways. Man, I cannot. I could sit here all day. So, yeah, you have a lot of choices. And as I said on the male side of things, it is fantastic to see that they put so much effort into making it easy and approachable and user-friendly for everyone looking to jump in. And you may have realized there's a bit of a pattern. You've always got the scarred one, top left. For the most part, you've got the elvish one, bottom left, and so on and so forth. And you'll see a few other things on this as well. You know, some markings, different amounts of makeup. That's one thing, by the way, they don't put a lot of on these characters is makeup. You will be able to do that yourself. Tattoos and makeup is stuff that you do after the fact. There are actually full sets of tattoos that you can put on. But even the older characters are represented here. Unfortunately, no beards on the ladies. But it's super, super cool to see all the different faces that are available, all the different ways you can customize, and all the rest. It is just the bomb, dude. So we go back again. Now we're going to have a look at the Beastren male. I really hope I'm saying that right. These guys have slightly less available, and I think that makes sense, because they are sort of funneled into a certain style, a certain look and feel, but there's still quite a lot here. it's nice to see the different skin tones, fur tones that you can get. You can see that they like their hair. There's lots of hair everywhere. You can also see that some of them have more fur and less fur. And with this, you also click on it, you jump in, and then they have different variations. This is such a cute kitty. I shouldn't be saying that about the big scary Beastren, man, but it's so cute. I love it. Oh my god. I love it so much. So a lot of different options here. Once again, I'm going to jump into a few of them, and you will see cool stuff. But I do want to point out that specifically with the Beastren, they held back a little bit. And I'm fine with that, because I think it's more difficult to make a really good looking, or I suppose really bad looking Beastren. You know, it's something that they probably wanted to play it safe with, which is cool. All I'm saying is that when you do jump in and you customize, there's a lot more going on there. And I want to also, while I'm looking at all this fur and hair here, point out that I really, really, really like the visual fidelity, the clarity, the way the hair is rendered, all of it. And the hair has nice physics attached to it as well. You will notice that when we jump in and we actually look at the different hairstyles. It's kind of cool. Now, as with the other ones, if you jump in on one of these, you can select the one you want here. We can take this cute one over here. Then you can actually change the facial structure. It does some of the muscles and stuff like that as well. And it's the same with all the rest. It's really, really cool, man. It is a pity that they don't have as many presets, but again, it makes sense just because of the way the race looks. Here's the feminine ones. There's so much here. And I really hope that you guys are using the timestamps to find your way around these different bits and pieces of the video, because there's so much here to look at. So again, you sort of pick in a preset, then you pick in a variation of said preset, and I love it. Look at that one. And then when you've picked the one that you like, you take this one, then you can change the facial shape and structure as well, and it's super. It's fantastic. It changes it so much. And then you click again, and then you've finished with your character. But yeah, each of them has this awesome system, and each of them allows you to pick from a whole variety of different versions of the same character. Man, I cannot. So those are the facial structures that you can pick from. Let's try this one. She's got a slightly bigger head, a slightly more turned down snooty. Really, really, really cool. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, it's amazing. It is actually amazing. So that's it for the, well, they call it the base heads. I'll call it the preset picker or preset creator. It is hands down the best preset picker I've seen in a video game. It is just perfect, and it allows us to do so much, right? It allows us to do so much. Now, before I do the full customization, I'm going to actually take it a step further here, and I'm going to show you guys the vocations, because I feel like I'd rather put that here instead of at the end, because the full customization, the full options available, that's going to take some time to go through. So what we're going to do now is, and I've got this all planned out, by the way, I've got a long list of things that I'm going to go through here, is we're going to select a preset, and it doesn't really matter which one we take. I like Shadowheart, so I'm picking Shadowheart over here. Then we're happy. Oh, yeah, we've made a nice character. Yeah, sure, this is the one we want to jump in with. Now, when we get here, we get to select our vocation. We can do detailed customization, and I'll show you quickly what the menu looks like. It's a full menu with all the options, and we're going to jump into that. Do not worry. We can also go back to the base head, which is, again, the full preset creator that we saw before, but we're not going to do that now. We are here for the vocations. So these are the game's classes. And I've got full descriptions for all of them, and there's actually a bunch that aren't here. So you have starter vocations, and then as you play through the game, as you get to a certain level, I'm not sure, I don't want to talk too much about this right now, as I might be wrong. I think it might be level 10 or something like that, but as you play through the game, you can change your vocation, and you can spec into an advanced one. There's a whole system for the vocations in the game, where there are quest givers that are the masters, or I think in this game they're called the maesters of the vocations, the different classes, and you can do quests for them to further your knowledge of these classes. So keep in mind that whatever you pick here is your starting point, and it says right there on the screen that vocations can be changed later. So important to know that. You're picking something to start on here, it's important to pick the one you want. It's like if you want to go play a fighter, then don't come here and pick a mage. like, you know, run in there with this robe on and the stick and try beat people down and tank stuff. It's not going to work. So yeah, use common sense where that's concerned. But let's have a look at the vocations quickly, and let's just talk about them very briefly, and I'll cover all these vocations, then I'll also cover the advanced vocations, because the advanced vocations, they're pretty interesting. They're all interesting, even the basic ones. So first up, we have the fighter. The fighter vocation excels in melee combat, deftly wielding a sword and shield. Fighters can slice through enemy ranks and deliver powerful blows, while also using their shields to protect themselves and their allies. Now, you may be wondering why I'm not reading the text on the screen. I've got better text, okay? Yeah, my text is better. This is the basic fighter. There's an upgraded version of this called the warrior, which is different, but it's not the same. And these are not by any means worse, right? These are just specifically what they are. So, like, the advanced version of the fighter called the warrior is not better than the fighter. It's different. It has a different specialization. Then we have the archer. It specializes in long-range attacks using bow and arrow. It performs their attacks from afar, can target enemies in high positions. In addition, they are essential in supporting the front line. For example, by targeting enemy weaknesses, they can create opportunities for allies to strike. Now, this is good to know for when you're playing alone or with friends, because, hey, yeah, you have your pawns and sort of, you know, you have a party to look after. Right? And the armor and stuff, I want to point out, also looks really cool. Then we have the mage. Wielding a staff, the mage offers support to their party in various ways, from launching magic attacks, offering enchantments that bolster their party members' weapons, to casting healing spells. The more advanced and powerful the magic is, the longer the incantation time will be. As a mage, you will experience the strategic excitement of deftly executing your magic abilities. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. I mean, you guys know what mages are. And then we have one of the coolest looking ones. I love the armor and the swords and stuff here. The thief. The thief attacks with deadly speed, dealing rapid and consecutive strikes with daggers in both hands while exhibiting outstanding mobility. I wouldn't call those daggers. I'd say those are short swords. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. Okay. But yeah, that's the gist of it. They quickly step away after striking, exploiting openings to cling on to enemies and inflict heavy damage. They may also steal items from NPCs and enemies. So these guys are super mobile. They can like jump around on the enemies, and they have an ability called Quick Step or something like that that allows them to dodge around. Now, I'm going to talk very briefly about a few that are not here. So you've seen these ones now. These are sort of like the base ones that you can start with, but the ones that aren't listed here, the advanced ones, we know what they are. They are the warrior. It's a robust physique, specializing in direct combat with the strength to endure enemy counterattacks. Warriors are masters of two-handed weapons such as the greatsword and their hammer. The strike that is unleashed after charging power and identifying an opening is among the most powerful attacks of all vocations, which is pretty sick. I mean, that just sounds amazing. And that is, as I mentioned, it's sort of like the advanced version of the fighter here, but it's not just a better fighter. You don't just always pick that, because it's not the same, you know? The sorcerer is a vocation that is completely specialized in various magic attacks. Their magic is conjured with both hands through a large staff, and can change the tide of battle at any given opportunity. As their magic spells take longer to cast, it is key for the sorcerer to find a safe place and determine the correct moment to strike. Again, this is sort of like an advanced mage, and it is, yeah, a slightly more different version of it, a difficult version of it, and, you know, an upgraded version, but also distinct. You still have a reason to play the mage. They don't all do the same stuff. Right? And this is here's another different version of that same situation where you have the magic archer. And this one is the first one that's available only to the Arisen. So the previous ones that I mentioned, as far as I understand, those can be on your pawns as well. When you create your pawn, you have to pick a vocation for them. You pick one of the starting ones, and then you can change them later on. So this is the first one that's available only to the Arisen, to your main character. The magic archer. It excels in long-range combat with magical arrows. In addition to attacking or healing, magical archers are also adept at supporting their allies. They can learn custom skill that unleashes a devastating attack over a wide area in exchange for reducing their own maximum HP. So it's sort of like the archer, but it seems like it has a slight focus on support and more AoE, whereas maybe the archer could just be about the arrows and the direct damage that they deal. It's again a different kind of situation. Then we have the Mystic Spear Hand. The Mystic Spear Hand is once again also only available to Arisen. Combines melee and magic, making a well-balanced vocation that's effective from any range. The Mystic Spear Hand is a master of a unique weapon, the Duo Spear. Using magic, they can paralyze enemies or hurl multiple objects at them. That sounds pretty fantastic. Again, also only available for the Arisen. Then that's the same for this one as well. All the rest of them are like that. The Trickster. The Trickster can conjure illusions through smoke created by its unique weapon, the Censer. Tricksters can use illusions to deceive enemies into fighting against their own. They also have the ability to temporarily increase the power of pawns beyond their limits. So once again, you sort of have this Trickster vocation that can support and cast illusions and trick people. It's not the same as the other ones. You could say, oh, it's an advanced version of Thief. No, it's not exactly the same. It forgoes the daggers and the stabbing and stuff. And that's really cool. It's nice that they have those. And my thinking behind this is that they put the more advanced classes in the game a little further on. You didn't get to pick them here at the start because they might not be great starting experiences for most people, right? So maybe if you unlock a new game plus of this game, then maybe you can start with the advanced ones. But yeah, for now, that's what you get. Next up, the final one is the Wayfarer. This is also only exclusive to the Arisen. This can use all the weapons in the game, and they can learn different skills from all the different vocations. By using diverse weapons, the Wayfarer can... And I'm not sure, I want to just say that they say in some places Wayfarer and in some places Warfarer. I'm not sure which of the two it is. I just want to point that out here. The website itself says Warfarer right now. But then I saw somewhere else Wayfarer. Whatever. Okay, it's close enough. They can respond to any situation and create unique combos that cross vocational boundaries. The Warfarer's lower base stats require them to utilize situational strengths of different weapon types to be on par with other vocations with specialized strengths. So this is for the good players who can handle switching weapons and handle playing different weapons. It's sort of, I would say, the only really truly advanced class. So I would say be careful with that one. But that's the lot of them. That's all of them, the ones we know. And that's what you're going to have to pick from when the game launches. Now, our next stop here, and again, on that point, I love the look of all of those. I think it's great. And even the starting ones here, they're nice. Perfect. Our next stop here is the voices. So the way this is going to go down is I'm going to show you just the voices available for our main character here. And it's male and female all thrown together. And then at the end of the video, when I look at the main pawn stuff, there you will see all the voices that they can have. It's separate. So I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to show you these voices quickly. Give them a listen, see what you like, or see what you don't like. So, that's it. The voices are not all that special. There's not much going on. It's just grunts. Okay, it's just grunts. And the way it works, in case you didn't realize, is they basically have one voice. You have Valiant Hero there, and then it has 5 different pitches for that voice. Same voice, just they've changed the pitch. Deeper, all the way up to the higher pitched one. Same here, same there, same there. Not great. Really not great. But skip to the main pawn customization at the end, and then you can hear some real voices there, and that'll sort of make you forget about all this nonsense. So it's really unimportant. It's the way your character grunts, but it might be something you want to pay attention to because, yeah, let's be real. If you're going to be attacking stuff the whole time, you're going to be grunting a lot. Right? Okay, so we're taking a quick pit stop here to have a look at something completely different. We are going to have a look at the lighting options before we jump into the detailed customization. That's our next stop, is the detailed customization. But first, we're going to look at the lighting. So if you press tab here, I don't know what the controller equivalent is, then you can actually do the lighting in any which way you'd like. This is the time of day that you can change. You can go all the way into the night, have the moonlight on you, and then back to the morning. Kind of cool. It's nice that they give you that option. Then you can pick the lighting type here, which is basically just the kind of lighting you would find in different areas. It's great, and it's a nice way to take nice screenshots of your character, specifically these darker ones here. You can once again change this, and then it sort of changes the time of day, or the rotation of the character, or whatever, I don't know. But there are at least some options here that you can use. Man, I will say the one thing I think that is missing here is not so much a photo mode. I don't need a photo mode, but a way to hide the UI. So like a lot of people really like taking screenshots of their characters, making little like avatars for themselves or banners for themselves and stuff like that, especially for a game like this, where people really care about the character that they make, their Arisen, or if they really care about their pawns or anything like that. It'd be cool if we could just, have that close-up of the character while also removing the UI. Like that would be cool. So again, you have all these different options here. You can pick this one, and then you can still rotate it to have different... I think this is actually just rotating your character, turning your character. It's not really the time of day. But here it might be time of day. Yeah, here it feels like time of day. But it's cool. Again, nice to see the character in different light. And it's actually one of the things that a lot of games... They don't let you preview, and what it comes down to a lot of the time is your skin tone. And when we go into the detailed customization, you'll see that you actually have two different skin settings. You get to pick your skin and the tone of it yourself, of like the main skin itself. Then you get to pick the, like, I don't know what you'd call it, like the overtone of the skin, which changes the way it looks in different lighting as well. And it's kind of a detailed system. And again, if you come here, you've made your character, then you can come and preview what it looks like in the dark, preview what it looks like in the day, and then preview the neutral lighting, and you'll be happy then. You'll find all you need here. So this is an important part of the character creation system, so I thought I'd show it off. Now, let's do this. We begin our journey through the character creation process in earnest. What we're going to do here now is we're going to go create new. We're going to start going through them in this order. We're going to start with the human male, and I'm going to say as we jump in here again, because you might be skipping here with the timestamps, this is the way you do it, and I'm going to explain this every time. Firstly, you pick your race, I suppose, your base body, which is... It's your race and your gender or whatever, right? Masculine or feminine, they call it in this game. So you can pick the human one, male, female, the Beastren male and Beastren female. Then it lets you pick the body that you want. And this is, again, just sort of like a serving suggestion of what's available. You can pick a slightly chubbier one, a skinnier one, whatever you like. Okay, we're going to go with the base one here. It's not so important, once again, just because you can all... change that yourself once you're in. Then after that, you pick a preset. And I covered the preset picker in great depth and detail at the start of the video. Please go and check that out if you want to know more about this system. But the idea is simple. You go through this list of presets here, and you pick one that you like. And this is an important choice, because some of the stuff I do feel like you cannot sort of recreate exactly. It's an important choice. Again, I don't know 100%, but I do think it's like... it's something that you're going to want to pay attention to, right? So you pick the one you want here, and we're going to go with the very first one. We'll go with Sam Winchester over here. And then it gives you different versions of said character that you can pick, which is amazing. I called it like different versions of this character from the multiverse, the different lives he could have led. I love the system, and it's my favorite part of all of this. Then you pick the facial structure, which is also pretty impactful. We're going to once again go with the default one, because we want to just customize a straightforward masculine human character, right? So we jump in there, we say yes. Now we customize it further. This is the menu. This is where it all happens. Firstly, you can put the equipment on or take it off. It's kind of pointless having the equipment on because there's a lot of body options that you can change here. And we're going to start right here. Firstly, we have the body options, and we have the body options in the body options. Now you can set the height of your character, which is pretty insane, by the way. It's like, what the hell, man? See you around. He's got his head in the clouds, quite literally. It's madness. It's madness. Look how tall he is. Look at that. It's great. So they didn't show you the full range back in the previous menu. But here's where you can start making things look bad, right? Here's where you can really mess things up. You can start changing every option available. It's good that they put that marker there, by the way, because if I lose the point here, I would never get it back. So torso length, yeah, I mean, you can already tell what kind of weird stuff you'd be able to do here. Muscle style was for me a very interesting one. So I'm going to put the muscle strength on max. This is, I'd say it's the opacity of the muscle style, if that makes sense. So like when you go through these, you will see it changes very, I don't want to say gradually, but like faintly how your muscles look on the character. But this is like, it's a double whammy. It's not just that. And as we go through here, you'll see. But basically, you want this on max if you're picking something here. Otherwise, you're not going to see it. And when you change the size of your character's body, this stuff sometimes gets lost in translation a bit, but there's actually more going on here than you first see. Because as you go through here, you will see that some of it becomes a little more obvious. You'll see different versions of the character, like there you can see the abs a little bit more clearly, and closer to the end here, as far as I understand, there are some older skin types with some wrinkles and stuff like that. And, you know, you have a lot to pick from. Here's the good example of that. And then you can change the opacity on it, you know. But if you're making an older character, you're going to want to come here and you're going to make the character's skin look a little older. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing inherently bad about any of these. They look good. But you're going to want to pick something that matches your character, right? Or pick nothing because it's a pretty minor and I want to say overall unimpactful choice. But then when you get to the actual crafting of the muscles, you can do the traps. This I found a bit weird, and I want to say I like what they have here, but I found weird what they actually included. There's like there's some weird choices. Like they have some things, but not others. The traps, it's nice. You can have some pretty big traps over there, and that's attractive. You could even say attractive. Upper body muscle mass. So this is again quite strange if you don't have good muscle definition on the muscle style. So like it's kind of weird because it all looks very smooth. You know, when it's like that, your character looks smooth. It's like it's molded out of clay, but the fine details were left out, right? Big muscles, but there's no definition on the skin itself. So you're gonna have to mix and match here. I'm not gonna go through all of it every step of the way. I'm just gonna show you that's what it looks like if you make yourself muscular at the top. Here's the lower body muscle mass. Very cool, very nice. Then there's the upper body size, which is basically the weight of your character. And the lower body size, which is again the weight of the character. But you can see it's actually really nicely done because the weight all goes to like the thighs. It doesn't go down to the calves or anywhere else. Like when you put the max, your characters can't be all that fat, okay? But when you put it max, you can see that he still has skinny little legs. But when you throw the muscles on there, then there's much more going on down there, which I find very impressive. These guys knew what they were doing, and I love it. Okay, and you can also do both. So you can throw this all the way to the max, that all the way to the max, and that makes the character look slightly more muscular when they're big. It's up to you, and you can also do it on the lowest, and then your character can be like super skinny, and it's quite intense. Like, you know, it's kind of impressive how small you can actually make the character in general. But this is not it. There's more. There's more. So let's put it back on the defaults quickly, so that we don't have a strange looking character here. Then let's go back. So you have the particular sort of specific full detail customization here, and you're going to see how much you can actually change there. Now, first we have the head. This is kind of funny. You actually have a lot. This is like a lot of sway over the head. Like when you make it smaller, it just looks hilarious. Like you can actually make the body max size and the head teeny weeny, and it's so funny, man. I'm not going to go into that now, else I'm going to sit here laughing for like a half an hour straight. But basically you have head options here. If you zoom in, you can see there's a lot going on, and you can sort of pick from a great amount of different options to make your head look different ways. This is the depth, by the way, so it's like, yeah, there you go. the face height, which is, it's kind of weird how that moves around there. The neck length, once again, kind of funny when you make the neck really long and the head really small, and then the neck thickness, right? So that's the head stuff. Now, the options that I said were sort of missing from body, you can actually modify a whole lot of them here, and there are different options on male and on female. Just know that you don't get to do the quote-unquote breast size so much on the male, but you do get to do that on female. So here, you have more fine-tuning, and you can sort of, I want to say, do what you want with your character. The previous one was like an overall change that you could make, where it sort of did the broader strokes, and this one, the fine-tuning. So I said you can't do chest size. This is why I said you can't do it. It's like, at least they left the posterior dimensions in here for males, okay? It's like, they did leave that. No beards on the ladies, though. I want to say that quickly. Torso. It's the depth there. The length. It's of the arms there. Arm size. Pretty cool. I do believe that you'll find what you're looking for here. You know? You'll find what you're looking for. And again, if you like put everything on the lowest, it's kind of cool how much you can actually do. And if you put it on the highest, it's nice how much it changes and how you know, how far you can push things. It's not as like wacky as some of the other character creators out there. And by wacky, I mean they don't let you push the limits beyond what should make sense. I mean, yeah, you are already doing it beyond what should make sense, but like it's a fantasy world, so it's whatever. But like you can't break the system. So I kind of appreciate that. They let us go pretty far without breaking the system. Like waist size, like that's actually, it's impressive that they have that there. Rear size, I mean, that we leave it on max, of course. Gotta have that junk in the trunk. Leg size. And again, this can be combined with all the other options to be pretty impressive. Like leg size and thigh size both together. It's good stuff. And then calf size, which is down at the bottom there. There you go. Then we have posture. This is probably one... This is probably the funniest menu in the whole game. Like, I said, okay, the presets are my favorite. I love the preset creator that they have, but this is the funniest menu. I cannot get over this. I came in here and I just started laughing immediately. So, this is just funny. It's just funny. You choose your movement style, right? So, like, do you guys see what's happening here? So, on this one, you lean in forward a little bit, then you lean back a little bit. It's not a huge change. Like, if I change it like this, you can see it better. Right? It changes his stride a little bit, right? Gives you a bit of a nerd neck on the one, a little bit less on the other. But then you can change your elbow angle. Look how he's got his arms. The arms are sort of straight, but the elbows are out, right? You can bring the elbows in a little bit. And I think that what they were going for here is maybe a more feminine walk. And this is more macho walk, you know? Gym bro walk, right? Now, for the purposes of this video, I'm going to leave that on max because I love it. And I'm going to leave this one leaning back because we'll get to why in a second. Then you can do your knee angle. It's just the way he throws his feet down and pushes his knees out. Again, this one and this one, they should go on max every time. And then the best slider in the whole game, the posture. Witness this. God, I love it. Oh my god, it comes together so beautifully. Dude. If you make like a full meme character and then you come here and you use this as your walk style, it's like, I feel like, guys, you have to all use this. You have to just, this is what you have to use. Like, this is the one, right? This is the one. Everyone has to be walking around like this in-game because it just has to be. I mean, it's kind of cool that you can actually push it the other way and you can do it like this as well. But like, and it's like nice if you're an older character and you want to have that crooked back thing going, you can do that. But I just love that they included this. I love it. I love it. It's so fun. It's so fun. Now, as we get to the end of the body stuff here, I will just say all the options that we went through here actually affect your weight. And I'm not sure how that affects the game. So if anyone wants to leave a comment to say how the weight affects the game, please do that. And then everyone in the video will know. Let's move on. That's the body options done. Here's the head. Now, you will see here that there's a base head option that you can pick, right? This is pretty interestingly, it's sort of like the presets that we had. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same amount, but it is basically you picking the look and feel of your face. I don't know if that's like the best way of explaining it, but if you zoom in all the way and you have a look, and you can zoom in so far and it looks so good. But like if you zoom in all the way and you look, you will see that you're going through different ethnicities here, right? So like you can see if I go from this one to that one, different ethnicities. You can see this as a more Eastern look, and this as something else. And like, you know, you have all these different styles here, and they are important because they are, once again, those jump-in points or starting points for your character. You can go with anything. You can go with this Zoolander blue steel style, you know. You can go with a bigger face, a smaller face, whatever you want, you pick and choose. And it's nice because, again, this gives you access to those options that we had in the preset picker. That's why I said those are so important. You can come here and you can change it again, but that is important. You know, that's an important choice. Then we move on to skin. This is kind of one of the most interesting ones. Now, they don't have skin tone selection here. It's actually, as far as I understand, I'm trying to look quickly if it was somewhere else. So they have skin over there. No, okay, so this is the way it works. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused. I think I might have been confused with the fur colors on the cat people, but it's a different system, right? So the way this works is, it's not how you usually expect it to be. You pick in your skin color here, right? And this also includes, and you want to zoom in for this, this includes a whole lot of different stuff. So let me point out exactly what. Impurities. If you look on his face, markings, stuff like that. Stubble, wrinkles, the overall skin tone, the amount of luster or sheen, the age of your character, sun damage. Everything is here. Age spots, dude. Everything is here. And it's kind of amazing how they do this, by the way. Because if you pick something here, and you say, for instance, take this, and then this is your character, what you can actually do is you can back out and pick a female character, and then they'll put this whole setup on the female character, and you can just have your character, but female. But again, this is also an important choice. You can have like a very pure-skinned character like this one. You can have one with some more blemishes, or, as I mentioned, some stubble. Because, like, look at the difference. If you zoom in, look at the stubble around the face. You got some, well, this is relatable. Jesus. The marks under the eyes are relatable. Or you can have the pure skin where you have none of that, you know? Where it's just like perfect. Where you sort of look like a wax model or something. But again, this is like, it's pretty deeply customizable. We're going to pick this one for now. Then you pick a skin color over that. This is not what it says it is. This is the tone of the skin that you have. There are lots of different variations here. But you can't, as an example, so it is what it says it is, but it's not. You can't go as dark on this guy as you would be on this guy. So here's the difference. On this dude, you pick your skin tone, and it's sort of like the layer on top. It's sort of like you pick in the warmth of the skin tone. You pick in the way it would look in different lights. Basically, this affects all of it. But it's basically a different variation of the skin tone that you picked in the base skin, right? So keep that in mind. And each of these is different, right? So if you pick this guy over here, he has different skin colors that he can pick from here compared to this dude, obviously, right? And some of them look good, some of them look less good. You can pick and choose what you like, and I'm pretty sure you'll be able to find something that works for you. I love the system, though. Once again, they give you so many choices, and it's nice. It's nice to be able to take any one thing and customize it as far as they allow. Now, the wrinkles option here, it, once again, also just sort of, it affects your character more or less based on the skin that you've picked. So I'll show you what I mean. If we jump in here and we select, let's say, this dude. No wrinkles on him, but he still has wrinkles, quite clearly. But if you push the wrinkles up to max, look how deep those lines get. Look how visible they are. Nothing at all like picking this guy and pulling the wrinkles all the way up. There you can barely see it, you know? So, once again, deeply customizable. So much that you can do with it. Then you can also do the skin sheen, because why not? You want to go for that full wax figure look? You can do that. Purposes of the video, we're going to leave this guy like he is right here. I'm going to leave the stubble so that the facial hair doesn't look terrible. And we'll take it from there. So, base skin, big changes there, lots of stuff you can do. Now we get to the actual face morphin stuff. And there's a lot here. So I'm going to go through it relatively quickly. You've got the brow settings. You can do a lot with them, by the way. And if you're wondering, can you fully, like, quote unquote deform the face? Yes, you can. You absolutely can. And I mean, geez, you can do so much with this. This is sort of set in the mood of the character. You can be sort of empathetic or sympathetic with this. You can sort of look a little more kind-hearted, or you can be stern and serious, maybe even angry. There's a lot going on here. There's so much that you can do. And yeah, that's just the brow. One of the options that I was sort of, maybe this is why I confused the skin earlier. The eyes, the way this works is it's actually split between here and there. So you have the eye colors and stuff over here, whereas you have the structure of the eyes in this one. Once again, they allow you to do so much with this. Lots of movement. That's always like a good way to see how things are. You know, to see how much can happen is when you move the eyes around, or any of these options, how much they move can tell you quite a story. Now you can change a whole lot of stuff here, and then you can also select to have your eyes closed. You can actually have both closed, which is to me really weird. But you can also set the squint on them. This can be combined quite nicely with makeup and stuff like that, to set it up to make it look like your character's got like their eye punched in, you know, a proper blue eye. You can do that, and it's kind of cool. Yeah, it's kind of cool. You can give him a little squinch, you know, make him look smoldering. Why not? Why not? No, let's not reset eyes. Nose. This is actually one of the coolest parts because of how much it actually moves around when you look at it. Again, the camera, it annoys me a little bit. It's like, it's a little janky, but all these games are sort of like that. So we're going to look at it from this angle so you can see everything there. Like this. There's a lot of movement here. There's a lot that changes. You will see as I go through that you can actually once again just sort of make this guy into something that should not be. Something that definitely should not be. But you can also make him into something rather attractive, because a lot of these options aren't bad. I mean, here's me talking Mr. Schnoz. Like, I could probably make myself in this game. I feel seen, okay? I could probably make myself. But it's good to have so many options. It's good to have the amount that they have here, and I'm happy about it. I'm happy with it. Ears. You can select the overall style of your ears. You want to make yourself with bigger ears. You want to make yourself with smaller ears. You do that. You can. They do not have a preset for the elvish ears, but they do have the elvish ears. So you can set the size of your ears. And, I mean, is it too much? Maybe. Maybe. But not for some people. You can set the angle. Let's zoom in a bit more. Openness. The tilt. Tips. And this is the elvish setting right here. You can make the elvish ears. And then the lobes. See? So if you want to do it, you can make massive elvish ears. Make yourself into a bat person or something like that. Yeah, why not? There's a lot of options for that. There's a lot of options. There you go. Cheeks. So as I'm going through here, you are seeing that I'm busy resetting this every time, right? There's a reason for that, because if I hadn't been resetting it every time, we would have been at a point right now of no return, if you know what I'm saying. So, yeah, there's a lot going on here. You can see when you pull the cheek and neck thickness up, then the other stuff move as well, because they need to be there. You have cheek bulge and neck fat as well, and it's really well done. It's a pretty natural movement that they have here. You can do this one without the other ones. It's kind of crazy, actually, how much it moves. You can take yourself from Sam Winchester, which is over here, to Viggo Mortensen, which is like over here, right? It's kind of impressive how much they allow you to change. And it doesn't look bad, right? It definitely doesn't look bad. It's kind of cool how they did it. Then there's also cheek height, cheek width, and cheek depth. But yeah, I mean, for me, I'm sticking close to the lines just to make sure I don't mess this up too much while we're busy here. Mouth. Let's do this. Make him into a real smug boy. The width. Yeah. Protrusion. That's... You'll have to look at it from this side. I don't know how that even happens, but you can do that. Mouth corners. And give him a little smirk. Lip thickness. and lower lip position. You can see it sort of pushing in and out. Then jaw and chin, these are also pretty cool. Nice options here. These are nicely combined with the cheek stuff. So like you take the cheek stuff and you take this together, and it's a pretty impactful part of your character's face. I like how this morphs, how it moves. The difference between these two is quite nice. You can be more chiseled, you can be less chiseled and just more brutish with your jaw, and it's cool. Again, there's a lot of options. You can go David Coulthard or Brad Pitt here, or you can bring it in, you know, and go for more of a Timothy Chalamet kind of look, you know. It's cool. It's nice. There's a lot of options here. Protrusion, you might want to look at that from this side. Chin height. Chin width. This is probably going to be one of the character creators where you can most easily create sort of celebrities and stuff like that. I do feel like it's going to have a lot of potential for that kind of stuff. And that brings us to the end of the regular head options. Next up, we do have the body hair. One of my favorite parts of character creation systems, usually. I dig it when they let you customize, you know, everything in there. Best part is usually the hairstyles, and I think that DragonsDogma, no exception. Absolutely no exception. Now, I'm going to show you the hairstyles with this hair color. Recently, someone left a comment on one of my videos saying, yo, use brown instead of black because it shows you the different, you know, the variations, the details. It doesn't look so deep and so much like a void. You know, you can actually see the nuanced styles as they are. And that was a very valid comment, because oftentimes I go with black, and when you take pure black, you oftentimes don't see everything. So what I'll do is I'll go with the brown, and thank you, person, for leaving that comment. I'm sorry that I can't remember your name. You can immediately see here that the male and female styles are together. You can pick whatever, and that's just a thumbs up from me. It's stupid when they split the styles. There's a lot of really nice hair, and this whole system, it has physics. It has like the individual strands. It has great short hair. It has great long hair, and there's just so much going on here. I really, really like the way it looks. They also do something that I sort of don't always see often, is they do the shorter styles nicely, where you have like the stubble that sort of looks like, I'm not going to say realistic, but nice. It looks good. It's not that flat texture on there. Even though it is a flat texture on there, it's a better and higher detailed flat texture on there. It's well done. And they cover pretty much everything with the hairstyles, right? So it's a little difficult, by the way, if you're wondering why I'm not turning the character the whole time, because I have to move my mouse over here, turn, and then the hairstyle changes. So on the more interesting hairstyles, I will turn it. But whoever did their hair was great. Like, the person that did the hair, they know their hair. They've got basically the hair from all the different ages of humanity here. You know, they've got everything, all the different styles. They have, this is that Resident Evil cut, isn't it? Yeah, it is, isn't it? They have all the different styles, the different lengths, the different sort of fashions that you would expect. And it's incredibly well implemented, you know? This is like a real trip through the ages with hair. And through different cultures and stuff like that, you know? It's like they have everything here. And once again, they do allow it on both male and female. And a lot of these also on the Beastren, the cat people, as well. Some beautiful braids and plaits and stuff like that. Very cool. Very, very cool. Some thick ponytails. I feel seen. Very nice. And there's a lot. Like needless to say, there's a lot. Of course, they have the Killmonger cut. It's like they couldn't leave that out. That's like, what? Instant flop status. You don't have that in your game, then you're not really gaming, are you? God, I hate that hairstyle so much. It's just everywhere, dude. I don't know why. That's really nice. That's beautiful. And then here come the really good ones. This is fantastic. I think with this recent sad passing of Akira Toriyama, it's nice to see Dragon Ball represented here. Because, like, no matter what you say, it's impactful. And, like, this is to me, this is like, you know, you put this on, you make it yellow, you've got DBZ going, you know, Broly's cut or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it's nice. That's how I see it. I tend to try and see the positive instead. This is kind of cool. It actually kind of reminds me of Monster Hunter, now that I look at it. You know, if I had to nitpick, I'd say the one thing I didn't see is a really tall mohawk, but I really don't think that that's necessary. There's a fantastic selection of hairstyles here, and that's not it. You know, that's not the lot of it. So if we pick a different, like, just pick a style. Let's take this one. And I'll show you how the colors work. There's a lot here. You pick the root color. That's the base color of your hair. You can see it changing as I go through here. There's a lot of different choices here. These are, I would say they're grounded in reality. I like to point out whether it is or isn't. Okay, I would say that they are, but I mean, like with hair, I always believe that it's grounded in reality because you can always dye hair. No matter what universe, no matter whether it's sci-fi or fantasy, you know, this hair dye should exist. But regardless, they do have a bunch of nice, what I would call grounded in reality styles, natural hairstyles. They do have some variations. They do have some sort of slightly more interesting ones. But the selection is great and it's varied. Like they have so much. There's so much. Like look at this list. And it's like they really milk in each color. Like, Jesus, how many different shades of brown can you get? And that the answer is never too many. Like this is perfect. So you pick your root color, then you can pick your tip color from the same colors, right? And then you can change how much of the tip is that color, right? You change the blend. Have a look at this. Now that is different for every hairstyle, right? So this one, you have it sort of creeping in and it takes over 95% of the head, right? But if you go back here and you look at the different styles, they work differently. So I'm going to very quickly go through them so you can see how it works. See, this one as an example is completely different. It first goes over with one, it completely covers it, then it comes up from the bottom with another one. So each hairstyle has been individually done and customized. Like some of them there's very little coverage, some of them there's a lot of coverage, and it's again just a level of detail that you don't often see in character creators like this, you know? Some of them look really cool, like, you know, some of them have just a little bit that changes color, but it's impactful enough to be big, you know? But look at it. Look how much there is. So you can get pretty creative with this stuff, and I think once again that people will get smart with it, and I think that if you're scared of doing something major or drastic, you can actually just use it to very slightly change how things look. You know, so you can sort of be smart with it. And you can go for like a, if we take a root color that's you know the dark or the blackish one, and you take a tip color that's similar to that to add a little bit of depth to the color, then you're winning, right? You're winning. Then on top of these, you can actually do the sheen position, and you can do the amount of sheen that you have. The sheen position, it basically, the way I see it is it makes it sharper and smoother, but it also sort of moves around the way it displays. That's how I see it. It's like this one is more over the entirety of the head, and this one is more over the individual strands, and it allows for a lot of customization with it. With this one you see more detail, and on certain styles that would look nice, and on this one you see less detail, but from a distance it could look smoother, you know, it could look nicer. It's kind of fantastic how they've done it, because once again it's just another way to differentiate yourself and to make the different styles look different. As an example, let's take this one and I'll show you what I mean. If you take the sheen down, or no, so you put the sheen up and you change the sheen position, you can see the individual strands more there, and you can see it less there. And some of them would look better with this wispy, like, you know, overall broader strokes look, and others not. It's kind of sick. As an example, this one I think would look probably better with this than it would with the sheen on the individual strands. No, actually they both look kind of nice. And you can take it all off if you want to, and you can just have sort of straight matte. So yeah, very cool. Now I don't remember where we were on this, but let me just pick something that doesn't cover his face. I'll pick like a shorter style, and we can take that. God, picking a style that I like. Yeah, fine, let's just take this one. Then we go back. Eyebrows. Yeah, we spent a long time in the hair just now. There are a decent number of eyebrows. You can take them off if you want. I don't know why you would want to do that, but you can. It's It's definitely a possibility. They got the notched brow, which is always my... I don't know why it's my go-to, but it's my go-to. It's not like I have that eyebrow style in real life, but there, we'll take that. You can pick the eyebrow color. I don't need to show you all these colors. It's the colors that the hairstyles have. It's the same colors. You can pick whichever one you want, whatever fits, whatever suits. Then you can change the thickness. And I gotta say that this is one of the better eyebrow sliders that I've seen in my time making these videos, because it actually changes it quite nicely. It's like dynamically add in more hair. You know, it's not just making the texture brighter or darker, it's add in more hair, which is amazing. Look at that. It's like there, you've got like some little fluffs and stuff there, and you can add more till you're happy. And with the different eyebrows, yeah, man, you can come up with something that you really like. So it's kind of cool. It's well done. Again, caution, please. Caution. don't go too far. Here's something a lot of people have maybe been waiting for, is the facial hair. There's a decent number of beards here, and I'm here to tell you that the beards actually look reasonably nice. Now, it's the same system as the hair. We're not going to go into it too in depth, but you can do the root color and the tip color. You can do the blend, the sheen, and the sheen position. So let's look at the beard styles. They are currently mostly matching the hairstyle. What I'll do is I'll pick a brown over here or something like that, so that we can have a little bit of color variation in there, not just have it a deep black. But I think maybe we'll take a different brown for this one as well. I don't know. It's fine. Let's just do it like this. I think they look good regardless. Now, I want to mention here that as you are jumping in and doing your beard, please keep in mind that the skin that you choose and the overall texture of the skin, the look and feel of the skin, can greatly change how good or bad the beards look. All right? So a lot of these beards, they assume you've got some stubble underneath, you know, some rougher skin underneath, some color underneath, whatever underneath. And they look better or worse based on that. But this is fantastic. Like, the beard's styles, the feel, the texture work on the individual strands of hair, all of it, the detail is phenomenal. Some of them look better and some look worse, but overall, the general theme is definitely better. Like this one, it's got the same problem that these always have. It looks fine from a distance, but it's only fine. It's got this sort of like weird movement that's not so nice. And when you zoom in all the way, it looks like little worms. Even though the texture detail is great, it doesn't look amazing if you don't have the right skin underneath. So put the right skin underneath and it looks better. That's all I'm saying. But overall, the quality on the facial hair here is just phenomenal. It's great. It's really, really, really good. And they've got a lot of representation with the facial hair that I like. The games don't often have everything. They don't often have the full package when it comes to facial hair. And I'm going to say that I think that this is one of those rare situations where the game does. They really do cover all their bases, where they give you, you know, it's like, yeah, they give you the cool mustache, but here they give you the mustache with the stubble as well. You know, then they give you the mustache with the beard, and so on and so forth. Or the beard without the mustache. And then they have smaller beards. They have neater beards, where you've got the beard itself like this, with it shaved on the sides. Then they have the fuller beards, the longer beards, the bushier beards. There's everything. And they look great. They look really great. So, I think it's sort of a needless to say situation. You're going to find what you're looking for here. You're going to find what you're looking for. Personally, this one right here is my favorite. I think it's really nice. I don't know why. It's like, it's just, it's cool. The bigger ones are fantastic as well. But there's something about the shape of that one that really works for me. Or maybe this one, actually. I don't know. The work on this one was also very nice. This is sort of like a very I feel seen look, you know? Where I can get my beard to that length, but getting to this length seems impossible. So, yeah, I'm super happy with the way they've done the beards. I'm going to very briefly show you the way the hair color changes on the beard and how the blend-in works. So, let me show you here. It's the same situation where when you have the one set and the other one set, you can see they come together in different positions. And it ends up looking a little silly sometimes, but it can look really good as well. I mean, like, you can do some interesting stuff with this, as you can see. So, yeah, you can make your character an absolute clown if you'd like, with lots of different hair colors and styles and blends and stuff. But you can also do some pretty smart stuff with it if you wanna accessorize, you know, those chops. Yeah, so it's good. And again, sorry, the same as with the hair. The way the sheen and stuff works is it sort of moves around the focus. You can take this more or less, right? And then if you do the sheen, then it basically makes it look, you can't really see it on the white. Let's just change the color quickly. It basically makes it look like it puts the light in on a different spot. The way I see it and the way I've explained it is that this one puts more of a focus on every single strand of hair where the lighting is equally spread, and when you pull it back to the position of 0, then it looks like the lighting is more blanketed over the top of it. I don't know if that's a good explanation, but that's the way I see it. And then you can also take it off to have it just straight. So yeah, pretty cool. A lot of options. You don't have this on the lady characters, and you also don't have this. This is sort of like the most afterthought-ish option that I've seen, but it's here and it is an option. So what this is your body hair, and you have these options, right? So basically, let me show the whole character quickly. You can have type 1, which is nothing really. Then you have this, which is hair on the chest and the legs and the arms. Then you can have just the legs and the arms, and then you can have, what is that? Just the chest. Right? So it's kind of weird. Then you can pick a color based on your preferences, and you can set the opacity. The colors are the same as the hair colors, once again. So you can sort of pick the same as what you had before. It looks kind of stupid. It looks kind of ridiculous. But on like a lower opacity, I think it's fine, and it makes sense. Right? So you have a lot of options when it comes to customization. This is one of them. Should it be used? Probably not. but you can. At your own discretion. There you go. Then, we are moving on from body hair to makeup. God, there's a lot of stuff here, isn't there? There's a lot of stuff. Right. So, you can edit each eye separately. Or you can do them both together. For the purposes of the video, I'll do them both together. But just know that you can do them separately with the same options on both. Eye style. This is the eye itself inside that you change in. It is sort of like a standard one. Then you can have one with slightly more detail. I can't really see exactly what it is. Then you can have a cloudy one, and then you can have the standard one again, right? And then the way this works is you can choose the preset for both eyes. Or again, as I mentioned, you can do one or the other. There's a bunch of eye color presets. Okay, I'm going to go through them and show you what they look like. Quickly, very quickly. And then I'll show you how the customization works. And you'll see that there's actually a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff here that changes every one you go through. They got a lot of different colors, right? And, you know, some of them more realistic, others just more crazy. But you have full control over the colors. You can change the iris size. And you can change the pupil size. Right? Then, as I mentioned, you have a bunch of options here for color. And it's a lot. Like, it really is a lot. If we take something like this pinky purpley one at the bottom here. Oh, that's violet, Lumen. Yeah, whatever, okay. That one. We pick that one on all of them. Then you can see basically how it looks and what it changes. And this one here, different. This is the background. So you can actually have your character look sort of, I want to say, on the verge of being demonic with it. But if you make them all the same color, I just want to show you an example of what it looks like. Then you can make this bigger to see more of the color, or smaller to see less of the color. And yeah, if you want to make like demonic looking eyes, you can do that quite easily by changing this to like a black, I suppose. I don't know if there is just a straight black. Let's look. That might be black. It's probably not, but, you know, close enough. Just giving you some examples of what you can do. And that's fine. And if you change this one as well, yeah, that's basically black. So keep in mind, there's a lot more than I've showed you here. And if you use the presets, you can pretty easily mix things up. So you can actually go with one eye, one preset, and one eye, a different preset. You know? Makes sense, right? Makes sense. Lots of options here. Next up, the eyelashes. So, I'm going to have to zoom in again. And I'm going to turn the character a little bit so you can see them. Not a massive amount of choices here, and not massively impactful, to be honest. But this is the kind of thing where I do feel like you're going to use this in combination with other stuff, right? So you're going to use this and the different colors available here, because there's a decent amount of colors, in combination with other stuff to make it look a certain way. So you can do the root color and the tip color separately. You can make the one brighter and the one darker, and it will work more or less based on what you've picked here. The blend, so if you take the blend all the way, let's take that there and that there. It's very small. Like, this is such minute details that you edit in here. But yeah, people want that, man. Then you can make the length more or less. It's kind of beautiful when you pull it up to the max, right? And then you can have density as well. So the density is just how many hairs there are. Yeah, it's nice. It's relatively nice. There's a lot you can do here, once again. But again, you combine this with the eyeshadow, the eyeliner, the freckles, the entire face. So, eyeshadow. This is untouched. In other words, like, this is the kind of stuff that we did not see very much of. It's like, this is as of yet unseen, because the presets that they give you don't really have makeup on them, so you don't really get to see this stuff. But there's a lot you can do here, and it's funny because, like, it would have been cool if they gave you a lot of different options in the presets. Because, again, like, if you're going to make it really, really, really cool looking character, and you're going to make what you want and do all these, you know, crazy and fun things to try and get the perfect creation here, then you're going to want to look at the makeup. And honestly, it's a pretty big deal. It would have been cool if they had shown us some of what was available. Like, if they had their modelers to go and throw together, their artists to go and throw together a cool looking character with full makeup. That would have been nice. But, I mean, it's cool. It's nice to be able to jump in here and see it for yourself anyway. There are some decent colors here, and the reason I actually quickly set all of these to max is because I feel like it gives you a really nice look at how the colors are. So I'll change it again afterwards, but this is the metallic look that I love so much in these character creators. Now, keep in mind you'll have different degrees of visibility based on the skin tone that you have, but you will see when we get to the darker ones or the lighter ones here that it's quite a nice look, and they actually give you a whole lot. So if I take, like, as an example, this one over here, and I'm not sure if color 2 also changes. So we take this one over here for color 2, and then we jump onto that one. It's beautiful. And, like, I love the combination of this with, like, a dark skin tone is magnificent. It's really, really nice doing stuff like that. I've done it a lot before, and it's cool. So if you take the metallic, the sheen off, in my opinion, it looks really bad. But if you take all of this, like, man, I don't know, like, you'd want to probably throw in a little bit with the opacity, and then you probably wouldn't want to use the lighter colors. You'd use the darker colors, then it's fine. But honestly, throwing this up and throwing the sheen on and the metallic on, it's the way to go, man. It's the way to go. So I've basically shown off all the different options here. You can do the coverage, and you can do the intensity, you can do the color. There's a lot of cool options. Let's throw this up to max again. And let's take this very visible one, and then let's just go through the colors one more time. Or what we can do is, how much? Yeah, we can't really, we have to actually change both colors. So you have to, like, change them both. Let's look at something like, is that a green? I don't know if that's green. It's like a weird brownie color. Yeah, it's not so nice. Look at this one. See, that's beautiful. Oh my God, what a nice color. Let's check a pink out. It's a little dark. But we did look at this one. So yeah, you can do a whole lot of cool stuff. And I recommend you mess around with those because they're kind of nice. That's just the eyeshadow. This is the eyeliner. This can once again be combined. I'm going to set the coverage and the strength up to max. And I think that should be fine. Yeah. As you can see, this will work very nicely with those previous options. And this is going to be one of those things that's going to keep me in this character creator for a long time to come. The options for colors here are exactly the same as the options for colors in the previous one. And again, I'm going to say it really does benefit from throwing the metallic option in there and the sheen up, because I feel like it just gives you that really, really cool and bold look. But yeah, lots of different colors, and you can combine it with the previous one to make whatever it is you'd like. Very cool. Freckles. I love freckles. And they've actually done it reasonably well here. So you get to pick the color. You get to pick the type. The color option is very useful if you're going to have different skin tones. So if you're going to make a darker skinned character, you can actually put lighter freckles on there. You can have some celestial freckles, you know. You can pick the coverage, and it's a decent selection. They have a good selection. So if you want to go for standard, like across the nose freckles, you can change the color of these, have them be basically anything, and you can change the opacity as well. Obviously, based on the skin tone that you have, you will see more or less of it. But yeah, it's cool. Good freckles. Good freckles. Not much more to say about that. Cheeks. This is the one makeup option I've never found a use for. But I guess that there are smart people and clever and crafty people out there that can make this work. I can't. I've tried. I've tried. Believe me. This is the cheek makeup. I don't blush. It's called blush, right? So you can change it to make it metallic with sheen. So that's kind of cool. But overall, it's still just a very difficult one to use. There's a lot of different colors. It's the same set of colors as before. A little different, but close enough. You can add that metallic sheen to it. You can take it away. It's whatever, you know? There's a lot. But I don't know how to use this. I don't know. I don't know when it comes into play. I don't know what you're supposed to do with it. I don't know. Lips. Kind of cool. I'm going to change the opacity to max so we can see this. And I'm going to put... You know what? I'll put metallic and sheen on because I like them. And then we're going to look at the different options. Here we go. I seem to remember there not being... Yeah, not too many lip styles. I mean, am I disappointed? Not really. I think it's fine. I would have liked one or two options for like some crazier ones where there's like stripes or shapes or anything like that. But overall, I think this is fine. You don't need too many different styles. You can have the bolder style with more coverage. And with the different colors, it looks really nice. Let me show you. Like the reds and stuff. Very deep, beautiful red colors. This is the metallic one. So I'll show you what it looks like without metallic in just a moment. But they give you a lot of nice colors here. Colors that you don't so much expect in the game. You know, because like we've been seeing a lot of browns and blacks. And they do change if you take these off. So if I take the sheen off and I take metallic off, that's what they look like. But honestly, to me, they look less than when they like this. I feel like they look less than. I know they're not. And I know it's a style that makes sense. And it's probably better for doing more subtle stuff. But to me, they look less than. So it's like, it's okay. But personally, I prefer putting... And it's not, I'm not trying to insult anyone. I'm just trying to say, like, that's beautiful. Make it shiny and you gotta win. So yeah, that's the lip stuff. There's a lot of different choices that you can go with here. Let's just take this off quickly and move back. Then, teeth. This is... So this is something I've never seen before. I've never seen this before. And this could also be like top 5 options in this character creator. Top 5, dude. Top 5. You actually get to select with little check marks which teeth your character has. It's hilarious. It's actually hilarious. You get to pick which teeth are there and which teeth are not. And it's just the funniest thing. You know? You can do whatever you want and it's great. It's like, why not? Why not? You can have this like smoldering hottie of a character and then they'll open their mouth and you'll see one little tooth jutting out there and it'll just be the most funny thing ever. So yeah, use this with care, but use it with purpose. Right? Does that make sense? Then you can change your teeth's colors. They have all the different variations that you could want here. No actual colors, but yeah, you can do sort of what you want with them. I'll leave this one to you guys to figure out. And that's it for the makeup. We're going to move on to the next part now, which is the tattoos and markings. This is actually the last part. So I'm going to say here at the start, tattoo presets, boom, boom, boom. They're great. They're great. They have presets here, full body presets that give you a bunch of really cool tattoos on your character. Preset from the choices that they have and looking good. Includes dirt on your character. You can see there's dirt. It has, some of them have scars. It's sort of like, it has everything you'd need for like a, you know, it's just like a badass looking character, right? Badass looking character. Maybe it doesn't actually have dirt. Maybe it doesn't have scars either. But it's nice. It's a nice way of doing it because you can select something that looks crazy or cool or different or interesting, and you don't have to go through the effort of putting it on. And you might be saying, oh, well, what effort? You know, well, you'll see in just a moment. There's a lot of good options here, a lot of crazy options here, and I think it's more than enough. Yeah, it's a good enough system. Like, you can just take this, you can select the one you want, and go with it. Right? Right. Or you do your own thing. Can I reset? There we go. You do your own thing. This is a pretty in-depth system. I'm not going to go through every single option here. I'm going to show you how it works, and then you'll use your imagination to understand the rest. So, here's how it works. You have tattoos. You have a decent selection of them. We're going to go through them right now. And then you have different ways of modifying them. Now, pay attention to the pictures, because that's the color zones that you can modify. So you can see on this guy over here, he's not looking exactly how he looks right now because the sliders are different. So to make him look like he looks in that picture, you're going to want to change it's the scale and then the vertical. Is it no, it's not it's the vertical. There we go. Vertical scale and horizontal scale. So there you go. You have to sort of modify these to make him look like that. But the colors, you got primary, secondary, and then the golden one is tertiary. So you can change that. No problem, right? But again, keep in mind that you are looking at this picture here. That's how it really looks. But when it's on the character, it looks a little different. So rather look on these pictures, not so much on the character, right? Because each of them has like a different amount. Like if I pick this one, it's again I think it's the vertical scale. Like there you go. So now it might look better now if I go back in here. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Each of them seems to sort of react differently to it. But there's all sorts of tattoos here. You know, different ethnicities, different time periods. God, different planets. like you've got everything here from cutesy tootsy tattoos, I suppose, to like war paint, to tribal stuff. Everything. And what's beautiful about this system, because it's a pretty in-depth system, is they give you a lot of different variations of the same stuff, and they allow you to also move this stuff around quite a lot. So as an example, we're going to pick some text, because I usually like doing stuff with text. Now, this only has one color on, right? So I'm not going to show you the color yet. I'll show you that in just a moment, but I'm going to show you how much you can actually move it around. So firstly, the scale, right? So look at this, and this is just madness. And I want you to just keep in mind that oftentimes when this happens in a game and you have these options, then it completely blurs the tattoo and you can't see shit. But this is not that case. Look what you can do. You can make the scale so high that those individual letters are covering like entire parts of the body, right? And it allows so much individual customization. Each character is going to look completely different. You know, it's madness, and it's maddening just thinking about how many options you can have. So you can make it wide like that. Then you can move the vertical position around, you know. Then you can move let's put it around the waist. The horizontal position around. You can sort of take it around the character. Then the rotation. And it all keeps the image quite nicely together, you know, which is just crazy. Then you can do tilt-in. Tile-in, sorry, not tilt-in, tile-in. And if you do both tiles, then it's like, look at that. Oh, that's crazy. It's insane. Like, it's insane. And now you can change the colors as well. And you can make it completely different. Just look. Oh my God. It is so crazy. So, I mean, I'm going to say right here and now, this is the best tattoo system that I've seen in the game. Like, it is. It just is. There's nothing as good as this anywhere out there. Isn't it crazy? And we're not even done yet. Now you can come down here and you can do the opacity, because obviously, and you can do the intensity, which is sort of the brightness of these options. Metallic and sheen. You throw all of that on, and then you got yourself some really cool looking tattoos. They're shiny, right? Now, let's show one off with a different color. Let's take this one. Then secondary color. Let's throw some... Let's take something that's nice and bright. This one. It's not that bright. There's no tertiary color on this one. But we'll change this one to white. And then let's take the sheen and stuff off so you can see. Look at that. It's not a very beautiful selection of colors that I've done there, but the idea is kind of nice. Now, you can once again also, as I mentioned, put that sheen on, and you can actually make it look really cool with that. And if you take a different design, all of this will look so good. Like, let's take, for example, this one. Now, you could like imagine it's like blood runes carved over there. You can pick a nice deep red color. And I mean, I feel like you'd have to find a nice middle ground for the sheen and metallic stuff down here. Because when it's too shiny, then you see like less of the red, but you could make it look like blood carvings on your character's body or something like that. And then you can make it bigger or smaller. There's just a huge, absolutely massive amount that you can do with this. And you can do it with so many different tattoos. So you do the one, right? And then you can do another one. So that's your body tattoo, right? Now I've got it there. But now I can do the same thing, but on my arm. Look, and you've got the same full selection, right? So I can take these snakes on my arm. Cool, I like that. Left arm. I can come over here and I can put that one there. Right arm, right leg, left leg. Then you can do the scars, body scars, right arm scars, left. It's so much. Okay, so I'm going to do this quickly. I've shown you now what it looks like. I'm taking the tattoos off. That's how the tattoo system works. I feel like I didn't even show you everything. There's just so much here. Because, like, again, just imagine for a second what you can do with the tiling. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Then the overall scale as well. Whoa! Okay, reset quickly. I think we've gone too far. Then, scars. Okay, so there are scar presets. It's basically presets of scars that cover your character's entire body. There's burn marks, there's regular scars, there are bigger scars, smaller scars, and they're on different parts of your body as well. Like, they're everywhere. This is sort of like the tattoo presets, right? You will also notice that there are some on the face. There you go. And it affects your character differently. You know, some of these look different if you have a different skin tone. It's all up to you. There's a lot you can do. But in the same way that you can do the tattoos, you can do the scars, which is to me just maddening. So you get to select the scar you want over here, and then you get to move it wherever you want to move it. The scars themselves look pretty good, but how good or how bad they look, it all depends on how you modify them. So you can pick one that looks like this as an example, and then you can move it around, put it where you want it, and change it in the way you want it to change, right? So again, just like the tattoos, you can set the scale smaller to have it look more crisp and clear, but you can set it bigger to make it cover like literally your entire body. That doesn't hold up so well, but it's an option that you have, which is cool. It's just cool. Then for whatever reason, they gave us the option to tile them. I guess there's some way of making something cool with that if you want to. You can set the opacity, and again, for some reason, you can do the sheen of the scars. But I think the sheen actually makes sense because it makes it look sort of more visceral, you know? So there's a huge amount that you can do with this. There's a lot of different scars, and you can really mess your character up or mix things up with these scars. Like, there's some really weird stuff that you can do. Like this, it sort of looks like scales, doesn't it? They look like scales. I think it's phenomenal. Like, I think it's just, it is on another level. You can probably make a Fallout style wasteland ghoul here. Then you can add more on all of them, and this is the same for the tattoos, right? So you can actually, with all of them, you can just add another one. You can take one, and you can add one to the body, right? And then you can say edit scar 2, and you can add another one, right? Down here at the bottom. And you can just keep going forever and ever. Well, no, I think there's only 2, but still. You can do the same with these. So if you do the body ones, then you can also do the right arm ones, and so on and so forth. And then your final option in this section is dirt. You can make your character dirty. And this is actually a fun section because there's a lot of cool stuff in here. So dirt coverage, we're going to max it. A fun section. Yeah, I love it, dude. I love it. I'm doing it max so you can see exactly what you're working with, right? So there's a lot of different options. They don't let you move the dirt around or whatever. But what they let you do is change the color. So first, these are the different types that you have, right? Now, if you take the max coverage one and then you look at the colors, it's kind of sick because, again, you can make some like fantasy races here that you've never thought of making. Like, as an example, this, you can make yourself into what you could call like a frostling or something, you know, where you can make like a darker skin tone with this frosty white on you. And I mean, it'll work. You can make yourself gray skinned. Look, it'll work. I promise you it will work. You can do some stuff with this and it'll be cool. I'm telling you now, people are going to come up with some really cool stuff and it's going to rock. It's going to rock. So yeah, do it, man. Do it. There's so much here. God, I love it. I love it. Fantastic. And that actually brings us to the end of the detailed customization for the masculine human. And I mean, like, wow. What a journey, right? there's just so much that we've just gone through here. I mean, yeah, our character still looks pretty normal right now, huh? But at certain points, it didn't. At certain points, it did not. Now, what we're going to do next is we're going to jump into the female. Look at that. Look what he looks like. We're gonna jump back, and we're going to have a look at the females. So, feminine human. We're going to jump in, and the first thing we're going to look at is the body types. The types of bodies you can pick, or customize, or create by jumping in here. Now, the preset body types that they have available here, they're fine. They have a decent selection of larger bodies, of smaller bodies, of slightly muscular bodies. They don't really go full muscle mode in any of these. That's the closest you could get to a muscle mommy. It's not enough. It's just not enough. I'm being honest here. You can do better by just jumping in. So you pick one and you continue. It's a good look at what's available, but there's so much more you can do when you do the customization yourself. The next part, however, this is something I want to talk about. I spent a lot of time talking about this during the preset section. Then I spent even more time talking about it during the male customization, and now here we are again, and I've got more to say. I want to gush about this a little bit. I want to say how fantastic a system this is. This is the DragonsDogma II preset system. I call it the preset creator. It's sort of like a modular preset system. What they have here is a set of 5 pages of interesting looking presets. They do look interesting. They're fantastic, actually. There's a lot of really great ones that you can choose from. I feel like there is something for everyone here, but what makes this system special is that you get to pick one of these, and then you get to pick again, and pick again. And it's awesome. So, I'm going to go through here once, and then I'm going to show you how the system works in action. I'll give you a couple of examples, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more, and talk about why I think it's so good. I feel like it is an awesome way to allow people to jump in here and quickly customize their character to their liking, quickly select sort of rapid fire choices that will give them something that could be aesthetically pleasing to them. It could be the perfect character. It's possible, yeah. I also want to talk about the other stuff here. There's such a fantastic variety of pretty much everything. The visual fidelity is top notch. They have representation galore. They have basically everything in terms of ethnicity, and then they have everything in terms of age. And I mean, it's just great. It is basically perfect. I cannot really even nitpick anything here. I mean, the older characters look, wow, like they've done it so well. It's amazing. The hair brings the whole look together. You can see that they use some two-toned colors. But, we're going to get to that. What I actually want to talk about is this system. So we're going to select one of these faces, right? Let's take her. Now, when you choose a character here, when you select the face you want, then it actually pops you into the next menu, and it gives you variations of that character. I mentioned it in the male customization system, but I see this sort of like the multiverse for that character. You know, these are all the different lives she could have potentially led if things had gone differently. You've got the basic middle one here. That's your template, right? And then each of these other ones tells a story. What if, what if she was an elven princess? Because, I mean, that's pretty much what you're looking at here. What if she was a cutthroat mercenary? What if she was a cyberpunk hacker? What if she was Yennefer of The Witcher 3 fame? It's basically just a look at what could have been, the different versions of that one character. And it also gives you such a fantastic opportunity to take something that you like and then just either spice it up or fine-tune it to your liking, but with ease. Because they don't ask you to jump in and pull around 100 different sliders. They don't ask you to devote an hour and a half to 3 hours of your life to make the perfect character. No, they just give you a couple of different selections. You pick the one you really like, and then you take it a step further, and then you've got perfection. And perfection to you could be perfection to a whole lot of other people, but more than likely, everyone's perfection is different, and everyone will be able to jump in here, and they'll be able to find exactly what they're looking for. So I like that. And then boom, I select it, and we're done. Then we can do a little more customization, like this. But, if I'm not exactly happy with it, if I want to, take it a little further, I can go and check some of the other characters out here. Say, for instance, this one. Yeah, I like the look of this one. I jump in, and then it offers me all these different versions of her. And I know I'm going on about something that seems so basic here, but it's not. It's not something that's widely used, and it's not something that I've really seen in a game before. And I love it. They managed to keep the character the same, but different in each of these. And you'll also notice that the Elven Princess is always bottom left. I love that. The Scarred one is always top right. Elven Princess bottom left. I love it. And again, as you go through each of these, they all have these different versions of the characters, and they really are different. So let me show you one of the older ladies, because this is where it gets really interesting. You got a lot of different variations for them as well. Check this out. Granny next door. Sure, there she is. Cutthroat mercenary that spent her entire life fighting the law. Her entire life on the run. She's not to be trifled with. Distinguished elven queen. It's kind of fantastic. There are all these different versions of all these different characters, and every time you just take it that one step further, and you could potentially find something that works for you. And I just love it. And it's not just the quality that pushes it over the edge. It's the fact that they actually sat here and painstakingly created all these different versions of all these characters, and it just works. The system itself is something that I would like to see in every game out there. So, I'm sorry, I spent a little bit of time talking about this now, but I'm truly passionate about these character creation systems, and I truly think that this right here is something that everyone needs to be looking at. This right here is something that they should be putting in all the big games, because it is just that good. Yeah, I believe that. And I'll say it over and over again. So, that's how it works. You get to pick one of these, or you get to just take, whatever and customize it all yourself. It is such a cool system. And I honestly can't get enough of it. Now, we're going to jump in with, let's say, this one right here. It doesn't really matter which one we pick. I suppose I'll take one... Yeah, we'll just take the middle one again. And in terms of this, we'll just take the middle one again. Then we're going to jump into the actual customization, right? There's a whole lot going on here. There's a whole lot that we can do. And it's a little different from the male stuff, right? It's not super different. Most of the stuff is the same, like the hairstyles, the body options and stuff look different because it's a female body. The boob slider actually does quite a lot in this case, and so on and so forth. But yeah, I mean, it's still obviously worth checking out if you want to see the full experience that's available to you. Now, as we jump in, we are starting on the body. And I do like what they've done with the body sliders. The fact that you can drag your height up that high, it's massive. It's like, it's so cool. I really dig it. And like the amount that you're actually going up, that you're shooting up there, it's like 3 heads taller, right? It's kind of sick. Then you got a few cursed options like the torso length. I really feel like no matter what you do with this, it looks kind of weird if it's not where it's supposed to be. You know? I don't know if it's just me that thinks that, but these are difficult sliders to make work. So tread carefully around these ones. That's all I'll say. Now, muscle type is an interesting one. I'm going to quickly bring it back to 0 and or 1. It's very important because this can be the tool that you use to make your face suit your body. And I say that because, and I'm going to push the muscle strength up quickly, because that's basically the opacity on this one. This will allow you to define the muscles a little more if you want them more defined. You can see on the character it's sort of moving around a little bit and it's faintly changing, and then there you can see it's sort of starting to lock in some nice muscles, some nice curvature, you know. But as you go through here, you'll see there are lots of different variations, and they look different on each character, you know. So like depending on the skin tone that you go for, depending on male or female, or the race that you pick in this case, depending on the head that you take, it might change the one that you would want to go for, depending on how you sculpt your body. It might change. So you're going to want to look at these and sort of figure out what suits it. If you have an older character and you want some wrinkles and stuff like that, you want an older looking body, you will find that here as well. That's one of these. You will notice that a lot of them look the same. I mean, I'm going through here now, and a lot of these are basically the same. They're not exactly the same. They are actually different, but there are minor changes to them that you can't exactly pinpoint. However, again, when you get a little further on, or when you maybe change your skin tone or whatever, it might get a bit more obvious. So here we go. This is like the first slightly, I want to say older looking character, but this might also be like a mega skinny character. I'm not sure. But you will notice that there are some skin types here that will suit the older characters. And yeah, it's most welcome. Case in point right here. Because, I mean, let's be real. The older you get, your body changes. It's not always the same. Everything's not quite as smooth as it was when you were young, and there's nothing bad about that. It's just that if you're going to make a character like that, you're going to want everything to match. So you can come in here and you can do that, right? You can find what you're looking for in this. If you're going to make a muscly character, you'd want to take something like this, for instance, and then you can pull the muscle sliders up and they'll look a little better. I do think that this could have been implemented slightly better, but I'm like really nitpicking if I'm saying that. Like, I'm absolutely nitpicking. It's just very faint. Like, you can't make your character absolutely ripped, which is fine. I guess you could say it's more realistic in that way, because people don't run around dehydrated at 0% body fat all the time. It's just not a life. You know, you can't live like that. But it is a fantasy game, so, you know. Anyway, I like it. Let's move on. Trap size. Now, for the most part, I'm going to slide these around. I'm going to show you how much it changes the character's model. Then I'm going to slide them back to the original position, at least close to it, so that we can see the other options unaffected by what we're doing. So here's your upper body muscle mass. Kind of nice. Like, that is just stacked. I'm definitely making a muscular female character when I jump in here. I'm just saying, I think it's so awesome that they have real looking muscles. It's like, again, you don't need to see people running around, as I said, dehydrated with unrealistic looking, quote unquote, bodybuilder muscles. No, you want the real deal, and this is the real deal. Now you can do the lower body muscle mass, and it also looks really good. It's kind of interesting, and I said this before, is that I love how when you drag the muscle mass slider up, you can see the areas where the muscles are prevalent getting bigger in a good way. But then when you pull the body size up, you will see, as an example, most of the weight goes to the thighs, and most of the weight goes to the waist and the hips and stuff like that. Not a lot to the calves, right? So you move that around, not a lot to the calves. But if you do the muscles, the calves go up just as much, because you're going to be training those muscles too, right? It's fantastic. It's so well done. And it's the same with this. It's a pretty good slider. So I always have a lot to say about this, because I've watched a couple of, you know, yeah, sheesh. I've seen devs fiddle with stuff like this. I've seen them change things for the better, for the worse, and I've experienced the best possible systems and the worst possible ways of handling things like body fat, body weight, sliders like this. This is quite nice. It's quite well done. So the way that they've put this together makes sense. It sort of grows naturally when you pull it. And for the most part, they didn't go overboard to make it look like out of place or crazy, and that's cool. But I still think Myth of Empires holds the title for the best bodyweight slider, because with that they let you take it too far, and they also let it react well to how you slide it around. Anyway, it's quite good. These sliders are really good, and they give you a lot to customize here. And then the lower body one, once again, you saw that it's kind of nice. I'm really tempted to just leave the muscle mass up, but I'm going to bring it down so that we don't get too distracted by the massive muscles. I can't help myself. They look fantastic. So that's the defaults. You can actually reset it, and it'll look sort of like that. And now we're going to move on to the next part. And you must keep in mind that when you slide this around, your character's weight actually doubles. It goes up a lot. You go from 55 to 103. I don't know what that does for the gameplay, but I'm sure it affects something. Moving on. Our next port of call, this is still in the body tab, so all of this is going to be body. And now we're going to get onto the specifics, right? And this is where stuff gets fun. Here, head size. This is such a such a cool one to move around. Again, because this you can really start messing things up here. Okay, so if you look at it, you can make a teeny weeny little head on like a massive body, and you can do the opposite. You can make like a big bobblehead on a tiny body. They don't care. They let you do that. They let you do it. It's great, right? But you have more than just that. So you don't just have the size. We'll zoom in for this quickly. And you can zoom in pretty far and you'll see how nice the models look. But you can do the length of the head. And if you do the length and the width, you max that out, then the head's even bigger. And you min that out, and then the head's even smaller. So you can like double up on the size of the head being small, and you can you can make a character look like this. I mean, she's still beautiful, but like, it's a little strange, right? So, yeah, you've got a lot of control over here. Here's the depth. It's also another one that changes the size and then the height of the face. I find that really weird how it slides around there. Your neck length. Pretty cool. And then your neck thickness. Decent, decent. The hair's not doing us any favors by being in the way, but it's fine. There you go. Upper body. Now's when you get into the specifics. It's kind of cool. They give you a lot of control. Shoulders. Shoulder size, which is nice. Really cool. Chest thickness. Yeah, it's like it brings new meaning to the word barrel-chested, right? You can really go for it. And then here's the slider everyone's probably been waiting for, the chest size. It's alright. It's fine. It looks good small. And it looks good big. I speak for everyone when I say that it doesn't matter what size they are. They are perfect. There you go. Chest shape. Yeah. 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 It's like... I don't know. It's for some reason I've got like this mental image of googly eyes being on there. Then you can move the shape, and then they like looking around, and you can have them be like cross-eyed when you bring them to the middle. I'm sorry. You've got that mental image stuck in your head now. Then you can do the height, because why the hell wouldn't you want to do the height of your chest? Yeah. But again, really, actually, this is quite an interesting option. I don't think I've ever seen a chest shape option or a chest height. It's like, I don't think I've seen it before in a character creator. It's new to me. And it's kind of weird that it's new to me because, again, like if you're going for realism, let's be real, they're not always up here the whole time for your entire life. You know, sometimes they move down a little bit, and that's okay too. Like I said, they're all beautiful guys. Then, torso width. There you go. And like, I want to point out to everyone watching again, these are all cursed sliders. Like, they are all cursed. It doesn't matter which one you're looking at. These guys, if you move them all to the one side, it's going to look a little weird and wacky. You move them all to the other side, it's going to look a little weird and wacky. You've got to be careful with all of it, right? So here's your torso depth. Another one. Here's your arm length. And I really, really, really appreciate the fact that they went with more realistic proportions in this. Like, it is just great. Then you've got the arm size here. So you'll see the other sliders move along with it because it's the whole arm size. But you can do the upper arm separately. You can try and only biceps for all eternity. Or you can do the forearm which is cool as well. I love that they give you the options. And, I mean, just for your own curiosity here, this is what happens if you pull them all to the bottom. You can be quite skinny. And this is now without bringing the other body ones to the smallest, right? So you can also bring the mass down over here, and it's like you really can go pretty far with it, right? You can go pretty far. I'm going to reset the body quickly, and I'm going to reset the upper body quickly. And then we'll move on to the lower body. It's great. It's great. Here we have the waist. It's like, what the hell? It's like one of those things that just looks a little much. Like, I don't want to know what it looks like under the hood. So here's your waist size. Again, I love that they're going for realistic stuff here. The rear size, which is, yeah, I mean, you're going to want to leave that one on max, right? Leg size. And this is, once again, combined quite nicely with things like the muscularity and whatever. You can do a lot of cool stuff with this. Then you can do the thighs separately from the calves if you'd like. There you go. That's it. Posture. One of the funniest parts of this whole character creation system. So, I like, initially I thought the reason they put this in was because of, like, male versus female. But then I just thought that these guys are memers and they just wanted to let people have some fun with it. So, movement style. You can change the way they walk around. It's... Basically, this is sort of a slight tilt. You can see when I move it this way, it tilts slightly that way, forward and backwards, basically, right? It's the way they move around. But that's the least impactful of these ones. You can do the elbow angle now. The way I described this before was that I see it as sort of a masculine walk versus a feminine walk. Elbows in versus elbows out. Macho, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I own the streets. And then a slightly more normal walk with the elbows in and the arms out. I don't know. I don't think that's really it. It's just the way she's walking. Okay. Some people walk like this all the time. Some people walk like this all the time. It's whatever. Knee angle. You walk in. I'm not going to say anything about it. Okay. But like you spreading your legs when you walk. Okay. And you can have it both ways. And like, this is sort of, I wanted to say a more prissy way of walking, but it's not really. Again, it's not. It's just a different way of walking. Here, however, is where things get a little crazy. So your posture, you can walk hunched over, and that's fine. Again, if you're making an old character, sometimes you just can't get that back straight. But you can walk like this as well. And you can combine them all to just go for like the ultimate. Man, I don't even know what you'd call this, but I love it. I love it. I just love what they've given us. And here's the other way. I love it. Yeah, shit. Great. I love this menu. It's so cool. And that's it for the body stuff. Let's reset the body to the defaults. And let's move on. That was really fun. Thanks for joining me for that. Now we have the head. Now, there's a whole lot going on here. What the base head is it is a good way to take, let's say, one of the preset characters. And you know what I want to do quickly is I just want to take the hairstyle and change it to something that shows the face. I'm sorry. I just want to do this quickly. But the way that you can use this is, it's a good way to pick a preset character and then change, as an example, the ethnicity of the character, change the facial structure of the character. These are all the faces that are available in the game. Some of them are not perfect. Some of them are disproportionate. Some of them are, like, you know, older looking. Some are certain ethnicities versus others, but all of them are beautiful in their own way, and that's great. Like, this is just the face structure that you can pick here. And this is an important choice, much like the preset was an important choice, because you can't change exactly these options. Like, you can't make the eyes right here look exactly like this on, say, for instance, that face. You're not going to be able to do that. So if you like, again, as an example, these eyes, oh, they're smoldering, then you want to take this one or something close to this one. If you like, let's go down here. Let's say, oh, those lips are kind of nice. Yeah, man. Then you take this one and you work on that. You look what you're looking for here. You find what you want. You pick it and you customize that. And again, here's a good spot to pick, say, an older looking face. like these ones, and you can just throw some wrinkles on here or whatever, and it'll be good to go. Or it's a place to pick a younger looking face. Any old face that you want. You pick what you want here, boom, 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 and then you can customize it, and I suppose eventually end up with what you want. It's cool. It's really cool. And there's a lot of really cool options here. There's a lot of choices that I think would probably make everyone out there happy. But that is just the base head, and it is, again, as I mentioned, connected to the presets. Now, the skin. This is interesting, because you are picking your skin tone here, right? But you're not picking all of it. I had a little bit of difficulty describing this during the male customization, and this is something that you're going to want to use in conjunction with the base of your face, the face base. God, this is what you're going to use in conjunction with the options that we just looked at, your base head, right? And then your wrinkles and your sheen and all that stuff. It's basically a way to put things together to get those presets that we saw on the setup before this, right? So if you come in here, you can select your skin tone here, and that's probably the main thing that you're going to be doing, right? But you also get in different goodies along with that, and I'm going to show you what I mean. So goodies, you can get some imperfections on the skin. You can get things like frown lines. You can get things like extra freckles. On the male side, you get things like stubble. Like as an example, the freckles on this face right now, these are not the freckles that you'd put on afterwards. You can put more freckles on. These freckles are tied to the face itself. You can get these lines under your eyes, bags under your eyes from being tired. You can get an absolutely stunning dark skin. You can get any old thing here. Lots of different stuff. Lots of impurities on the face. Look, you can see the pores on some of them. You can't see the pores on others. You can make yourself look like a goddamn wax figure if you'd like, because there are some faces without impurities, and it's kind of weird. And this is also where you pick the older skins. And I love it. I love it. I'm looking a little like Charlize Theron from Monster, aren't I? You can accentuate your wrinkles by sliding this, and it makes them darker, more visible. And yeah, like as you go through here, you'll see there's just a ton of really cool options, right? Really, really cool options. And there's definitely something for everyone here. But this is mostly where you're going to be jumping in to change your skin tone. So you pick the skin color you want here. As I mentioned, there are some that have like almost no imperfections or impurities. But then, you know, where's the fun in that? So we take the first one for now. Then you get to actually change what they call the skin color here. That was the base skin. And then this is the skin color. Now, this is taking it a step further and putting a layer on top. And this is, again, something that you're going to want to be careful with. You'll want to preview this in different lightings. This is how you can take the one that you take. So you get the imperfections, you get the wrinkles, you get this, that, the other. Then you can lighten it, darken it, change the tone a little bit. Because I always talk about this. It kind of sucks when they add one dark skin color and it's a warm tone, but you want a cooler tone. You know, it sucks. It's not great if you don't find what you're looking for, if you're not being represented there. But this is the answer to that. They put these layers here that you can throw over, and you can make interesting things with it. And I think that this is also probably your gateway to fantasy characters, right? So this is the gateway that you'll use. This is where your first stop will be right here. This is where you'll start that journey. You'll be able to make a super pale-skinned character if you want to make like a vampire, maybe a drow or something like that. You can do it. Yeah, the game allows you to do that. You come over here, you pick the darker skin tone on this one. I'm not sure which one you would take for that. Then you would go for like a paler blue color here. This is clearly too dark. But you get the idea. You get the basic principle behind it. Then you would probably go from there, and I'm just spitballing it here. You'd go into the skin markings, and you'd put the bluish colored dirt on your character, and then you'd look like a drow. I don't know. Okay. But you'd basically be able to do something like that, because I've seen some characters that people have made where you can basically go for a green tone here, and you can make yourself into like a little goblin. And that's fantastic. You can make yourself into sort of like an orc or something like that. It's awesome. There's a lot in here that you can use, and it's just fun. Then finally, your skin sheen is just how glossy your skin is. It's also something you can do. And I love that every step of the way you can reset, right? And an important note that I haven't actually been talking about much is that you can actually undo and redo options as well. But that's it for the skin. Now we're going to move on to the specifics. Brow. There's a lot here. This is where things, I think, get very particular. Because you can jump in here and you can really start customizing the bits and pieces of your character to add that flair, that personality that you potentially want on it. You know, I said before, and I really praised their system for the amount of options that they have in just the presets, right? But I'd like to praise this part of it too. I'm gonna praise it every step of the way, because you don't always want that. Some people want that, and I love that they give people that option. I think it's so cool. But you know, there are also a lot of people that want to jump in and they want to, like, goddamn change every fine little detail on their face. But, you know, sometimes someone comes in here and they specifically want their character to look more sympathetic, more kind, or more curious. Then they can come in, they can fiddle with the brows, and they can do that. They can make them look more stern if they'd like to, and it's all doable with all these sliders here. Again, just because of the amount that you can move things around. Here's the depth. It's the overall depth. And you can once again go pretty extreme. Here's the inner depth and the outer depth. Here's the brow angle. That's once again going to change the mood of the character a little bit. Sort of more devious, cunning, you know, sort of more concerned. You can do anything you want. And there's the brow bend, which is sort of like a people's eyebrow on both sides, which is also a more mischievous look, you know? I love it. I love it. I love that there are so many options for literally just the brows. Then we move on to the eyes. Gonna mention here right now the eye options for the pupil and the colors and stuff like that. That's a bit later. We'll get to it. But there's a lot of movement here. This is one of the things that I always use as a measure. It's like, how crazy is the character creation system? You check by seeing how much you can move the eyes around. That's how you find out how crazy it is. But yeah, you can move these eyes around a lot. Let me show you. You can change the size as well. If you're trying to make yourself into, what's her name? Alita Battle Angel. Yeah, you can change the curvature. And then you can do left eye closed or right eye closed. You can have both of them closed if you'd like. Or just one. I talked about this on the male customization. Basically, the idea is you can use this to make your character look like she has a blue eye or something like that. You know? Or like you've lost your eye or something and you keep your eyelid closed. It's cool. It's cool. Then you can also squint a little bit to give your character that that smoldering glare. It's kind of nice. I don't think you should go all the way with it. I think you should go like halfway maybe. Yeah, there you go. But you don't want to look like a deer in the headlights the whole time because it kind of looks weird, right? so there you go. That's it for the eyes. Nose. This is a good one. Guys, this is a good one. There's a lot that you can do here. This one you need to look at from the front. There's the depth. And these options, in case you were wondering, much the same on male and female. Like, look at that. Look at that. Like, from the front, it's like unassuming, looks fine, looks great, but when you turn to the side, nope. That nose has been broken one too many times. Nostril size. I actually kind of like the bigger nostrils on this lady. Nostril height. The width. And the width needs to be higher, yeah. Dude, I like big nose. I like flat noses and I like big noses. It's dude, like, actually, I like all noses. I'm not much of a nosist, you know. I'm keen for any old nose, yeah. Ears, this is kind of interesting. I like what they've done with the ears. I like how much they've given us. You get to pick the style, firstly, all right? So, basically, these are presets for your ears, right? There is no real reason to go for one of the styles, and I say that because, for the most part, you can just do everything by dragging the sliders around yourself. I'll show you now. So, size, you can go pretty big on the ears, or pretty small. Angle. Openness. There you go. If you want to catch the wind a little bit, the tilt. And then the tips. This is very important. You cannot see it so nicely, so I'm actually going to jump back and I'm going to change the hair again. Let's just pick something that doesn't cover the ear. I don't really want to go bald. There you go. But this will allow you to see that we have elf ears. Kind of cool, right? Kind of cool. And then if you make them bigger, while they are elvish ears, and then you pull them all out like this, you could easily make what you could call a... Let me just see quickly, how do I bring it out? There we go. Goblins. Goblin ears, right? Make your skin green, and then you go with it like that. Goblin ears. Then here's the earlobes, it's the last option. There's a lot of choices that you have here that you can make. None of them right, none of them wrong, all of them super fun. I'm going to just change the hairstyle back quickly, because I know out there somewhere there's some guy who's about to say, oh, I was distracted by the manly haircut. God damn it. I don't know. Guy, please, Guy. There you go. Okay, I don't want you leaving hateful comments in my comment section, so I did it, right? I'm covering all my bases. Cheeks. Here we go. This is kind of fun. This does look like Charlize Theron. Okay, so it's the hairstyle. It's the hairstyle. They let you go pretty cray with this, right? So your cheek and neck thickness, you can go pretty large if you'd like, and you can go pretty gaunt as well. You can do it separately, the cheek bulge separate from the neck fat. There you go. And I want to say this, you can take this all to the extreme. Absolute extreme. 100%. You can go crazy with it. And you'll probably be able to see it at the end of this video. There'll be a section there with the characters that I make for the thumbnail. I'll mess around a little bit with it, and I'll try and sort of make some interesting or funny looking characters. And you'll see there. I've seen some screenshots already of some characters. You can go nuts with this stuff. So just know that they can move around a lot, and you can do a lot with it. Mouth. Yeah, that's also there's some emotion in that movement right there. And we got the width. Protrusion. Yeah, why not? Corners. Give her a little smirk. I don't like that. I prefer down to up. Lip thickness. And again, this stuff, like that, so much more impactful if your character's face already has thick lips. And then lower lip position. You can sort of have a underbite if you'd like. There you go. Jaw/chin. This is our last stop here. Also a pretty big one. So the way this works is it's changing your definition a little bit. You get in a rounder and you get in a sharper look. But that would be changed in conjunction with a whole lot of these to make sort of the look that you're going for. You'll see now what I mean. You can make bigger the width, smaller, bigger, smaller. Yeah, that's cool. There's a lot of options here. Jaw position. It can be lower or higher. Again, that's quite an impactful one. If you move it around. There you go. Then jaw protrusion. Once again, also quite impactful, especially if you add it to all the other ones. Chin height. Why not? Why not? Yeah, why not? And then chin width. Damn, you can really go quite egg-shaped here. Chin protrusion. You can't go full banana, but it's close enough. And then sharpness. There you go. So these are also to be used with care. Right? All of them are to be used with care. And that actually brings us to the end of the head customization. And now we're going to move on to the body hair. So I am sadly here to report that, firstly, no beards on the ladies. And secondly, no body hair on the ladies either. Robbed. Absolutely robbed. However, we make do, because the hairstyles are fantastic, the hair system is cool, and I love it. So, let's jump in and have a look. Now, there are two colors. You got the root color and you got the tip color. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to pick a, let's say a nice brown, a dark brown. Ooh. Let's go that one. And then I'm going to take a slightly lighter color, and we'll save some time by going through it together like this. Then you'll be able to see what it would look like with an extra color on it, right? But I'm going to go through these options afterwards anyway. It's just a bit of a look at, like, now you can see the tips, they're a bit lighter on these. You can see that it's in different positions on all of them. But let's go through the hairstyles themselves first, and we'll take it from there. I love the hair in this. That's it. That's the statement. I think it looks great. I think they've done a fantastic job, and there are actually a few options that you can mess around with that change the entire look and feel of every hairstyle. We'll get to that, okay? But it's well done. There's hair physics, which is unnecessary, but it's there and it's great. It works well. They have a lot of really nice styles. And I think on top of that, which is also kind of important, the hair itself is just really high quality. So even the stubble, as an example, is high definition stubble. The styles that you have here, that you have available, are pretty fantastic. There's a wide variety of them. There's a lot of long styles, a lot of short styles, and again, like if you look at the damn detail, it is some of the best hair I've seen in a game. Yeah. We're talking up there with Baldur's Gate 3 and Hogwarts Legacy. That's what I'm talking about, man. And they're nice. They're cool. Really good hairstyles. Really cool. And what's more, they don't limit you. They're not like, ha 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 ha, foolish. You dare make a female? No short styles for you. They don't do that. They don't. No, they give you all the styles. And vice versa, of course. Like, you know, the long styles on the males. Yeah. So that's great. Like, these devs, they're gamers. And they know that we, as gamers, like options. We like all the options. So yeah, let me just say again, some of the coolest looking hairstyles. There's some interesting ones here. Thick, lush, vibrant, full of life. All that you want from your hair, you know? And then you've got the representation as well. You've got the Killmonger cut that has to be in the game, otherwise it is destined for failure. And yeah, like, a kind of interesting point that I'd like to make. Curly hair. Wavy curls. Something you don't actually always see. It's not that common that they would add a curly bun or ponytail or whatever and the normal ones, you know, because they've got the normal one up here somewhere as well, right? So like you've got everything. Like they really went all out with this. I dig it. There's absolutely going to be a hairstyle for everyone here. There's even some long braids that look really nice. Absolutely going to be a hairstyle for everyone. Really, really, really nicely done. I'm proud of these guys for making all of this. Everyone needs to take this hairstyle. Or perhaps this one. I don't know, man. I just love it. Oh, God, it's perfect. So, yeah. Let's pick one of these, and let me show you how the blend in of the colors works. It works differently for basically every hairstyle. Let's take this one for now. And let's look at the hair colors, and then also the blend in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick, let's say, this first color over here. Then let's pick the first color over there, and I'll show you what it looks like. That's dark, right? Now we're going to go through them, and you're going to see the different colors that you get. Or let me actually take the root tip blend off, so you don't have the second color interfering. A lot of really nice colors here. So you can see the tips are still a little black. If you want it all to be the same color 100%, you just make the two colors the same, right? Easy as that. Easy to do, not a problem. Lots of really nice hair colors here. I want to say the word's grounded in reality. They don't give you like colorful hairstyles. Even though, obviously, hair dye is not unrealistic. It's something that we've had for a long time in this world of ours. But, yeah, they want you to go with the normal hairstyles and hair colors, rather. And I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. They have a really good selection. It's like the most robust collection of brown hair colors that you've ever seen. The reds are all right. The blondes are kind of nice. The grays are really cool. They've got good colors. Yeah. It's nice. It's nice. But again, I would use the words based in reality. Like, it's sort of more realistic approach to it. And they do the same thing with the eyes and your pupil colors and stuff like that. Mostly the same thing. But it's a fantastically huge selection. Like, you will find what you're looking for if you're looking for a normal color here. As you can see, we are already all the way down at 167. It's crazy. And it just keeps going. So yeah, the way the blend-in works, let's take a lighter color here and a darker color there. The root tip blend, you can pick how much of it you want to blend. And if I put it like, let's say full, and then we go into the hairstyles, then you can look here, full is different for each style. It's completely different. Some of them you barely get anything, like this one. And then others, you get like most of the hair covered. And yeah, it's up to you to pick whatever you like to fiddle with this. But that's not all. So you have two more options here that I really like. So if I pull that down to 0, and I want to take like let's take a deep brown, this one, right? Then let's take a hair style that would work. I think this might be a good one to show it off on. And we're going to zoom in. Now, your options here, you have sheen position and sheen. So if you max the sheen, right, then you can slide it around here. And what it does is it allows you to have the sheen focused on the individual strands. And I'm not sure exactly how they do this, right? I don't know what it's doing to the lighting because there's some complex stuff going on here. But the idea is that you've got more focus on individual strands. You've got more focus on like the minute details. And then if you slide it over this way, then if you zoom out a little bit, it's a smoother look where they've got the broader strokes in there. It's easier to explain it on different hairstyles. So like, this is a good one maybe. Let's have a look if I can show it off on here. So if you look at how this looks over here, and you pull this down, then you can see that it sort of splits it off a little bit, and the lighting gets split onto all the individual strands, and it sort of looks completely different. It changes the way that it interacts with the light. Let's take a black hair color, and let's switch it around one more time so I can maybe show it off to you, maybe on this one. So look at that. You basically, you giving up on a little bit of the definition, but you smoothing things out. Now, on certain styles, I do believe that would look pretty fantastic, right? But on other styles, you want that individual strand to be visible. It's kind of cool, right? It's just a minute little thing that they added, but it can actually go a long way to changing things. Then you can take the sheen off and you can have it completely matted, basically. Well, without reflection. And that's kind of cool. It's kind of nice. I don't want this hairstyle. I want to pick something that shows the face. Yeah, I guess that'll do. There you go. But that is it for the hairstyles. Now the eyebrows. Zoom in. There's a decent selection of eyebrows here. And this might be some of the best eyebrow tech that I've seen in a game. I'm just putting that out there. I'm putting it out there, and I've chosen the wrong one again. So a lot of good styles here. Thicker brows, bushier brows, thinner brows, more sort of sculpted brows. But let me just change the hairstyle one more goddamn time, because I keep getting stuck with hairstyles that are covering things. So you get to move the thickness around, and I love this. Look how it works. So if you zoom in, oh god, all the way, I reset the camera by pressing my mouse button. So if you zoom in all the way and you look at it, it's super thick. It's so full of hair, right? But when you take it down, look at the individual strands of hair disappearing. Look at that. Every one of these is like 10 hair strands that's disappearing. You keep going, there you got like a little bum fluff on your brow, and then you pull it all the way down and there's nothing, right? It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool how it actually like dynamically grows. And then if you take one of these and you take one of the bushy brows, my god. Yeah, dude. There you go. Once again, that's a win for representation. You can sort of do whatever the hell you want with your eyebrows. And that's sick. I'm down, dude. I'm down. I love it. This is a really cool slider. One of my favorite parts. Colors. We're not going to go through all the colors. It's the same as the hair colors. So you have all the options available to you, all 178 of them. It's cool. Yeah, it's well done. And that's the end of the hair. No beards, unfortunately, and no body hair, unfortunately. Makeup. This is fun. The makeup is fun. So, you start by selecting either doing both eyes or one at a time, separately. But there are presets. So, the makeup is actually, I don't know why the eyes are in here. They call the irises and the color of your eye and stuff makeup, but this is part of the fun. Basically, you get to pick a preset or you get to customize it yourself. It's the same as what we did for the ears. Kind of weirdly, we did the ear presets. But basically, you'll see, as we go through here, there are a bunch of different combinations that you can go for. 3, in fact. And then you can do the colors here. So the combinations are plentiful. So this is like glazed over a little bit, maybe blind or whatever. Then you can have one with less detail and one with more detail. So that's like, again, it's more color and less lines, I guess you could call it, and then there's more individual little black lines and stuff and less color. Then you can choose the color presets, which is again quite a plentiful selection right here. And this is also changing the outer color. They call it the sclera. I don't know what that is. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know the terminology, but yeah, the outer color, the white, basically. It's very, very, very faintly changing, but you can actually change it quite drastically if you'd like. So that's actually where the reality of this sort of dithers a little bit. You can do some stuff that's not real. You can make like demon eyes, and I'll show you how in just a moment. But yeah, the presets, they're fine. They're good. There's a lot of nice choices here, and you can do some fun and interesting combos. The eyes themselves are incredibly well done, detailed, they look great, but they aren't that sort of impactful from a distance. So like, you're not going to be making that glow from Dune, you're not going to be making those spice eyes or whatever you want to call it, but it is still fine. So you get to do the primary color over here. That's the biggest color, I think. Yeah, so it's the biggest color, and you have a lot of good choices. You can go pretty bright, as you can see over there. You can go pretty red, which is kind of cool, I suppose. But yeah, the colors themselves, not super visible. And what I've noticed after customizing a little bit is that your best bet, if you want impactful eyes, is to come here and then pick the same on all of them. So if you want green eyes, you come here and you pick green on all of them. I mean, you can go deeper and you can make like really detailed eyes, but again, you're not going to see that from too far away. So if you go for like a bunch of different colors, like rainbow eyes or whatever, you're going to have to be like so up close and personal to your character to be able to see it. So, I mean, you can do it, of course, but beware that you might not see it. You can go pretty bright, like this is a nice bright blue over here, and I'm going to use that to show it off actually. Then you get to do this is the primary color, then you get to do the secondary color, and it's the same colors, all of them. So if we come in here and we take the same one, 299, you can get, it's pretty bright. Then you have the iris tertiary color, same thing, once again. You come in here and we'll pick the same one more time, and that's nice, right? Those are really blue eyes. And I mean, I personally think that it's well enough done. And I mean, you can get what you want out of it, right? It's not the most, and it's because they went for the realistic look. It's not like, hey, when you zoom all the way out, you can like really see it, but you can see it good enough. Like I can see its blue eyes from here, and my eyes aren't even that good, you know? So I'm impressed by this. I'm impressed that they managed to keep this level of detail while offering this amount of customization. And you know, making it visible from such a distance. The most interesting option that you have here is this one. And what this is the outer white of the eye, and you can make it any color, which to me is just fascinating. It's like, it's the weirdest thing. But you can also make it the same color, like I said, and you can go full on. Or you can go for like demon eyes. You can go for like a black color, which I really dig. And you can do the same with this. If you go for like, as an example, I know that's not black exactly, but I'm going for this just to show you. If you go for black on all of them, you can do that, you know? And that's something that people might want. So yeah, very cool. Then I'll go back to these quickly so I can show it off properly. You basically have a bunch of other settings that you can do. Iris size, to make that big or small, and pupil size. I say a bunch because like the combinations once again are kind of endless. Then, if you'd like, you can do the old heterochromia thing. You can choose one for the one and one for the other, and you can do the full customization there as well. Very cool, right? I really like it. Like if you go for, as an example, the red is nice and close to the top. Let's go for 21 on all of them. It's kind of nice. I think it's not as impactful as the blue, but it's kind of nice how well, red it is. And with these ones specifically, if you make that big and that small, you can make some pretty creepy looking eyes, man. Some pretty creepy looking eyes. So, let's reset these quickly to the defaults. And yeah, let's move on. That's the eyes. But that's not all for the eyes. There's actually a whole lot more going on here. So, eyelashes. I'll zoom in quickly. Shape. First things first. I really think that they could have let us zoom in even further on this because the quality would definitely hold up, but I guess this is okay. So there's only 3 different types here. Basically, you choose in minute details on the eyelashes. I don't know if you can even see what's changing there, but basically type 2 is a lot more hair, type 3 is slightly less, and type 1 is slightly more fine detail. I don't know. It's kind of difficult to explain. But before we do the colors, I'll show you the sliders. This is the root tip blend. It's the same as what you had. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, it's the same as what you had on the hair, where you can have the tips and the roots be different colors, or you can have them all be one color, as you can see there. You can have half and half. It's insane, just again, the amount of detail. Then this is the length. There you go. The eyelash length. And that's the density, which is how much hair you have on there. Then the colors, which we are not going to go through in their entirety because, well, yeah, I guess I can. It's not that many of them. They're not the same as the hair. You can sort of see already that they'll give you enough. They've got the browns, they've got the grays, they've got the blondes. So they've got the darker and the lighter colors covered. So you should be able to find what you want there. But you can also combine it. So you can take the one and then the other, or you can take both the same. It's cool. There you go. I don't mess with eyelashes. I'm not good enough at that kind of stuff. Here's some fun things. This is where the makeup starts. And I want to say, before I even jump in here, or as I jump in here, this is all very much going to depend the way this looks and works on the skin that you pick and the skin tone that you pick. I firmly believe that you can make some pretty fantastic stuff, much like in Baldur's Gate, and you'll probably see some of that stuff again in my character showcase at the end of this video. But I just spotted a mosquito, sorry. This one's for you guys. There you go, one less mosquito in the world. But basically, you'll see in the character preview that I put at the end, the showcase that I have, that you can probably do some fun stuff with this. There's like basically a few really interesting choices here, and you can actually look at them in the gallery here. And the way you can use them is you can make the intensity max, you can pull the opacity max, and you can also make them, and this is my favorite part, metallic and full sheen. So this alone allows you to do a ton of cool stuff. And I use this to great effect in Baldur's Gate and in other character creators like that, with darker skins, with lighter colors on the eyeshadow, and then with lighter skins and darker colors. So as an example, if I'm going to the lighter skin, I'd go for a darker color like the black, or maybe like a nice deep red would look nice. There's some really cool options, but the way that this all interacts is just fantastic. It's great. And once you add that metallic and the sheen to it, it just makes it look so good. It's beautiful. Like, look at that. It is so nice. When you take it off, it's hideous. I'm just gonna say that straight up. Like, it looks, ugh. Yeah, like that's just, you can do something nice with this. I know that, but I'm not good enough at this to do something nice with it. I know there are people out there who are. And you can also use this quite nicely. Like if you take the intensity down, then it looks much more believable, you know? You can sort of do some interesting stuff like that. And again, this is also the kind of thing where you can do, like I said, those blue eyes if you want, or any other makeup effect that you want to put on here. But the options here, pretty great. Again, I personally really like the way it looks with the metallic and the sheen on. I dig it. And again, these colors look fantastical when you go through them with that. The pinks are beautiful. The reds are really nice. They look sort of like blood red. And the problem now that you've seen is, hold on, the blend is, so now we have one color on the one, and it's messing with the other color. There we go. Okay. Keep in mind that you'd want to change both colors. So if you want to look at the red, like the deep red, you'd want to make this deep red and that deep red, then you'll have a nice deep red, you know? So it's the same with all these other ones. The colors are here, but you're going to want to blend them together to make them look good, right? So as an example, let's go for this purple at the bottom here on both of them. That's kind of sick. Yeah, that's really nice. Really, really, really nice. You can change the coverage. The opacity, that's for the whole thing. And it blends quite nicely, by the way. Look, it sort of grows. I want to say realistically, but professionally it grows. And then you can take metallic off and sheen off. And that actually gives you a better look at the colors, I suppose. But yeah, you got the idea. You got the idea. You can do some fun stuff. But this is, again, the kind of place where you're going to want to really spend a bit of time and I want to say fiddle with it. You will find something that's good. Then eyeliner, this can be combined with that to do some really cool stuff. There are some decent styles here. pretty much what you'd expect, I'd say, from this kind of character creator. But let's take one that looks nice and big, and then I'll show you what the colors and stuff look like. We do coverage full, and then I will show you the colors, and you can see what they look like, and then I'll show you what they look like metallic once again, because I kind of like the metallic look. I like these, they look nice metallic, and this one. But yeah, so if I take this for instance, and you throw metallic on there, and you throw sheen on there, you win in. You know? You just win in. But it's the same as the previous ones, and there's just a good combination that you can pull off. Again, as an example, you could take one of these, you could make conflicting, clashing colors. So you could take, like, as an example, a nice light color on this one, right? And you could throw that over a dark color on the other one, you know? So you could put the eyeshadow, which was the previous one we looked at, dark, and you can throw the eyeliner on top of that with a lighter color, and I'm sure that that could look really nice. Again, I might not be the guy for that right now, but maybe I'll figure something out later for the showcase video at the end. Freckles. Who doesn't like freckles? You can throw freckles on your character, and the freckles look really good. You can have freckles on the whole face. You can have freckles just on the nose and cheeks, and I love it. Yeah, you can change the color, which is kind of nice. I'm not going to show it to you right now, but you can actually have like a darker skin tone with nice, lighter celestial freckles. That's what I like to call them. It's like little stars on your skin. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. But yeah, freckle options, thumbs up. There's like nothing really to say about this. It's just good. I'll even leave them on. That's how good it is. Cheeks. Is it just me? Please, I'm sitting here now, I'm talking to you guys. Is it just me that can never find a way to make this work? I just... I feel like I'm a toddler putting makeup on my mom. That's what I feel like when I'm sitting here. I feel like a toddler with my first makeup kit putting makeup on my mom. And I don't know what I'm doing. You know? That's what I always get from this. And I don't know why. Is it just that the games have not figured out how to do it right? Or is it just that this is a very difficult part of makeup to put on? Are there any people out there that have done makeup like this that know what the secret is? I think the secret is probably to use very little of it. I don't know. But please, leave a comment and let me know, because I just can't figure this out. Basically, you've got cheeks and nose, and then you've got side cheeks. You can do whatever you want with it. You can set the opacity nice and dark. It's good to make face paints. Like if you're going to use it to sort of pick a color here and make something cool, you know, like extravagant. But as a makeup, I don't know, man. I don't know. I see it more as a face paint, and it looks awesome as a face paint. These colors, they come across very nicely. There are lots of colors to choose from here. As I scroll through them, you can see. And again, I haven't added the metallic and sheen fully to this, but when I do, you will see it looks really nice. So that's the way I see it, but I just can't make it work as regular makeup. Like, I don't know how to use it, man. So like, as an example, we can go with like this golden color, then we can add the sheen to it, and that's kind of sick, right? I don't know, you can do something cool with that. I know you can, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about makeup. Anyway, it's nice. Lips. I think this is one part, I would say, where the game kind of fell short a little bit. There's not a huge amount of lipstick, right now at least. But there are like, you know, there are a few. There's 5 choices. Well, 4 technically. They're all basically the same. I mean, I guess there's not really a whole lot you can do with lipstick. But both, let's say, Baldur's Gate and Cyberpunk have some pretty awesome and unique lipstick styles. This one, they played it safe. You have that as the most intense one, and you can make the color really nice. Like there are beautiful reds here. There are nice pinks. There are whites. There are lots of nice colors, and I mean, no matter what you want to do for your makeup, you will find something for you here, and that's nice. Again, I do think they could have added like blues and greens and stuff to you as well, but it's again sort of running in line with the other makeup options that they had, so it makes sense, right, that they don't have that. As with the other stuff, you can change the opacity, the spread, and you can do metallic and sheen. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. I love it. It's great. It looks really nice. However, it is a little limiting. It's like there's not much that you can actually do here. Anyway, let's take it off. And let's move on. Our final stop, teeth. That's our final stop for this section. at least. This is a part that caught me off guard a little bit. So you actually have check marks here for every tooth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. My top teeth are gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can count, and my bottom teeth are gone. But no, that's not good. We'll put one there, and one there, and one on that side too. I love it. I love it. It's not the fact that the teeth are missing that I'm laughing at. I'm laughing at the absurdity of having little check boxes that you can tick. You can sort of select, I want that tooth and that tooth, but no, I don't want that tooth. Again, for representation, that's great. You know, you were in a bar fight or something in your youth. You lost one of your front teeth. You lost both your front teeth. Boom, you can make yourself. That's great. That's awesome. It's just it caught me off guard. That's all I'm saying. You get to choose your tooth color as well. You can have black teeth. You can have all the different shades of white, and you can have all the shades of decay in between. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of great. Yeah, reset the teeth. You can change your teeth in DragonsDogma 2. It's great. It's great. It's absolutely perfect. Our next up, the tattoo system. So this is tattoos, scars, body markings, dirt, stuff like that. It's all here. Now I'm not going to rush through this, but I will show you how it's done. And I will not go through every single one of them because you will understand how they work after I show you how it's done. First things first, there's a tattoo preset section here. And you can use this to pick from a bunch of different presets. What this is it's a combination. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down there at the bottom on the foot. 6 different tattoos. Same here. Bunch of different tattoos. It's a lot of different combinations that I guess look good. Yeah. They're cool. And you will understand soon enough why they give you the presets, because the system can be a little hard to use. There's really cool stuff you can do with it, but it's not super easy. This is beautiful. I love this one. But basically, you choose a preset, right? Or you jump in and you customize it all by yourself. And some of these presets, really cool, man. Like, they have full face stuff going on here. And you will see how they use these to great effect. All these different tattoos. Check this out. And look, I want to point out, you go here, as an example on this one. Look at how they are matted. There's no sheen on them. There's no glow on the head, as an example, and on the tattoos and stuff. But then you go to these ones, and you can clearly see that these are meant to be blood splats. Because they made them glistening, and it's fantastic. I love it. The guys who did this, and that's like paint again. The guys who did this, they know what they're doing, and they've done a fantastic job. Okay? I dig it. Lots of different presets here that are all quite cool, and I'm sure you can find something that you like. But we are not doing that. We're going to look at the actual options available. Now, body tattoos. You get to do 2 body tattoos. Far as I understand, here's body tattoo 1. Then you can click that, and you got body tattoo 2. And yeah, that's probably all you're going to need, because after you do body tattoo, you got right arm, right leg, and so on and so forth. Then there's the scars after that. And they all have the same option. So if we jump in here now, and I show you the tattoos, all these ones are available there as well. So you can put this guy on your chest, you can put him on your back, you can put him on your arm, your leg, everywhere. So all of these are the same, but you get to modify them greatly. Now, I'm going to go through the tattoos. Now, I recommend you look at these pictures here, not so much on the body, because she's being covered a little bit. I mean, I can move it down a little bit, so vertical position. Let's just select one quickly, and then we put the vertical position down a little bit so you can see it over there. But basically, still, you're going to want to look at the pictures, because the pictures will show you how the colors work. So you've got the primary color, that's the white. You've got the secondary color, that's the blue. And you've got the tertiary color, that's the bronze or gold color that they have there. You can change that. So as an example, we'll take this one right here. Primary color, we leave that black. This one we'll make white. And this one we'll make... what do we want it to be? Green. There you go. Fantastic, right? It's really cool. There's once again just so much that you can do with this, and there's a lot of different combinations as well that you can go through here, and they all, you can see, they all have different sort of varying degrees of customizability, you know. But lots of nice tattoos. And yeah, the arrow to the knee joke has already been made. Which is great. You can see that some of them, like as an example, I feel like this one or that one, the proportions are a little wrong. Like this is not that. And that's just because you have to move the sliders around. You can move them around a little bit and change them. But the detail on the tattoos is phenomenal. It's perfect. It holds up. And it's more than that. It really holds up. And I'll show you once we zoom out now. There's so much detail on some of these tattoos. Like, as an example, these ones with the scripture and stuff like that. There's so much detail on them that you can customize. And it just looks so astoundingly good compared to all the other games out there. Yeah, I'm looking at you, other games out there. Not going to mention any names. I mean, basically every game out there. Tattoos are always just an afterthought. And that's fine, because for gamers, for players of the games, tattoos are an afterthought. But when you're making the game and you're giving people the options, maybe there's a reason that they're always afterthoughts. It's because you don't put shit for effort into them. So if you put effort into the tattoos, then the players might actually use them. So let me show you what I mean. Let's take a little piece of scripture like this, right? Now let me show you what I mean by like it really holds up. This is probably like a 6,000 by 6,000 pixel image that they've got here that you can stretch around. It's probably massive because look what happens. You can do the positioning, right? So you can move it around her waist. You can move it up and down, right? All the way up to her face, which is awesome already all by itself, right? But then you can rotate it, okay? Then the scale. Now just hold on to your butts for this, okay? Look how big you can make it and look how small you can make it. What is this? A tattoo for ants? I'm serious. Look at it. And then look at this. Look when I make it bigger. This is the crazy part. That wasn't even the crazy part. This is the crazy part. Look. Yeah. And like the thing is that when you make it big, it actually holds up more than enough. And this is one of the smaller ones, right? You can go huge with it. You can go pretty big, and look at the detail on it. And then you can move it around. You can stretch it if you'd like, if you want to. It doesn't hold up so great when you actually stretch it, but you can also move it around now. So you can take it wherever you want. If you want to do it like that, and then you want to move the vertical position up, you can have like half the face covered. It's just a phenomenal system. It might be the best tattoo system that I've seen. I think recently I said Myth of Empires had the best tattoo system. This is comparable to that, where I think Myth of Empires has some slightly more interesting designs. This has a lot of different styles as well, and it's kind of great. Yeah, it's kind of great. I'm going to bring the rotation back quickly. I'm going to put this over there on 20. Then I'm going to bring the rotation back, and I'm going to bring it down a little bit. There you go. And then we look at the other stuff. If that wasn't enough, you can tile it. Okay? You can tile it. And then you can make the scale bigger. Look at that. Like, what the hell? Isn't that great? And I swear, if you like work with this, you could probably come up with mesmerizing patterns. With some of these different tattoos here. Like, look at this. Look. You can probably come up with some really, really, really cool and unique and interesting stuff. Like, look at this one, for instance. Right? I mean, I'm not giving you... I'm not giving you a great example, but you get what I'm saying. Like, if you actually go through the effort of fiddling with all of these and changing it in different ways to make it overlap in just the right way to get just the right coverage, you can probably make something pretty damn cool. Let's turn the tiling off for now. All right, let's change the scale again quickly. There you go. Then you can do the opacity. Then you can do the intensity. And then you can do the metallic and the sheen. This is again kind of cool if you want to put that shiny look on it. And that's it. The colors. Lots of good colors to choose from here. If you jump in your colors that you have a lot of nice ones. I think I should probably, if I want to show you the colors, I should take metallic and sheen off. There you go. But basically, yeah, you got a decent selection. You got the lighter colors, the darker colors, reds, greens over here, blues, No yellows, really. There's some orange over here, but it's most of the colors that you'd want, I'd say. And it's great. There's a ton of customization options. Now, the reason I said I'm not going to go through everything here is because it's all the same. So now you can put the body tattoo on there. You can put 2 body tattoos on. Then you can move on to your right arm. You can pick, say, for instance, this one, and then you can put it there. And you can customize it to your heart's content, and so on and so forth over the entire body. But the body ones are the most customizable. They are the most sort of impactful, I suppose, because you can move them around. You can really put them anywhere. Like, you can take this one and move it up to your character's face. As an example, if you want to try and put that like dragon over her eye, you can do that. You can quite nicely do that by having a little swirl over there. Like, you know, it's great. It's really great. So look at this. Again, as an example, if you just want to get creative with this, there you go. Why not? Why the heck not? You can do anything you want. And because of that, I think this might be one of the best tattoo systems. I'm not going to say it's the best, but it's really up there. A lot of the other stuff in here is the best. Absolutely. But this is right up there as well. Next up, after the tattoos, we have scar presets. Scar presets, same as the tattoo presets. It's a serving suggestion for the scars that are in the game. It basically puts scars all over your character's body. If I turn it around, you'll see there are scars on the back as well, like on the back of the legs here, on the back of the arms. There's a bunch of different presets. You can have some burn marks here. I don't think that these are necessarily the best way to go about it, again, because it's kind of fun customizing these things, and there are a lot of really good choices. But yeah, you get the idea. You get the idea. There's a lot of different choices you can make, and I think that your safest bet will always just be jump in here. It works the same way as the tattoos, where you have the body ones, right arm, right leg, left leg. Body, you once again have 2 slots. So, for the scars themselves, let's have a peek. I'm going to put one on quickly, and I'm going to move the position down so we can see it on the stomach here. Then we'll zoom in a little bit, and I'll show you what it looks like. I think that the quality on the scars is pretty great. I've got really nothing to complain about. I have set the opacity to max, as you can see. You can set the intensity up as well, which makes much more sense here than it did on the tattoos, and it gives you just a slightly different looking scar. But funnily enough, they've given you tile in here as well, so it's kind of crazy. You can move the position around. You can move the horizontal, vertical position, rotation, overall scale, and all that stuff. But let's first just look at the different designs. So here's just a regular one. There's like an animal slash. Here's like a burn mark that you can move around as well. There's a huge one. There's a slightly different looking huge one. There's a skinnier looking one. There's stitches. And these are, again, like really good quality. You can see, especially if you make them smaller, because that's quite large, right? And it looks good. There's some big stitches and then smaller ones. And there's a cross. There's like a... That looks like it's a notch for the eye, basically. There's a little... Looks like a heel. There's a bunch of scratch marks. That's you accidentally falling into the chicken coop in the middle of the night. Then you got some... I guess these are burn marks as well. I don't know. Something like that. But... yeah, you can move them around. So if you want to take something big, let's take an example like this one, then you can move it around vertically, up and down. You can put this one on the face if you want, which is really weird. It really is weird. And yes, you can do sort of like the rotation here, and then you can have like, let's see, have it over your head there, like someone chopped you open. You can do anything you want. It's a very, very, very cool system. But let's bring it down again quickly and I'll show you. There's the rotation, as I mentioned. Then you can change the overall scale, and you can make it really massive, and you can make it really small, like like so small that you cannot even see it small. Like, look at that, and you can put that scar on your body, and only you will know about it. That's a story you can tell, you know. So yeah, customizability to the max, to the goddamn maximum. Yeah, it doesn't hold up so great when you stretch it to the side like this, but like, come on, what are you doing that for, man? Why are you going and doing that, huh? So, yeah, the scar's pretty great, but then you can also tile them, which is really weird. So if you want to tile the scars on your body, then you can do that too. And I have actually looked around a little bit, and some of these, it makes sense. And some of these, it allows you to do fun and interesting and unique and crazy stuff. As an example, Let me show you this. So I'm trying to think how I did it. So the scale a little bit bigger, right? Now, what you're ending up with, and I'm going to do it more tiling, okay? Now what you're ending up with is what sort of looks like a skin type, right? We can take the intensity up, sort of to there. And it looks like you have like scales or something like that. You can combine this, and I think you can do better than this. I'm not 100% sure, but I think you can do better. In other words, what I'm saying is that you can probably make this look more believable. But what you can do now is you can combine this with the skin options that you have, because there are some skin options that are interesting, and you can combine it with a few other things to basically get a really good look for this. Like, you can make like a Fallout Wasteland ghoul or something like that, you know? And there are a lot of skin options that could gel well with this, but you're going to have to really get creative with it. I don't know. I was just spitballing some ideas, okay, to sort of make the tiling make sense. But yeah, there's a lot of cool options and there's fun stuff you can do with it. Basically, you can be totally unhinged. So like you can take that as an example, then you can do another one and you can do the same thing. You can also make it bigger. Overall scale max, push the intensity up, and yeah, even more. I don't know. Again, I am just spitballing it, and if you take this and you combine it with some of the skin stuff that they have, like the skin colors over here, then yeah, you can probably do some interesting, fun and or unique stuff. And that's actually something we're getting up to right now. So take that. And I'm sorry, I might be losing you with this, but there's a lot going on in my mind. I've got a lot of ideas for characters to make here, and it's difficult to sort of show it off, but I'm getting to it right now with the dirt here. The body scars, you can get 2 of them, right? Then you can do the arms, the legs, and it's the same stuff. So right arm, you go in here, it's all the same scars. Left arm, right leg, left leg, boom, boom, boom. But then you have the dirt as well. And the dirt, this I think you could probably combine with the scars to make something, like I said, like the Fallout Wasteland ghoul style, or like a zombie, or like a vampire or something. So you get dirt patterns here. I'm going to bring the coverage up and show you what they look like. So again, bear with me for a second as I explain myself. There's a lot of dirt here. You can make your character absolutely filthy, right? But this is with the intensity pushed to the max, so keep that in mind. Then you can change the color of the dirt, right? So there are different colors here, lighter colors, darker colors, paler colors, maybe colors that could suit a Wasteland ghoul, Fallout ghoul. I don't know. But if you change the color to that as an example and you go for something like this, you can make some interesting stuff. And when you have a lighter skin tone, then you don't see it quite as much as when you have a darker one, because look how much it's actually covering my body when I do this. You see that? You got like almost an ashen white skin. So I have no doubt people are going to be using this to do some pretty awesome stuff with characters. But that's the dirt stuff, and that's truly kind of fantastic. Again, the colors, they matter. If you go for this as an example, change the colors. A lot of different stuff you can do. A lot of interesting stuff you can do. And yeah, I'll leave it to you guys to try and figure out exactly what you can do with it. Like, look at that. Look at the different layers involved here, dude. Look at that. It's kind of cool. So yeah, get out there and fiddle with this stuff, man. Get gaming. It's nice. And that, my friends, is actually the end. That's... what? Can you believe it? We're at the end of the female customization. That's kind of crazy. And it's not done yet. We're gonna go back now, and that's amazing. Like, I'm not gonna give you my full thoughts right now, but there's so much cool stuff that you can change. And yeah, like the female customization, it's different from the male customization. There's a lot, right? There's a lot. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna actually jump back all the way, and we are going to be creating another new character. This time, we're going for one of these guys. So, the Beastren, they're different. They actually have fur. You will notice that the body types that they have, that you can select from here, they are the same, right? And this is it. We started on the male Beastren now, the masculine Beastren. I don't know if I'm saying the name right. I apologize. It's something that you guys are going to have to live with. But, yeah, the masculine Beastren, the body shapes are the same as the masculine humans, right? Your male humans, same body shapes. They don't have like a bestial body, a more feral looking body, a more animalistic looking body. It's the same stuff. You can pick one of these, or you can just jump in with the basic one and customize it for yourself. That's something you get to do as well. And we'll see that once we jump in. But first we have the presets here. And here we go again. I get to talk about the preset picker. I love it. I love the preset picker. If you skipped here, then you missed me talking about the preset picker on the previous 2 customization sections. But I'm going to talk about it here now because I love it so much. This is a slightly more limited version of what they have on the human characters, but it's still pretty fantastic. What this is a preset picker that has layers, and it allows you to pick something you like. So here we have the presets, right? These are the presets. You can see them. These guys only have 1 page, which is a little sad, but I guess that there's a little less you can do with them, a little less variation on them. But they have only 1 page, and you can pick the one you like, and then you can take it a step further. So we like this guy. He's got cute eyes. Then it gives you variations of this guy. As you go through them, you can see those same eyes are there. They're there, you know? But these are the different lives he's led. These are the different cats from the different multiverses, you know? These are all the different ways that he could have grown up, could have turned out. And I love the way that they've presented this. And that's not the end, by the way. So if you take one of these then you get to pick the structure of the face as well, which is also quite impactful. Look how much it changes the character's face. So once you've picked this, then you actually jump in and you do the full customization. But there's so much here. I can show you pretty much all of them, which is kind of cool. So you'll see this is all the variations for that first one. Then you jump onto the second one. There's a bunch of different variations here as well. And there's a lot that they get to convey with all of this, right? Like you can see different ages here. You can, I want to say, see different sort of ethnicities? Question mark? It's like different tribes or clans. You can see like the eyes as an example here. Look at the eyes here. Look at the eyes on that guy. It's kind of fantastic, right? Like his whole face is like scrunched up. It's cute, but like, I mean, I wouldn't pet it. There's so many different options here. And you can imagine that the same system on the male, the human male and the human female and the humanoids, or the humans, it gives you so much more. Because again, you have, well, a lot more to draw on to change things. But it's pretty great. And again, I love the way that they give you all these options presented simply. And they give you an easy way to navigate it. A quick and easy way to navigate it. So if you're the kind of person that doesn't want to spend an hour and a half in character creation, but you still want to say over how your character looks, you still want some customization, then this is for you, man. This is perfect. I love how they made this guy look so much older. Like, that is actually just fantastic, right? Wow. So yeah, so this is for you then. You know, you can just come in here, you can pick the one that you like the look of, and you can customize it by selecting a variation and then selecting another variation. It's so good. And I wish every game had this system. I can't get enough of it, and I can't say enough good about it. Again, I haven't seen this before in a game. So, let's jump into the customization. Little different here from the human customization, and that's a good thing. It's a really good thing. We start with a fur, which I think is the wisest choice they could have gone for, because it's by far the single most impactful thing that you can do on these characters, right? So the fur, it's all of it. Like, it covers your whole body. You get 2 different types of fur as far as I know, and basically what they are is, let's say 70, 80 FPS and 120. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I don't think it's going to impact the performance too much. But there's a lot of individual strands there. It was a joke, okay? I don't think it actually impacts the performance. I don't think so. But basically, you can add another layer of fur on top, and it's thicker. Yeah, it's more. And like, let's be real. I'm going to say this. Listen when I say it. You're playing a cat person. Go the whole hog. Do it. Put the thick fur on. Yeah, you're worth it. Seriously, I would never not go for the thick fur. It looks great. And again, like just much like the hair, I've been going on about how good the hair in this character creation system looks. Much like the hair, the fur looks really nice. So, our next stop is the pattern. Now, it's like I wanna check. This is good. Wait, let's see. It's like I say ugh because it's so difficult because there's so much. There's just so many options. I'm going to change that quickly. We'll take preset 2 so you can see the different patterns, right? A little bit more clearly. Now this covers the whole body, and they have all of the different patterns that you'd expect, right? So basically you've got the tiger print, the leopard print, the cheetah print, the plain ones, the dots, the stripes, the splotches. I don't know if they've even got like a cow print maybe. It's all here, man. It's here. You get to choose what you want, and then you get to customize it, which is awesome. Let's take this one because I think that's Jaguar, right? I think it looks nice. Then let's look at the pattern color presets. Very, very cool how they do this, and very cool how deep they let the colors go. Very nice. There we go. A few different choices here. Nice choices, by the way. I think that more than likely you'll find something that you like here. But if you don't, you get to customize it wholly and completely. So a lot of darker tones, but some lighter ones, and you can see enough lighter ones that you know that you can customize it almost entirely. So if we're back on type 1 here, let's look at the colors quickly available. I'm going to go through these, and then we'll sort of skim over the others because it's the same colors. It's just presented to you 3 different times for 3 different parts of the pattern. But basically they have even more colors than the... I think it's even more colors. Let's have a look. It's a little bit less, actually. I was going to say more than the human hair colors are, but it would be weird if they had all those same colors. There are more vibrant colors here. So as you can see, you can go pretty light. Then you can go pretty dark for every color that you want to go for. Now, they don't have like a bunch of super blue cats or super green cats here. You know, you can choose some pretty radical colors, but they are still grounded in the lore and the reality of the universe that you're jumping into here. So the world of DragonsDogma, these Beastren, they look a certain way. Sure, there are different tribes from different parts of the world that have different colors, but they do look a certain way, and you're going to want to adhere to that by picking the colors here. So, oh, there's actually green. I mean, that's close enough to green, right? But not exactly what I was saying. I meant like proper green. And down here, you can see these are some pretty like bright and radical colors. But yeah, for the purposes of this, let's take a dark color. Let's take this one, and then we can see it sort of clash with the other colors a little bit. Now, the way I see these options here is I think that this might be a second layer on top of the main layer that sort of allows you to go even darker. It might be the, and I'm not sure I'm correct with this. No, it's not. I thought it might be the second layer of fur that you're putting on there, but you've got the 2 here, and you can probably do whatever you want with them to make it sort of make different colors. You can combine different colors to get to different colors, but it might make sense to combine them as the same color, so you can get more impact. But then you can also do different stuff with the pattern color. So it's going to be a little less impactful if you do that. Let me show you. But no, actually, that's like you can barely see the pattern. I'm like talking nonsense here. How do I get the pattern back? Oh, there's no pattern. I was about to say, what the heck? Like, where did my pattern go? Oh, it takes the... Does it take the pattern off? No, it doesn't. So, okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. It does take the pattern off when you pick that one. Yeah, okay. Okay, so certain colors are just not okay for that. So, like, you're going to want to come in here and you're going to want to customize the spots separately. And then you can sort of jump in and see which work with that. So you go back and forth a little bit and you'll figure it out, basically. You can see I'm figuring it out live on stream here on the video. But yeah. Pretty cool. There's a lot of different options here, and I do believe that it's something, once again, much like the Sylvari in Guild Wars 2, where I really believe that there is a certain level of mastery that comes from customizing these. And as you can see with the sliders, you get you get to go intense with it. I wanted to save that because it sort of ruins the effect a little bit. But let me reset quickly and show you. So if you reset, that's the basic one they give you. And if you pull these up, you basically pull in the vibrance of each of them up. And then it's kind of difficult with the way this works, basically. But like with the pattern, you pick the pattern you want. And then as you jump in here, let's have a look quickly. Your impact will be more or less. Let's take a darker color here. Okay, so that's the main base color. So if I take a darker color here, then I'll take a lighter color on this one. Yeah, you can do some pretty crazy stuff, man. Look at that. Damn. Maybe if we invert that. So maybe if we make these ones lighter. God, that's blinding. And these ones darker. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's really nice. Look how crisp it all looks. Like, look at just the visual fidelity, the quality on the hair, the fur. Damn. That's really nicely done. Yeah, I like this. I like this. So, you can go with one of the presets if you like. You can go with one of these pattern color presets. Or you can be brave and attempt to customize this yourself. I'm going to be real. I do not think I'm good enough at this customization to make something really nice on one of these Beastrens. But when you have the color like magnified like that, you can probably do some crazy stuff, man. So like, let's take one of these bluish color. Oh no, let's go for like this one. This one. This like golden color. Wow. That looks bad. That looks so bad. I'm not doing this thing a huge service by putting it like that. Maybe if you pick one of these and then you make it more intense. Aha, that's kind of nice. Yeah. So, there's a lot of stuff you can do with the fur. Me, I don't know how to do it nicely. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so much better at making human characters look good. So, I'm going to reset this to default. And I'm going to leave it like this for our customization. And I'm going to trust that you guys trust that if you jump in, you'll be able to do it better. It's just the way of things. I don't know, man. I don't know how to customize the cat people. I'm sorry, but that's all the options available. And there's a lot of stuff here. I actually kind of like the red. Let me look quickly. Oh, that's really nice. I saw a guy on Reddit made his cat, which is just beautiful. It's beautiful. His cat is beautiful, and the idea of him making the cat is beautiful. It's all beautiful, man. That's not beautiful. It's like I've vomited on my fur. Anyway. That's the fur options. I'm sorry that I butchered it, guys. Please forgive me. Let's get on to the interesting stuff here. Let's move on and try and forget about that. Height. Same as on the humans, you can be pretty tall. And I really mean pretty tall. Like, when you go from there, you're 53 weight down here. And when you pull it up, you are 102. You're doubling your weight, essentially. Then, your body options are pretty varied. We spent a lot of time on the fur there now, and that's something we obviously didn't do on the human customization, but we spent time on the fur. It's cool. It's nice to see that the races have something that separates them from each other. It's nice. But this is all the same. I'm going to say that right here and now. The options here are mostly identical to the human ones. There might be a few differences here and there. The bodies might look a little different here and there. But for the most part, yeah, you're looking at the same stuff. So you have a lot of really fun options here. And then you have a few cursed options that you should probably stay away from. I feel like this torso length is one that you should stay away from. If you have it anywhere except that line, it just looks weird, man. So be careful. The muscle style, I don't see this being any good on the Beastren race. And I say that because what this is it's a very faint shadow or set of shadows. Like, it's a faint shading template that they put on the character to show you muscle definition. And it doesn't really show very well through the fur. And I've got the level 1 fur now, not the level 2 fur. If you have the level 2 fur, you're not going to see anything. But basically, you can see the muscles moving around a little bit underneath there. You can use this, I suppose. Generally, on the human side of things, you'd use this to make your character look older. Because there are some wrinkled skins here. There are some skins that end up making your character look like they are a little more aged. On these guys, it's not so easy. It's still possible, but it's not so easy. Again, because it's underneath the fur. Like, that's probably one of the older looking ones. I don't know. And you'd combine this with the wrinkles on the skin to make it look older, but I'm not sure you have all of that on the Beastren, right? So you go through all of these, you can find something that looks good, or maybe not, I don't know. I feel like this is a bit of a non-option on these guys, which is really unimportant in the grand scheme of things. Traps. There you go. Upper body muscle mass, this is where it starts getting interesting. I jumped in here before just to have a quick peek, and I liked the muscularity on these guys. It looks mostly the same as the humans, mostly, but there are some minor details. I feel like their upper bodies look a little bit more, well defined. Like they look a little better to me. They're not much different, but I feel they look a little bit more muscular in many ways. Minor ways, but I like the way their bodies look overall. So you can do the upper body mass, and you can do the lower body muscle mass. Then you can do the upper body size, which is your weight. And I, again, feel like the humans can be a little heavier, and that also pushes your weight up over here. And they can also maybe be a little skinnier, I'm not sure. Then you can do your lower body size as well. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. Wait. There you go. And there you go. It's also nice how the male characters, they distribute the weight differently from the female characters. Fantastic. Fantastic. It's well done. They've paid attention to everything in the anatomy classes, in biology. So, head options. This is kind of fun. You can change your head's size. You can make yourself a little pinhead. And you can go far with this, by the way. The length can be less, the width can be less, and the depth can be less. That is, yeah, cursed. I'm sorry. You guys are here now. I've got you. It's a captive audience kind of situation. You can really go for it, right? You can really go for it. And I love, again, the fact that they let you do it. I love it. Right, so reset quickly. Zoom in. Let me show you what you can do. The head size, it's quite a lot that it moves. Head length, it's up and down, and the width is to the sides, obviously. The head depth. There you go. And then the neck length. We didn't like that. And then the neck thickness. Kind of great. Kind of great. And again, you can combine all of these to great effect. There's a lot you can do with it. Upper body, this is where you get to the fine-tuning part of the character customization. You can do the individual muscle groups. You can do the shoulders first. And you can do the shoulder sizes over there. Chest thickness. Kind of nice. I think these guys look kind of nice with bigger chests. Chest size. It's the man boobs, I suppose. I don't know. They're not that big. Torso width. That's cool. Torso depth. Arm length. I will keep pointing out, and this is the arm size, the overall arm size. I like how this moves, by the way. I like how the muscles get more and bigger realistically. But I will keep pointing out here that, so the thickness I'll just leave there quickly, and then I'll move this up. Yeah, the muscles look great. I will keep pointing out that all of these you can combine with all of the ones in the previous menu, and the previous menu, and the previous menu to make some pretty messed up stuff. Once again, just check the end of my video out when I put the character previews in there, like the stuff that I made for the thumbnail and that. I'll throw that in there and you can have a look at it. But there's a lot that you can do here. A whole lot. And then that's, again, combined with these other ones. You've got a lot to work with. And, yeah, you can... you can customize to your heart's content. Waist size. This is kind of a weird one to me. Yeah. Then you can do your rear size. That's the posterior dimensions. We leave that on maxed in this house. Leg size overall. There you go. And then you can do the thighs separately. And the calf separately. Boom, 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 boom. Now, the fun menu. This one's... I don't know, man. I like this one. I'd like to know how this looks when the character runs. But what this is basically a full menu just dedicated to how your character walks and the style he walks in. So firstly, you have this one option here that doesn't do a whole lot, but it leans your character slightly forward and slightly back, right? Slightly forward, slightly back. I think it also changes the gait of his step. So he's sort of stepping outwards, then he's stepping in a little faster, a little slower, longer strides, shorter strides. I don't know. But then you can do the elbow angle. So you can have your arms, your fists out, but your elbows in. Or you can have the elbows out and the fists in, which is a more macho walk-in method. Then you can do the same with the knees. You know, knees out, knees in. Then you can change the posture of your walk. You can hunch over, or you can flip back entirely. Yeah, man. There you go. You can walk like that, chest out. And this is once again quite comedic if you make the chest really big and the character really weird proportions. But it's great that they included this. It's a fun menu. You can mess around here. You can have a lot of fun with it. It's cool. Then we're going to reset quickly and we're going to move on to the customization proper. That was the body stuff. Now we're moving on to the head. This is an interesting menu. The base head that you're looking at here, it's, you know, this is something where like your human characters have a lot to choose from. But these guys, they have basically the big, it's sort of like a lion face, and then they have the smaller, what I would call a jaguar or cheetah face. It's just a different shape, basically a bigger, smaller, and I would say the distinction I would make is more mature and less mature maybe, right? So you can pick whichever one you want here. Let's switch to that. It's fine. And this is again connected to the other options that you picked when you picked your template from the presets, right? There was a lot going on there, and there was a lot you could choose from there. So yeah, it's like a more innocent, smaller looking face or a bigger, harder looking one. Let's take that for the customization. Why not? We'll take the more innocent looking one on the female customization. But again, that's something you can fiddle with. I'm going to change the hair before I do anything else quickly. And the reason for that is just so that we don't get it in the way. I'll take this guy. There you go. He's looking dapper. Brow. So yeah, you have full customization here. And it's the same as on the human characters. You have a lot to do here. Although the one thing I've noticed is that a lot of this gets sort of lost in the fur. Which is good and bad. It's like it's how you'd expect it to be, but it makes it slightly more difficult to see these changes come together, if you know what I'm saying. You have a lot of options, and they are impactful. This changes the mood, the look and feel of your character's face a lot. You can be more inquisitive, more curious. You can be more serious and stern. There's a lot you can do, you know, just with the brow options alone. And that's the same for everything else in here. Every one of these options plays a part, and that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's kind of cool. This is the inner one, the outer one, and then here's the brow bend. And I will say for a fact that this is a little different from the male and female on the human side of things, where they have like one or two more options here that are slightly different, but overall you still get to change the same amount of stuff. Eyes. You get to change the eye color and stuff in the next menu, I think, or in the next menu, I'm not sure, but it's a little further on. But you get to change the eyes positioning and stuff here, which is kind of cool. You get a lot of movement on this, which is what we want. Here's the width, the depth. Actually, both of these look kind of natural on the cat people, which is cool. Then you can do the eye size. Smallish eyes overall. Eye angle. Once again, changing the mood a little bit, which is kind of cool. Then you can do left eye closed and right eye closed. You can play the whole game blind if you'd like. I don't know. Then you can squint the eyes a little bit. Make them look a little bit more untrusting or predatory if you'd like to do that. So there you go. Eyes. Nose. This is cool because it's very different from the human customization. Still a lot of options though. That first one was the length. Here we have the bridge. The bridge bump. Kind of cool, once again. Nostril, that's the height. the width. They let you go super wide with this. And I think it looks okay. It actually makes sense. The tip. That's kind of strange. I mean, okay, for real, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird on a cat. The tip angle. Kind of nice. What does it look like from here? Okay, okay, okay. Sharpness. Yeah, alright. So yeah, nose options. Again, I do think some of it gets lost in the fur and in the overall look and feel of the face, but it's still pretty cool. Ears. These options are fun. You have a slightly larger selection here of options. You can do the styles first and foremost. And this is pretty important because, as you can see, it's a pretty big change. Like, I love how you can have them droop in like that. Aww. It's kind of cute. You can have like sort of the human ears that are just covered in fur, which is, I think it's a little weird. You can have these bigger, like, sort of looks like monkey ears, actually. And then you can have and you can customize it here for yourself. I'll show you right now. So it sort of looks like there's elf ears as well, or goblin ears. Size. Angle. The openness. And nothing really looks like it's off limits here, right? You can use any of this and it could make sense. Again, because you're a Beastren. Then the tip sharpness. That's kind of nice. Again, it allows you to sort of do whatever you want with it. I like it round and then the tip bend. You can sort of... Oh no. Oh no. Flap, 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 flap. Whee! Ah, shit. Ah. God, I cracked myself up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I just can't resist. Oh, it's waving at me. Hello, little ear. I'm stopping. I'm stopping. I'm stopping. God, it's funny. It's so well done, though. It moves so nicely and smoothly. Look, you can't expect me to do... I'm sorry, he's snarling at me now. Who's a good cat? God. Then you can twist it. So, a lot more options here with the ears. And, man, how fun. How fun. And you can sort of do anything. Yeah? It's what you want on a cat, right? You want variety. So, there's the variety, man. There it is. Yeah, it's cool. Cheeks. Pretty cool. Again, if you have the other face, the sort of smaller one, this will look different. Keep that in mind. But you can make a fat cat. Yeah, you can. And you can make it like a really chiseled cat here. Like a Giga Chad cat, you know? It's kind of fantastic, actually. This is connected to that. So if you pull this all the way up, it brings the neck fat and the cheek bulge in as well. And if you pull it down, it brings it down as well. But you can move them individually, and you can do just the one or just the other. That's the neck at the bottom there, if you look. Kind of cool. Then, your cheek height. It's sort of a minor change over here, but it still can come together with the other options to be quite impactful. The width and the depth. Apparently their cheeks are up here. Yeah, didn't know. Mouth. This is, as you can expect, a little different as well from the human customization. You have much more to work with in terms of the size of the mouth. Proportions here. That's protrusion, sorry. Protrusion here. Corners, up and down. Again, I feel like up looks a little unnatural. Down looks better. But the middle ground is probably best. Then, you can actually do your whiskers on these guys. It basically just pulls it in and out. I do wish they gave you much more customization over it. Maybe they do. Maybe we get to that in the hair section. But still, then you can do the lower lip protrusion as well. Kind of cool. Eh? Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that you can fiddle with. Jaw and chin. This combines quite nicely with cheek stuff to make some pretty impactful styles. Your jaw definition, you can see it slides from from like wider, lower, to further back and wider. So like this brings it forward and brings it down. That takes it back and down. Then your width, that's the overall width. The position, that's up and down. The protrusion, that's at the bottom here. There you go. The height, that's of your chin now. Then your chin width, look at that from the front. Kind of cool. The protrusion, which is sort of, yeah, the tilt. And then the sharpness. Sharpness doesn't do much. There we go. That's it for the head. Now we're going to move on to some fun stuff. I love, love, love doing hair. So, hairstyles. We've got the lot. Now, we've got this brown dude here. He's got some seriously thick brown fur. We're going to go for... What I'm going to do is... Let's go for like a slightly more fetching, like a lighter color. Like this one, for instance. And then we'll go for like a darker color on the tips. I'm not going to show you the tip system just yet. What I'm going to do is I will do the root tip thing on the lowest. So you will see this color. The tip color is currently on 0, but you might still see it in some of the hairstyles. It sometimes shows a little bit. But let's go through all the hair like this. I'm sorry about the brown. I know some people would have preferred black or white. But hey, man, it's a damn cat. What do you expect? I don't know. Brown's a pretty common color, all right? Jeez. So the hairstyles, you have basically everything that the humans had. You have all the same hairstyles. And what I want to do is I want to zoom out a little bit, and then I'll go through them. You have all the female ones. You have all the male ones. You have everything. And it's kind of great how differently it interacts with, with the furry little fuzzball that we have here. And I mean, like, I realize sometimes it ends up looking like you got a wig on, but I feel like that basically just means you got to push yourself a little harder to find the styles, like this one, that look good on the Beastren. This one I feel is perfect for them. Because what you can do is, you can take this one, I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent here. I like to go on tangents. You can take this one, and then you can make it a similar color to your fur, and it just looks natural, right? Whereas, if you go with something like this, it's like he stole mom's wig out of the closet, and he's taken it for a joyride, you know? and like, it's not always great. So, it's an interesting system. In that regard, there's an interesting dichotomy between the different hairstyles and the fur balls. And that's great, because you can probably fiddle around here and find something that looks phenomenal. This one, for instance, actually looks kind of nice. Viking cat. But if you come in here haphazardly, you could definitely choose something that looks ridiculous and you could regret it. Like, this is also pretty fantastic. And I'm not saying that I'm like a master crafter when it comes to these cat people. I have proven time and time again in this video that I am not. But I will say that I think certain styles fit. Like the dreads, for instance, definitely fit. And you can do some fun stuff with what's available here. There's definitely enough. The fact that they gave us all of them, this is perfect, by the way. This is awesome. The dreads just work. But the fact that they gave us all the hairstyles is such a big thumbs up from me that you wouldn't believe, man. I didn't expect it. I thought that they would curate it. I thought that they would curate the shit out of it, actually. I thought that they would remove all the good styles and leave us with the Killmonger cut, and that's it. You can even be an Afro kitty, because why not? You know? It's great. So, yeah, this one also actually kind of suits them nicely. I'm just saying be careful. But that's like sort of what I say all the way through these videos, right? I think that there's probably only one right choice for a cat person. And it's probably this one right here. Or this one right here. You got to go for the full mane, right? These styles are really nice as well. I wonder if these are unique to the cats. I feel like they might be, but I'm not sure if I'm 100% on that. I feel like there's a chance that they could be unique to the cats, but I don't know. Anyway, the mohawk's quite nice too. There's a lot of cool styles. Now, let's talk about the different colors that are available, right? So we've got this hairstyle. We're going to look at just the basic colors first. Then we'll look at how they split between the tips and the roots. So colors, yeah, there's a great selection. It is probably the same selection as the humans have. There's a lot of nice browns here. I didn't know there were this many brown colors to choose from, but they have proven to me now that it is definitely something that's out there. There's a lot of different brown hair colors, but you can do anything you want with this. And honestly, throwing a splash of color in there could be really cool. It could be really fun. There's a lot of great choices. There's a lot of not so great ones as well, which could also be fun. Let's be real, it's all just fun. But in terms of hair colors, they have a great selection. Yeah, I like it. And yes, I can confirm after going through these colors now that it's the same amount. 183. So again, I kind of personally like, you know, just switching it up a little, making like, as an example, we could take this one. And I'm going to show you quickly how the tip color works. You get to pick from all the same colors. This is the same list of colors. We're going to take the one that we have. We'll take like this one over here, and then I'll show you how it works. So each of the styles has their own coverage. So that's max now, right? We've got that on max, as you can see over there. Then some of the styles are completely covered by the darker tips. Some of them, not so much, like this one. It's just got the tips covered. And some of them are like weirdly covered, like halfway through and stuff like that. But it's something you're going to want to jump into and fiddle around with for yourself, because there's a lot of different things you can do with this. And I want to say there's a lot of fun you can have with this, right? So if you pick these different styles here and you go through them, you know, you can probably make some interesting combinations with the different colors. I believe in you guys. I firmly believe, however, that these dreadlocks are probably the coolest for the cats. So yeah, I'd probably go with those. Then, if you take that off, or if you leave it on, whatever, you can see there it actually leaves it on the tips. I think it's because it's on one. No. Well, anyway. Wait, let's take something that makes matches a little bit better. So let's take... sure, I'll go with that. But what I want to do... Let's go with one. But what I want to do is I want to pick a regular hairstyle so I can show this next section off quickly. What I'll show you guys now is how the sheen works. So I don't know how to explain all of this perfectly, but I'll try my best. Basically, you can set the luster in the hair, the sheen, right? You can have it maxed out, and then you can set the position of the sheen. Now, I've explained this a few times. The way I see this is that when you have the sheen position at max, you are basically casting a broader strokes kind of light over the hair, and you are putting the focus on the whole head of hair, whereas when you pull the sheen position down to 0, then it seems to focus more from somewhere else, I don't know, internally on every single individual hair. So like when you have it set up like this, then you tend to get a much more detailed look at the hair, but you don't always want that, right? So if you want to take the contrast away, you want to take that detailed look away, you push this up and it smooths it out, you know? So it can change the style a little bit, and you're going to have to mix and match. It's quite impactful on styles like this. It's quite impactful on styles like the, let's say, the curly ones. Where are they? These ones. Because it changes the way the curls look up there. You can see sort of more, I think I just pulled the wrong one. You can see sort of more individual strands when you do this. And then if you pull it all the way up and you turn it around a little bit, it's sort of more like an overall look. It might be me imagining things, but I do think that's the way it works. I don't know. I don't know. That's the way I see it, at least. Now, let's pick something dapper for this cat, and let's move on. I want something that doesn't go in his face, so we'll go with this one. And I think that if I'm going to pick something that looks good, it'll probably be something that's a little different. I don't know, like I said, I'm not great at accessorizing with hair on cats. Forgive me, guys. Let's take like a dark brown. It's fine for now. I don't know. I think I had a way better looking cat. Let's reset. No, that's terrible. That's absolutely horrible. I can't have hair in the eyes, though. So let's just pick something like... I kind of like the Viking cuts, so we'll go with one of those. Where is it? See if I can find it. Where do they put those trendy cuts? I think I went past it like twice already. Ah, I like this one. There we go. That's not the one I was looking for, but it works. So that's the hairstyles. And the facial hair actually works in a very similar fashion. I don't know how many beards they have for these guys. I'm about to find out when I click here. Oh, that's disappointing. That's disappointing. So I understand the reasoning behind this. Okay? I understand the reasoning. You have a whole snoot here that you have to work around. It makes sense. But it's a little sad that you have only like 5, you know, because the human males have like 500, okay? They have so many good hairstyles for the face. But these are great anyway. So if you zoom in here, I have a lot of good things to say about the way they do the facial hair in this game. Personally, big fan. And I think that once again, with the sheen and the sheen position, you can actually do some fun stuff with it, and you can make it look like it suits the character a little bit better or whatever. For now, I'm not going to do the root thing quickly. I'm going to go on this. I'm going to take a I guess this is a match in color. And then I'm going to look at the styles. You can get some mutton chops. Here you go. Then you can have the beards. You can see all the beards. There's no hair that grows on the face. And that's why, obviously, they couldn't have all the styles. But I still firmly believe they could have... You know, they could have done a little bit more than just 5 styles. But I like what they've given us here. And I think that these do look good on the cat people. It's like, it's a minor complaint. But it's something they could easily rectify maybe in the future. They could give us more. I don't know. Question mark. But yeah, there we go. We have some facial hair. And you can change the style of it a little bit. The colors, same as the hair colors. You can go pretty much anywhere with this. And I wanna just say this. Definitely 100% there are going to be people out there who make fantastic looking cats with cool clashing styles that come together as a whole to make it just pop and work. Because I'm just saying, like, certain things just look good. Like this white beard, it looks good. It looks good. It doesn't look good on this specific cat right here, but it looks good. And I can imagine that someone out there could probably do well with it. I think 32 is a nice color. But let me show you the colors quickly. You can do some really cool stuff like this, for instance. You can choose a color that blends in with his fur color, and it can look more natural. But yeah, all the different colors that they have here are the same ones that the hairs have. The hair on the head, at least. And yeah, man. Go nuts. Do some cool stuff. And it's nice that some of the hairstyles can also come down and around and sort of mix themselves, merge themselves a little bit with the facial hair. But the colors here, varied indeed. And yeah, dude, you'll find what you're looking for. 100%. Absolutely. Kind of cool. Yeah. Part of me thinks like this works, or this, you know, like somewhere the color that matches the fur would be a good choice. I like it. I like it. Again, you can do the tips if you'd like to do that, much like you did with the hair. Let me show you how it looks. It looks like that. So if you go through the different colors here, it's sort of just a blend in of 2 colors. And I know that there are people out there who are geniuses with stuff like this. So they would look at number 84 over there and they'd be like, okay, 84. So if we take like a 81, then we can have a smooth gradient of colors going down, or something like that. There'll be smart people out there. There's always smart people out there, and they'll be able to figure something cool out with these colors to make it look natural and fit. Even though I think that actually looks pretty decent. Then you can do the sheen on the beard as well. So let's look at that quickly. The sheen just adds a little bit of luster to it, a little bit of shine, and you can move the position around. That, like I mentioned before, sort of puts a focus, what I believe is a focus on the individual strands, and makes it look more detailed or less detailed and more just shiny all around. But yeah, it looks good. The facial hair looks fantastic. It looks great in this game. This game has some of the best facial hair I've seen. Unfortunately, there's just not that much of it on the cat people. So, yeah. That's basically it for the hair. You must keep in mind, obviously, that this is also the hair. You know, your first section is your hair section, too. So keep that in mind. That's your other hair section. And now we're going to move on to the next part here, which is the makeup. This is kind of a weird one for the cat people. For the Beastren. I call them the cat people. I know that's disrespectful. But it's a weird one. Okay? Because you know, obviously, that it's not going to have the same. So you've got a sort of a... It's what you could call a unique system compared to the humans. You know, a lot of people would say, oh, well, just give them the makeup. You can't put makeup on a furry cat. Okay? Go try put makeup on your cat or your dog. It's not going to work. So they've got a different system here. I'm not going to say it's better or worse. I think it's kind of fun that they give you even more personalization on the face of your character. So there are presets over here. You go through them. You will see it has a whole lot of different patterns that it brings together. Now, I'm gonna say, because of the color that I've chosen on my character here, it's not really shining through all that nicely. And I'll give you an example of that. It's like if I take this one and I switch it to like the whiter one, you can see it looks a little bit better already. It looks already like it makes a little bit more sense, right? It's kind of difficult. It's kind of difficult like that. But you can see that there are a bunch of different styles that you can go through here. I'm trying to look quickly which one I had now. I think I was moving the wrong one. But there are a bunch of different styles here that impact the character in different ways. It's a difficult system for me to work through because, again, like, you've got the pattern, right? Then you got the color. So if I choose the colors, let's take a lighter one like that. Then you move through the pattern. It changes again, and it switches the colors around with it. But you can do some fun, interesting little stuff on the face of the cat, on the face of your character, that can, once again, differentiate itself. And I think that with stuff like this, that people will definitely spend more time on. And I know the cat people out there, I know the dog people out there, everyone knows their pets intimately, and everyone knows that animals all have unique patterns all over them. And with this system, and I'm going to go into it in depth in just a moment, with this system, you can actually sort of try and emulate what you've seen or what you have at home or whatever. And it's kind of cool like that, but it's quite difficult to use, to put together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go type 1, then I'm going to select here. The base pattern is basically just, as you can see there, it's one darker and even darker. We're not going to do anything with that right now. Then you can do the opacity of the base pattern as well, which, again, we don't have applied now, so we're going to leave that off. Then the face pattern, you have a few different options, and this makes it much more easy to understand, right? Again, if you have the shorter fur, you will be able to see this a little bit better, but not much better. But here's the face pattern. Different stripes that you can put on your face. We're not going to put anything on there now. I showed you what it looked like. Then you got the eye pattern. And all of these come together to make the presets we saw above. I just firmly believe the presets are not that great. I sort of fumbled with my words a little bit, but I believe the presets, they don't show the options off so nicely. That's what I'm saying. Because like with these ones, as an example, you can change the colors of them a little bit, and they can be much more impactful. I'm going to change the colors quickly and make them both lighter, just so if we can maybe see what they look like there. Now we've got that off. Now you can see it a little bit better. It's not a huge change, but it's enough for you to be able to recognize it or not. Cheek patterns. I'm absolutely seeing nothing here. I can see it under the eyelid moving just barely. I wonder if that is because of the fur. I have type 1 on. Oh my god, with type 2 you'd probably see nothing. God, that's crazy. Maybe it's because I've got the color. Maybe it's the opacity on this one. No, I'm just not seeing the cheek pattern, which is kind of weird. Huh. Maybe it's the color. Let's put it darker and lighter. There we go. No, I can barely see that. I don't know, but you can see where it's supposed to be over there. It might just be that it's clashing with what I've got on right now. Then the nose pattern is the final one. Also not showing here. I must have something off. Hold on. Let's have a look. No, I must have something wrong here. It's weird. Strange. Yeah, I just can't seem to get it on. There we go. Okay. So, all right. It's sort of like, you know, something or nothing. It's like a stripe on the one, full colored or no color, basically. There we go. Now the cheek will probably work. Aha! There it is. All right. I'm sorry, I'm fumbling through this. It's new to me. Oh, it's the intensity down here. There we go. All right. Okay. I sort of haven't even looked down there yet. But there's a bunch of different patterns here. Let's push the intensity up quickly. That's why it wasn't showing. All right. This is terrible. Put a brighter color on. Yes! Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just happy that I figured it out finally. So, much better. But, man, you know, it looks nice from a distance. I don't feel like it's that great when you zoom in. It does look nice, though. So, here we go. Let's look at these properly now. That's kind of nice. All right. Okay. Again, you can sort of, you know, mix and match here. You'll be able to come up with something that suits your style, if you'd like to. Like, you can go with full stripes, you know? And then you've got the pattern now. You can quite clearly see the pattern. Now you can change the color to match your character, you know? So you can put a lighter brown or whatever, darker one over there. That looks kind of nice. Yeah. And then, as you can see over here, they got the default marks, which is the opacity on the different options that you have here. I would say fiddle around with it and see what you can see. Yeah? Yeah. Reset face, reset face. So, this whole system quite clearly with me at the helm, it's very difficult to fiddle through. It requires some finesse. And even when you're doing their presets, it's like, it's really not showing all that well, in my opinion. It's like, I think that they fumbled through this themselves a little bit. But I'm going to say that if you guys are professionals, there's probably someone out there who can really make this work. I know that. I know there's always someone out there who can make it work. So yeah, make it work and post those screenshots, man. Make it known that you know what you're doing. So that's the face. Then we can do the nose color over here. And I love that they made this a menu. This is its own menu. You can change the little snooty of the Beastren. You can make it any color. Firstly, let me just pull the opacity up if I can. It's already up. Okay. The intensity? No. Okay. So you can make the little snooty any color you want, and it's just the most beautiful thing, right? You can make it a pink little snooty, a red little snooty, a pink little snooty, a white little snooty. If you take this one and you pull it up all the way, check it out. There you go. Aww. You can do whatever you want. And again, this is kind of important if you're making a character that is lighter in fur tone, you know? If you're making one of the white ones or a lighter than brown, then you might want to change the nose to be, you know, whatever other color. But it's nice that it has its own menu. I'm happy about that. Eyes. The eye menu is the same. It's the same as the human one, which is good. And they give you all the options from the human one. You do the eyes both together or separately, as you can see. They give you the same colors here, and it's a lot of colors. Like, it's a massive amount of colors. And they give you a little bit more real estate on the Beastren as well, which is cool. But let's go through it quickly and let's have a look. So that's the one thing that'll be different. These eyes also, like, what basically these are the glazed over eyes that the humans have, but they look a little different on the Beastren, which is cool, because this is really nice. You can do a lot with this. And then this is sort of like the predatory cat eyes. I like that as well. Both really cool. But the options here, same. You got basically a bunch of color presets that you can work with. Let me take the regular eyes, or let's take the cat eyes. A lot of these are a little darker than what you saw on the human customization, but the amount of options, you still have 4 different color zones to work with, and you still have the iris size and the pupil size, and it's all, that stuff's all the same. There's a lot of different colors that they give you as presets here. I mentioned before, and I'll mention it again. If you want to go for a specific eye color, I personally recommend going through this, looking if there's anything you like. If there's nothing, or if you see something you like a certain color, then take that and take it a step further. So, like, if you say, oh, well, I mean, I really like the, let's see, the green, then I'd say take this and do 169 on all of them and see what that looks like quickly. Take the darker tones out, get that bright color in your character's eye, and you know, take it from there. It's kind of cool, because that gives you, again, and same thing for if you take like a blue or whatever. Like if we go down here to 299, you can make a really nice blue eye. But when you start combining colors and you do fancy stuff like that, then you lose a little bit of the glow, you know, the luster. I feel personally. These 2 sliders are a little bit more impactful, it seems, on the Beastren than they are. Like, you can do a lot more with them here. But again, if you're going for a solid color look, then I would say you should rather go for the type 3 eyes. And then you can just fill the whole eye up with this, like that. And you can have your solid color. Yeah, and it's kind of cool. It looks like glowing eyes. So that's fantastic. But if you do go with one of the normal styles, so if you go with one of these ones and you put that back to normal, then you can actually go and change the whites of the eye to be a different color. Any color, for that matter. So yeah, you've got a lot of customization here, and it is pretty cool. Then you can also do heterochromia, obviously. Eyelashes, one would expect these to be perfect on a kitty cat. So don't mess around in this menu. You can change the root color There you go. You can see it changing over there. That's the main color. You have a lot of decent selections here. It's more than you'd need, I'd say, for eyelashes. Mostly you'd go with black anyway. And you can do the tip color separately as well. So if you take a lighter tip and you do the blend up, then you can see the tips are frosted. I don't know, man. This is one of those options that I would say better left alone. The length, it seems to be on default maxed for the cats, which is nice. And again, I'm sorry if calling them cats triggers you. It's just a habit. But yeah, not a huge amount there. Teeth, much more interesting than the human ones. I did come and peek at this because I was curious. I was like, did they give us proper bite-in teeth? And yes, they did. So on the human side, we didn't have quite as, well, threatening a set of teeth. And you can actually remove these. That's kind of great. So yeah, you can step by step, click by click, remove every single tooth in this poor Beastren's mouth. There you go. And it makes me sad. You could actually take them all away, and then you can just put the 2 canines back in. It's kind of great. it's like the best and worst thing I think I've ever seen in a character creator. Like, I don't know. Like, whose idea was this? Did they sit at a meeting and spitball, like, brainstorm ideas, and then some guy said, yeah, we should have checkboxes for teeth? That guy got a raise. That guy got an immediate raise. It's just such an absurd notion that you can do this, you know? That you can individually take teeth out. Anyway, you can do that. You can change the color of the teeth to which color you want, including black, which is kind of scary, actually. And yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Claw color. I wish they gave us this on human, male, and female. Let me show you. God, it's kind of difficult. I'm trying to... There we go. That's like the best I can do. There. That's the best I can do for the view. Claw color is your claw's color. As you can see, there are a few decent colors, lighter and darker. It's not a huge amount. There's just that, but you can change it to accentuate. You can change it to accessorize. You can change it to suit what you're going for. And I dig that. I love it. I wish they gave us nail polish. I like nail polish, man. I wish they gave us nail polish. Our final menu. This one is weird for me. So, it's the same tattoo menu. It's a little different, obviously. Tattoo presets. So, I have a lot to say about this. I personally believe they shouldn't have put tattoos on the Beastren, or they should have done it separately and differently. But they basically put the entire system that they have on the humans here, right? Let me show you how it works. So, your presets, these are preset full body tattoos. Like you'll see on the back it changes, you'll see on the front it changes, and you'll also see that in most cases you can't always see everything that's going on. There's 20 different ones that they have here. Like I said, some on the face, some on the arms, legs, the entire body gets covered by these things, right? And these presets are just serving suggestions for the tattoo system. They have a bunch of different options here, and you know, some of them are pretty all-encompassing, and others less so. You can pick something here and you can just roll with it, or you can go in and customize it yourself. This, I feel, is what they should have gone with. So this is the point I want to make, is that this is impactful. They should have gone with like the markings and the war paint style instead of the finicky tattoo style. But I personally have said many times before, and I'll keep preaching this, give all the options to everyone. So they did that, and that's probably the best idea anyway. So my whole argument falls flat by my own logic. So I love this. I love this. I love it. It works great on these characters. And I'll tell you why, is because they put in the paint on the fur. So it's there, it's bold, it's bright, it's on top. But the tattoos, they're on the skin. You know? So, yeah, I think that's sort of, it's enough for me to just say and show you, and you can sort of draw your conclusions and make your plans with just that information. But let's look at the system and I'll show you how it works. So in each of these slots, you can put 2 tattoos. So you got the body, right arm, right leg, left leg. That's for the tattoos. The body is everything from like the crotch all the way up to the head, right? So if you pick a tattoo here, and there are lots of cool tattoos, then you can move it all the way down and all the way up over the back of his head, right? So I'm going to put it over here so we can preview them. Then the tattoos have different colors. So I'm going to ask you to look at this side, that's the left side, and you'll see which ones have different colors here. Then you can look at the right if you want to see what they look like on the character. Now, some of these look okay. Some of them look great, depending on the position you put them in. Others, not so much. It also depends on the colors that you use. But here we go. These are the different tattoos you get. Now, keep in mind, you can change the scale of these, the size of them. And some of them, as an example, this one, you can see it stretched a little bit horizontally. It'll look normal if you fix that. So I can take this one and I can take the horizontal scale and I can correct it to that, and then it's right. Right? Yeah. So keep that in mind as we go through here. The scale of the tattoos might be a little off. Now some of the others might be off because I changed that one, but just keep that in mind. The ones that have more than one color, you can see the primary color is white, the secondary color is blue, and the tertiary color is that bronzy gold color. So you can change those, and then the tattoos look different. And I will change it quickly just to show you. It actually looks kind of fantastic. It's really well done. Let's take a nice blue for that one. There you go. It's really bright. It's good. And the tattoos themselves are pretty high definition as well, which is a win. Usually tattoo systems are... well, that's all I got to say about them. They're not great. They're really just not great. And this one, it might be the best, or at least tied for the best, maybe with Myth of Empires for tattoo systems, just because of the actual quality of the tattoos themselves and how much you can do with them, how much you can stretch them, how much fun you can have with them. So there's tattoos, there's like paint, body paint here, there's like war paint type stuff, markings, and all the rest. You got a good selection. But let me show you how versatile the system is. So if we take something like this, right? You can move its position around vertically, up on the face, down in the crotch, whatever, right? You can move the horizontal position, that moves it around on the back. I guess I can show you if you don't believe me. There it is on the back. And then back to the front, right? Then you can rotate any which way you want, okay? Then you can do the overall scale, and this is where it gets a little crazy. You can make it teeny weeny. Like, I mean, absolutely teeny goddamn weeny, right? You can make it like, there it is, a tattoo only you know about, okay? Then you can make it all the way, way too big, where it overlaps with itself. And you can do so much fun stuff in between. I really, really love it. Like, look at this. Look at this. And look how it holds up. The quality holds up. It doesn't stretch it too much, so much so that it looks terrible. No, the quality actually holds up. Then you can move it around if you'd like to, like this. And you can do some fun stuff with it, right? And that's not the end. You can actually tile them. You can tile them as much as you'd like. You can tile them, then you can make the scale bigger. and this is obviously something you're going to want to fiddle with. Like, you know, all of the different tattoos will look different with these different options. You know? It's great. It's great. It's really, really great. And I think that it's a very versatile system in that you can do so much with it. Like, you can cover your entire character in black paint. But yeah, you get the idea. You can make your character full of polka dots. Because why the heck not? You can change the opacity if you'd like to do that. The intensity, which doesn't do much. And then you can make it metallic and add a sheen to it, which I love, by the way. Makes the black ones look like tar. It makes the red ones look like blood. Not so much right here, unfortunately. Let me change the primary one. Can I change it? Is that red? I guess that is red. It just doesn't come across as nicely. I must take a lighter red. There you go. It's mostly not looking good because of the fur color, but you get the idea. I really like that you can add the sheen to it and the metallic tint to it. It's cool. it's again, a very versatile system. So if you go through here and if you fiddle with all these options, I am 100% certain, I just want to quickly go back in there and then reset it. I'm 100% certain that you'll be able to come up with something really, really cool. Now, the way they let you do it and the way it works is you get to do one, then you get to do tattoo number 2, then you can come down here and you can add another one to your chest, and then you can do the same for your right arm, and the way that looks is it's all the same designs, but you'd put it on your arm, and you can add another one. And so on and so forth for all the different parts. It's sick. It is a really good system. It's got a lot. So in total, you can add 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 tattoos. And you can legitimately cover the entire body with tattoos if you'd like to do that. You can make yourself into some like weird, I don't know, cultist where you can have scriptures over the entirety of your body. And if you're making a character like this, you can obviously do the style. I know the scale is messed up a little bit here. Let's just fix it quickly. You can do this color. And then you can do that, like, you know, on the front. Then you can add one on the back. Then you can add one on the face. You can add one on the arms and on the legs. And you can just go crazy. So, you know, just think about that for a second. There's a ton of stuff you can do. Then, moving on, scars. The scars work in the same way. Exactly the same way. You have presets. Now, these presets, they copied straight from the human character creation. So they really don't work all that well. Like, that's a burned arm. And you can see there's a bunch of little scars and stuff over there. The presets suck. They're great on the human characters, but they suck on these guys. If your skin color doesn't allow it, it looks terrible. This looks great, see? So this is just this one preset. But overall, the presets kind of suck for this. They're presets. You can pick one if you want. I wouldn't recommend it. I'd say come in here and customize. It works in the same way as the tattoos. You basically jump in, and then you can do the first one for your body, then you can do another one, and so on and so forth. Then you can do right arm, right leg, left leg. So you can have, once again, a total of 10 different scars. But let's have a look at them. And let me show you what they actually look like. So first things first, you get to change. I want to push the intensity up, and I want to push let's push the sheen up as well. I'm just going to make them all very visible because you want to be able to see what we're doing here. Now, it depends on the scar that you go in with. So this one, for instance, I know that the intensity makes it look different. It makes it sort of the middle darker, and that's a style, right? It's a choice that you'll make. Depending, once again, on your fur color and stuff like that. You might want the darker one, you might want the lighter one. For now, I'll just leave it on the lighter one, and we'll look at the scars themselves, and then you can sort of make up your mind after that. But there are some decent scars here. There are some burn marks that I feel look a little out of place on the fur, but the scars themselves look cool. And I do believe these ones look kind of nice as well, the stitched ones. And they also look kind of nice if you change the intensity, I think. I think that looks better. It clashes less with the skin or with the fur. And then you have these few here. I believe like this one, for instance, is meant to actually be up over your eye. Well, it's not meant to be, but it's like it could fit quite nicely over your eye. Then you have this one. I like to call it the eye. It tripped and fell in the chicken coop. Jesus. I've experienced that before, by the way. I do not recommend it. God, they think you're going to take the eggs. You're not. It was an accident, chickens. God. It was an accident. All right. So then you got these two, which is more burn marks or something like that. But let me show you how it works. Let me show you can customize. We take this one as an example. You can change the vertical position in. I'm going to move it all the way up to his eye. And I'm going to show you how versatile this is. Then we're going to change horizontal a little bit. We'll move it over there. Vertical a little bit more. Then we're going to change the size. Make it a little bit smaller. And we're going to push it around a little bit more. Move it over there. And move it a little bit up. And hey, there you go. You got a scar across your eye. Perfect. You like that one? You can maybe change the intensity to make it a little brighter. You can take the sheen off, opacity a little lower if you want, whatever. Then you're like, okay, I want to add another one. It looks a bit, yeah, it looks a little shitty with the intensity high, low. It must go like that rather. Yeah, it's more like halfway there. That's probably good. Then you can add another one. So the system itself is very versatile like that. Then you wanna say, okay, you were like Frankenstein, open a little bit. So what you want to do then is you want to take this one and you want to move it all the way up to the top. Let's say up here, and then you want to tilt it with rotation, and you want to have that line across your head. So then you move the vertical position down a bit, and there you go. Boom. It's fantastic. It's a great system, but that's not even all the options. Let me reset it and I'll show you. You can take these and you can tile them. Yeah, you can tile them. Why not? Just like the tattoos, you can tile them. So you can have like 150 scars here. Then you can make the scale as big as you want or as small as you want. It's really weird. You can rotate them because why not? And man, like the world is your oyster when it comes to these scars. There's so much you can do. And you can also, like on the tattoos, you can stretch them to like massive proportions where they look completely blown out of, well, everything. It's a bit much, but that's great. Because a bit much is just the right amount when it comes to character customization options. So there you go. That's the scars. Then our final option here is the dirt. Now the dirt is very interesting because the dirt, again, it interacts quite a lot with the different fur colors that you go with. So if you have a lighter fur color, and you want to make your character look a little more travel worn or something like that, you can use this menu over here, and you can do quite a lot with it. Right? If you have a darker one and you want to make it even darker, you can do that as well. There's a lot that you can do here, as you can see. And you can actually change the color as well, which is kind of crazy. So if I take pattern 2, which covers the whole body, I can change the coverage. And it very neatly and tidily adds more to it, by the way. So like it really neatly does it. Like, and I say neatly, but like it adds it in a natural way where you can see little blotches of dirt being added bit by bit by bit. And then it takes it away, you know? And then you can also do the opacity, as I mentioned. You can just have it a bit lighter. I personally prefer the coverage to the opacity, but you can do the colors as well. So the colors here, you don't get a whole box full of colors like you do for the other ones, but there's a good selection. There's a good selection of colors. And I think a lot of people would probably like what they see here because your mind can just start racing with possibilities. Like, you can make yourself into like a mud cat, you know? Your cat accidentally fell in the river, in the dam, got splashed with mud. No, but seriously, you can make like a zombified or mummified cat kind of thing here. You can add like what looks to me like a plague or a disease to your character, which is fantastic, by the way. And this one, when you pull the coverage up, it festers and rots. Look at it. It's like you're an old block of cheese. Forgotten in the back of the fridge, you know? That's what it looks like when you add this, and that's great. That's great. I've always wanted to be an old block of cheese. So you can really do what you want with it. And this, you can make yourself into like, you can make your own lore up. You can be an ashen Beastren, you know? An ashen Beastren. You know, your tribe lives near the volcano in the far north. And over the years, their skin has become their fur has become so matted with the ashes that fall from the sky that it's just stuck to them perpetually or something. I'm sorry, I'm not good at the deep lore. But, like, again, there's so much you can do with this, right? There's so much you can do with so many layers of customization that this really just is a system for the ages. They've got so much here, and it's great. I love it. I love it. And again, all these different options here, they interact differently with one another. Different levels of cheese in the fridge, if you know what I'm saying. And it's great. It's great. It's really great. Like, yeah, you're basically cosplaying a moldy stick that fell under the deck of your house and got forgotten there. And every time it rained, a little bit more water dropped on that stick. And you have become that stick. And you have returned now. You've returned to seek vengeance. That child that forgot you there 15 years ago? Yeah, they had better run, because you are here now. And you want blood. Alright? That's the kind of deep lore you can set up with this, and I love it, man. It's great. But you can also just reset the dirt and you can leave it the way it is, okay? That's if you're boring. That's if you're boring. Alright, that actually brings us to the end of the customization on the male Beastren. Now, our final stop is actually to head back. Back. All the way back. And go for female Beastren. Yeah, I'm pretty keen for this one. So, we've done human, male and female. We've done the male Beastren now. And I feel like the female is going to be much like the male, but without the facial hair. I would be happy if there's that surprise that we can have the facial hair on the ladies, but we'll see. We're going to jump in here now, and we are going to look at everything that's available. Let's do it. First option you get is your base body. Now, the base body, you can just forget about this. It's a good look at what's available. It's a good look at how sort of tall your character can get, or how small they can be. It's a good look at some of the bigger bodies and the smaller bodies, but you can do much more when you actually jump in and customize. This brings us to my favorite part. Now, there's a direct link between the female Beastren presets and the male ones. I actually checked. There's a lot of crossover. It's not exactly the same, but they have a lot of the same ones. And I just want to point that out. So, like, you will find similar looking characters here if you compare them to the ones on the male side. But this system right here, this preset picker, is my favorite part of this entire character creator. I love this. I love it for so many reasons, and I'm going to tell you some of those now. Firstly, these guys have slightly less presets to pick from, right? So you can see here we only have the 9 that we have. But the way that this preset picker works, it's the same as the ones we had on the human customization. But the way it works is you get to pick the one you want here, right? And there's a decent selection. It's cool. These are cool looking cats, right? Then you get to take it a step further. So you like this one? Cool. Click it. Then let's see what could have been. Let's see how this one would look in all the different lives she could have led. And this is what I love so much about it. This gives you character customization without the finicky business, without the sliders, without worrying that you're going to ruin something. So what you can do here is you can come in and you can at a glance just pick a style, a look, a feel that works for you. And again, I love the idea behind this, because what's great is that you click in on this one, right? It's the one in the middle. And these are all the same character, but these are all the different characters that she could have been, all the different lives she could have led. And that's what I love so much about this, is that it gives you these different options, these different variations, these different glances that you can just jump onto, latch onto, that you can pick and choose from, that are the style that you chose. So it's like, it's a layer upon a layer. So let's look at all of them quickly, because there's only 9 of them here. And each of them, you can see, they present you with vastly different options. So like, you could think about it. It's like, this is the one, and when she was a kitten, she moved north into the snowy regions, and you know, her skin, it slowly started to change to the new climate. And boom, this is how she ended up. Or, hey, she joined a cat fighting ring early on in life. And she made a name for herself. That's how she got that scar. Yeah, ask her about it. She'll scratch your eye out if you do. You know, each of these tells its own story. This is the third child, the one that's not going through a phase, Mom. It's just her life, okay? She's into the occult. She's into the Addams family. She, you know, she dresses in all black all the time. Each of them has their own story, and they're all the same one. They're all this lady, this cat, this Beastren, sorry, but different. So if you go through them, you can come in here, you can pick the one you want. Boom, 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 boom. I love it. It's so simple, yet it's such a satisfying system to go through, to use, to jump into. And it takes away so much of the hassle of character creation that some people really just don't like. And it replaces it with a system that is so nicely streamlined and that I've somehow never seen before. So you can actually take it a step further. So now we jump in, we pick this one because we like her. Then we say, yeah, we like the white one. Okay. Then you get to pick the face structure, and that changes it even more. And you can see it's not just the face, the ears are changing as well. This is a bad example. This is a better example. Here we go. So it changes the face structure, It changes the feel of like the emotion that you might be conveying. It changes the size of the head. The ears are changing a little bit there. You basically, you're modifying things another step. And then when you're done here, you pick the one you want. You say, yeah, you want the slightly ragged looking one, this guy over here. You click it, and then you're in. Then you can jump into the next customization set. And I just think it's great. It's really, really, really great. It's really nicely done. It's fantastic. It's so cool. So cool. All right. So those are the options for these ones. I'm not going to show you the next menu on each of them because there's not that much that changes on them. That's for the first one, as you can see there. Some really nice options there. Nice big eyes on this one. Here's this one. Slightly longer face. I kind of like it. Once again, it's a different vibe that you can go with here. Here, you got more of a lion-looking one. On the main one, at least. Lots of different options. Pretty cool. I really like that one. It's very black. It's like a jaguar. Is it a panther? A panther. A black panther. There we go. But I like how much they've put into this. There's a lot of effort that went into this. Someone actually sat there and made all these different presets for us to pick. It's a curated list of stuff. And it's so cool. This one actually looks a bit like a koala. The one complaint I will have, and it's a minor complaint, but the one thing I will complain about is that I think that they could have done better with the hairstyles on these. They should have used some dreadlocks a little bit more than they did here. They should have changed it up a bit because they use the same styles a lot here, which is fine, but like you can get a bit more creative. I guess if you want to get more creative, then you'll do it yourself, right? Now, to change things up, we're going to customize... Let's take this one. There you go. We're going to jump into the full customization. So you pick what you want there, then you can jump in here and you can actually do the full customization. And I actually think that there's quite a lot that you can do with just that first bit. And it's, in most cases, it's enough. I would recommend if you want to do it easily and simply, you'll jump in and then you'll come here and you'll just work on the body stuff. This here, you leave the rest. The fur, oh, I'm sighing and I'm looking at the heavens. I'm asking for guidance. I'm bad at this. I'm putting that out there before I even start, okay? But I'm going to try my best to explain how it works. I'm not going to try and make something beautiful because I'm probably going to fail if I do. So, there's two types of fur. Type 1 and Type 2. Quite simply, it's shorter and longer. I joked about it being basically more FPS and less FPS. I don't think that's the case. My game doesn't drop FPS when I switch between these two. But it's something that you'll choose based on preference. I think you'd want to take more fur just because fur is cool. But it's whatever. And I think that it does affect a few things like tattoos and markings and scars and whatever. But overall, yeah. Personal preference, basically. Personal preference. Patterns. So, intensity, I'm going to max it now, right? It's going to look a little weird. I think this is the best way of doing it. I don't know, but I think it is. Maybe it's not. I don't know. The colors, like... Okay, maybe not. Let's put it in the same place again, like there. Then let's look at the patterns. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, so this is why I'm bad at it. It's because you need to really combine them. So you can look at the patterns here. Basically, you get like the tiger stripes, the panther splotches. You get some more sort of simplistic ones. You get the cheetah spots. You get bigger styles. You probably get even some cow patterns or something. But there's a few different ones you can pick from here. For the purposes of this customization, let's take the tiger stripes, and then I'll look at the colors quickly. So this is taking all these colors, and it's giving you a preset. It's called the pattern color presets, right? But you can also take these, and then you can push the intensity up on any of them, or all of them, right? Because I think it looks quite exciting if you do that, right? And it also gives you just a nice look at sort of how it looks contrasted. But every time you switch, as you can see, it resets it. So there's a lot that goes into making a good looking Beastren. So you have firstly the pattern, right? And that's if you're happy with the fur that you picked. Then you have all 4 different colors on the pattern, then you have the intensity on those colors. And like you can move each of them around separately. And to me, it is just insane. There is so much going on here. That's why I said, like, I'm going to suck at this. I'm just gonna suck, you know? Because it's difficult. I'm sorry, it's hard. But let's look at their presets. Let's look at what they have here. And you can sort of imagine what you could do with all these different presets. I think it's kind of nice. They give you a few really good ones to work with here. They have a few darker ones, a few lighter ones. And you can see that the way that the pattern works is different completely. Like, so just look at what they're doing in this one. They have color 1 here as this blue. Then they have the color really intensely dark. And then it cuts out the entire pattern. You can still see the pattern there, right? It's there, but it's very dark. And I think that's fantastic. It's a super different style. Now it clashes with the hair entirely. But just for a second, imagine the hair was a little different, you know? Imagine the hair wasn't there. Then the character would look completely different, right? So keep all of that in mind. I'm sorry, I'm filling your brain up with random nonsense as you're going through here. There's just so much going on. I do recommend using the presets though. I think this is just one of those character creators where I'm going to say right from the start, right from the get-go, use the presets. They are good. These are good presets. They have fantastic, deep, rich colors. They have nice patterns here. I mean, the patterns that you can sort of go through, you can look at each of them on each different preset. These guys have obviously done their research, right? So they've gone through all the different photos from the animal kingdom, and they've got all the different cat styles here, and they've added them all. Like, look at that one. Holy crap, that's kind of cool. So yeah, just take all of this, fiddle with it until you find what you like, and you can leave satisfied. I'm going to take something interesting like this one, and I'm going to leave the colors similar to this, but I'm going to show you first how they all look. Again, I recommend using the presets, but man, there's a lot you can do. So let's just see which one. There's the base color. These are the colors that you have available. There's a lot of them. And if I change the intensity, that's color 2. Let's push that up. Okay. Then I'll show you how it looks. These are the colors you have to work with. So catalog them, put them in there for later use. And remember all the different colors you can use here and the ways you can combine them. Because again, there are colors here that you can use probably to great effect if you combine them with other colors, if you change the intensity and all that other good stuff. There's a lot here. There's a lot. It's not quite as much as the hair colors, but it's still a lot. And again, with the Beastren, it's so difficult because you have the fur color and then you have the hair, and then do you make the hair the same as the fur? Or do you let it clash? Because that could also be a kind of cool style if you do it right. They even have some greener colors here, which is really nice. It's so difficult, man. So that's the colors that you have. Now you can throw them all in here. Now let's just look at an example. Let's take one on all of them. I'll show you a dark example, what that looks like. And then I'll show you a light example, then we'll move on, right? That's it. You can pull the intensity up on all of them. It won't change anything because it's already dark. Very cool. You can make a scary ass Beastren. You can make the eyes like glowing brightly now. You can add like a threatening look on the face. You can make big muscles. And then you don't want to be caught in an alleyway with this one, right? It's kind of cool. If you go the whiter ones, this is probably not even the brightest one, but let's just take this one for now. You can do this. I don't know about this. Okay. I think there should be a little contrast. So if you take like one of these, maybe that one, let's see. How do I do it? Is it maybe number 4? Yeah, there we go. That's kind of nice, right? You can do some really beautiful stuff, man. Like, God, you can do some beautiful stuff here. Like, look at the detail on that face. Just look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It's so nice. Yeah, man. Wow. All right, so I'm going to reset this. And then I'm going to pick a lighter variation. Because I think on the male we went with a brown. And I'm going to be honest, it was a little monotonous. Did I just go through all of them already and I didn't find a light color? Wow. Okay, we'll go with this. And we'll pull the intensity up a little bit. There you go. I just want to be a little brighter today. Okay? There we are. Just something different. That's the fur. Good luck. There's a ton of options. You're going to need the luck. Now we're moving on to the body. This is much the same as on the human characters. You can change the height and it can significantly increase your character's overall size. You double basically. You go from 50, what is that? 55 all the way up to 104 weight. It's crazy. Look at that. Double the size. Then you can do your torso length for whatever reason. This also changes your weight a little bit. Then you can do your muscle style. Now the muscle style, it is an overlay of shading that goes on your character's muscles. So when you've set your muscle mass up on your character like this, then you can also set the muscle style. It does not do much on the Beastren. I'm just going to say that straight up. I don't think you can even really see most of what's going on here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see the details up close. But if I go from the beginning here, there are a few that change. Like you can see around the breastbone over here and then further down on the abs. It does change. But just barely. The way that this is used on the human creation is you get to sort of define the muscles a bit more, and you get to put a older skin on with wrinkles and stuff like that, but you don't really get to do that here, so I'm not sure why the option was included. You can fiddle with it and see if something looks different. This one looks a little different. There you go. It has a bit of color in it. But yeah, overall it just does nothing. It adds, like, as an example, this is the older one. I can tell this has got the wrinkles on the stomach there. It changes things a little bit. Right, so you can fiddle with it and see, but for me, I haven't seen much change. Now, onto the muscles. Trap size. Beautiful, beautiful. Big traps. Nice. Upper boss, we've already done the body. Upper body now, the muscle mass here. You can go pretty high, and they look pretty muscly. Like, it's nice. And that's not the end of it. You can actually increase the size here as well. And there are different combinations that look good here. Like, you can take the muscle mass away and then just increase the size, so you can be sort of chubby, you know. Or you can decrease the size and increase the muscle mass, which also works reasonably well. You can be a slim, lean kind of muscly, you know. It's cool. Same for the bottom. I like how well it does it. In other words, when you do the muscle mass, it spreads evenly. You can see the calf muscles getting bigger. You can see the character getting heavier as well. And that's fantastic. But when you do the body size, then you can see the thighs take most of the weight and only a little bit goes to the calves. It's kind of well done. It's good. It's how muscles work and how fat works, I suppose. And it's kind of funny also that the different options on male and female work differently as well. So like on female, you can see a lot more goes to the hips and the waist and the thighs, whereas on the male, it's slightly more evenly spread. It's cool. It's cool. I'm going to reset this though for the next section so that we can sort of see what's going on properly. But that's your overall body options. Now you get to the specifics. So now we're going to do the head. We'll zoom in over here quickly. Head size. I always laugh at this because you can do some funny stuff with it. If you make the head like teeny weeny on all the sliders. It's kind of good. It's kind of fun. I know. It's like, these are silly jokes, but you can do it. And then you can also do the opposite, and you can make a big bobblehead kind of thing on your character. But for the most part, these sliders, they do decent movement. Like the head size it's okay. It goes a decent amount bigger and smaller. The length, that's up and down, as you can see, vertical, and this is horizontal, the width. Then you have the depth, which is forward and back. All of these come together to actually change things quite a lot. Then you can do the neck length and the thickness. Pretty cool. Yeah. Then onto the muscle sculpting. You can see this preset has its own set of stuff that they've already put in here. You can do the shoulder width. I think that's kind of a nice option. Shoulder size. Chest thickness. Yeah, it's the barrel-chested look. It's kind of cool. It's good that they have that. Then chest size. There you go. That's it. Beastren boobies. You can do the shape. God. This never gets old. It never gets old. It's fantastic. You can do the shape, yeah. And then you can do the height as well. Which is, it's a good option to have, yeah. Combine this with the stuff that you have in the body options. Make your character a bit chubbier, maybe. Let the boobies sag a little bit, and you got yourself a vibe. It's something that you might want, you know. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. But yeah, bigger, smaller. You can do what you want with these. They react differently, regardless. They do give you a serving suggestion over there with the stripe in the middle. So I think if you want to play it safe, you'd probably go for that. But chest size, there. Let's move it back up to where it was. Then you got chest. Torso width, here you go. That's the below the chest. So actually doing part of the waist as well, which is not mentioned there. Torso depth. There it is. Arm length. Arm size. Once again, combine this with the muscles, and you got yourself a win. Like, you do the arm size nice and big if you want big muscles. You throw the muscle. I'll show you. I'll show you. Upper body muscle mass. Whoa. She's a bruiser, dude. Holy crap. That's kind of sick. Yeah. It's nice, right? So you can do that if you want. You can do that if you want. Or you can take it lower. This works as well. And you can have, again, that leaner look, you know? It's kind of nice. It's up to you. There's so much you can do. But let's reset for now. Then let's jump onto lower body. Waist width. There's the waist. I said the other one was sort of overlapping into the waist. It didn't completely do the waist. This is the biggest waist mover. It's crazy. Like, talk about a thigh gap, right? Jeez. Waist size. That's front and back. Rear size. There you go. You're welcome. I was actually just thinking about this now. How cute would it be, because I zoomed in on the hands, if they had little kitty paws? I know they're not supposed to be cute. I'm sorry. They're not supposed to be cute. They're supposed to be vicious. All right. Leg size. We did the rear size. Leg size overall. Kind of nice. You can also make that bigger and smaller. Then you can do just the thighs and just the calves. Yeah. It's perfect. Good options. I like it. Then posture. This menu is fun. This is where you basically change the way your character moves, walks. These are longer steps, basically. These are shorter steps. It changes your gait, you know? It's kind of a weird thing. You also lean forward a little bit, lean back a little bit, you know? It's like maybe you changing the confidence of the stride a little bit. I don't know. But then you can change the elbow angle. You can have your elbows out like a big man walking home from the gym. Or you can have them in like a normal person walks, I guess. I don't know. Then you can do the knee angle. You can walk with your knees flared to the outsides. Or you can have them pointing in a little bit. And then you can change the posture. You can go forward, a little hunched over. It's not like you're stalking, because this is not stalking. This is just hunched over. And then you can be laid back. You can be like, yeah, man, I'm cool. I mean, I don't know what this is really. I don't know. But you can combine these to great effect. You know, you can maximize the gains on your cool walk. And honestly, you got to be doing this, right? You got to be. You can also pull it to the other side if you'd like. So pull these all this way. Do a full hunch. And this combines nicely with the body options. So yeah, but use it at, you know, your own discretion. It's a tough one once again. Like there's a lot of power here. Like just doing this, there's a lot of power involved. I don't know if the world at large is ready for too many people to use this. So yeah, be cool with it. Be cool, guys. Next up, we're going to move on to the specifics for customization. This saddened me a little bit. Because basically what you have here is the face structure and shape, and the Beastren only have two. Both male and female only have two options here. The human characters, they have about 200 options. Okay, not 200, they have about 50 options with different bone structures, with different visual styles that you can go for. And they also had ages with ethnicities. So I'm not saying they copped out a little bit and they didn't really give us all that much here, because they gave us a lot. You can customize a lot on the Beastren, but it's a lot less in this part of the customization, where I do feel like you could have had a lot of different facial structures on these Beastren, but they didn't really give us too much of that. On the male ones, you had a square jaw and you had a round jaw. So you had a younger looking cat that was sort of more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and then you had a slightly more stern and older looking one. Here it's not quite the same. Here both of them don't really affect the age so much. It's more a style. You have a longer face here, a leaner one maybe, and here you have a slightly rounder one. Let's go for the purposes of the video for this one, but just keep in mind, once again, you can do what you want with this. If you go back and you look at the presets, you will see the difference. You'll see one uses one and one uses the other, right? You'll see the difference there. But let's move on. I think, you know what? I'm doing it. I'm just going to change the hairstyle quickly to one that does not cover the face too much. So let's go with this one. I know it might not be the most flattering thing right now. It's just that I want to show you the options and I want them to be visible. So let's zoom all the way in and let's get cracking. Brow. It is as impactful as it should be. I expected these to not work quite as well on the Beastren, but they work well. They work really well. You can make your character look more stern. You can make your character look more sincere or curious or sympathetic or anything like that. You can do a lot of stuff with this. You can make them look concerned. You can make them look carefree. There's still a lot of control, even with the fur on the face and the locked-in face structure. There's still a lot of control. So brow depth over there, and then you got the inner brow depth and the outer brow depth, which you'll see on the sides there. There's a lot of different options. Then you got the brow bend, which is sort of like a little, you know, eyebrows up, eyebrows down kind of situation. Once again, curiosity piqued concern. Well, you can go both ways with it, you know? It's cool. It's a lot of good options, and it works better than I thought it would on the furry face. So I'm just putting that out there. Now you know. I am impressed by it. Eyes, these are great. These are great options. They actually one of the more impactful options, and I think that with the eye customization on the Beastren being pretty good already, this is a nice bonus. I feel like you should really pay attention to the eyes. So the height here, there you go. The width, it actually all looks kind of nice. Even the close together and the far, like it's all good. Then the depth, both look quite okay as well. Eye size, I recommend max on the Beastren. Again, I really, really like the eye customization. When we get there, I'll show you. The eye angle, that's the only way you're going to add some, like, I guess you could call it ethnicity to it. And I mean, yeah, cats, man, they look different. You can close the eyes, one or both, and you can also squint a little bit in them or have them open wide. I am going to open them nice and wide because I think that's a nice look, and I also think that it's cool for the eye customization, right? So I'm going to leave it like that. Nose. Yeah, let's do the snooty snoots. Oh, why couldn't they add dog people? I mean, I would have been all over it, but like, is there even such a thing? Do people do dog people? Here's the length. I don't know, man. Do games do dog people? Which games have dog people in them? Send me to that character creator. I don't think Hrothgar and Final Fantasy count, okay? That's the bridge bump overall. Then you can do the nostril height over here. Kind of nice. The nostril width. Also, sort of like a acceptable change to make here. Tip depth. Tip angle. Front, up and down. And then the tip sharpness. There you go. Cool. Decent options on the nose. Ears. These are fun. Get ready. This is cool. There are styles. Okay, so the styles, it's presets. Watch. You can get a whole lot of different styles that you want here, but you can just do it yourself. So rather just do it yourself. Here's the size. Let's make them nice and big. Angle. Yeah. Then you can do the openness. So you can like really go big with them and wide with them. Then lobe size. That's the whole bottom part of it, right? Then the tip sharpness is also really, it's quite something, because you can have like rounder ears and sharper ones. Then you can bend them, which is the cutest thing. Hey guys. Hello. I can't help myself. Oh, it's so cute. I could just do this all day. I could just slide this up and down all day. Then you can do the rotation. Hello. And you can do the twist. It's fantastic. It's so smoothly animated. You can combine these to great effect, as you can see. And you can probably come up with something. Like, I saw a lot of people making their pet cats as their main pawns. And that's kind of cool, you know? It's kind of fun. Anyway, that's the options. I'm going to stick with... Let's just take the basic ones. It doesn't really matter. Or reset. See what they had as defaults. There you go. And then we'll jump out. Cheeks. These next few are actually quite big. Yeah, they matter a lot, especially when the face is a little smaller like this one. So basically we have the overall size of your cheek and neck all together. You can make your cat look a little chubbier, which is nice. And you can make it look a little gaunter, which is impressive. I didn't think you'd be able to see it. Then you can do the bulge separately for the cheeks. And you can do the neck fat separately if you'd like to do that as well. You show it like that, rather. It's at the bottom there. Right? Then you can do the cheek. These three don't do much. The cheek height, it's on the sides. The width. And the depth. Pretty cool. Mouth. Here we go. I feel like that's a mood thing, you know? It's like, I kind of like how it looks when it's all the way down. I don't know why, but it makes it seem like the cat is judging me. You can change the size as well. And these all look acceptable. Protrusion. The protrusion also works either way. Corners. This is the one I don't like. I don't like it when you make them smile. I think the smiles in this game look creepy. So, yeah, I leave it neutral. And then whisker position. That's just in and out. The depth. I would have liked to have seen proper whisker customization. But unfortunately, that's not a thing. And you can have the toofies sticking out. The toofers at the bottom. It's kind of cute. Kind of cute. Speaking of which, we'll get to the teeth eventually. And they have some interesting teeth. Jaw. Pretty big one. Once again. Just like the chin and stuff was. Here you can choose look, it's the angle at which the jaw is sitting. So they call it the definition. But basically, you have it further back and lower down. Or closer to the front and higher up. It's kind of a small change, but it's kind of a big change as well, you know? And then you can have the jaw width here. I personally feel like it's kind of nice when you add a little jaw width to the cats, but I'll leave it on default for now. Jaw position, that's just up and down, basically on the side here. Protrusion, that's at the bottom. That's more the jowls, actually, not the jaw. Then there's chin height. Chin width. Chin protrusion. Chin sharpness. There you go. And let's reset this because I think I probably messed something up. And that's the end of our head options. The structure of the head. There's a lot more coming, but that's that. Now, there's no beards on the ladies here, which is kind of sad. But the hairstyles are still super impactful. And it's really cool that we got all the hairstyles on the Beastren. Now, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to pick... Because we have a... Man, do I go with the default color? Let's go with the default color and I'll just pick like a darker one for the tips. And I'm going to leave it off. So this is the tip blend. We'll do that in just a minute. First, we're just going to look at the hairstyles. I'm just going to leave the default color. I'm not a huge fan of what we have here. I don't like this color very much. That's actually really cool. I don't like this color very much, but it's the default color and it's fine. It shows the hair off quite nicely. So let's look at the hairstyles first and foremost. Then we'll move on from there. These are all the same styles as we had on the human customization and on the male customization. I'm a fan of what they've done with this. I like that they give it to everyone. And the hair in this game is just phenomenal. It is exceptionally good. It's well animated. It looks really nice. It's like one step away from absolute perfection, I'd say. One step away. And, I mean, I couldn't really change graphics options in the character creator here. So, I mean, maybe that one step is rectified by just boosting the graphics a little bit. But I think it's maxed out. I don't know. And on top of that, I mean, there's nothing to really complain about here. There's a lot of cool styles. I think that the braids and stuff like that, I feel like the braids and the Viking cuts, they look better on the the Beastren. I think that they suit them quite nicely. I do feel like some of these others look like bad wigs. I also think the dreads are really nice. Really, and this one's quite cute as well. And I think that it's, again, one of those things where you're going to have a good eye for balance. You're going to have to balance the beast with the humanoid, you know? Because that's what you're doing here, right? With your customization. And I also really like the fact that they have curly and wavy hair here. It's cool. It's cool. I'll show you some different colors on the hair in just a minute. But let's just go through the styles first. That's actually also a very nice style. Yeah, and these ones definitely suit the Beastren. But yeah, I really like the braids. There we go. And I mean, I'm a huge fan of the mohawk as well, of course. For this lady, let's go with... No, well, I'm going to show you some options first. So let's just go with a whatever one, like a random one that we choose here. Let's go with that one. Fine. Then I'll show you firstly all the hair colors. Now, this is the base color, the root color, and it's applied to the entire hair. And you can see here that I don't have much sheen on or anything like that. So it's just the color on the hair, right? And this is just to show you all the different colors available, because there's a lot of different colors here. And they're quite nice. I again think like you can, on this white skin color, you can probably do the fur color. You can do some really cool stuff. This game has the greatest selection of browns you'll ever see in a video game. It's awesome. There's so much. Every brown under the sun is here, represented in all its glory. And I really like the whites as well that they have here. I do believe the reds don't look quite as nice as they could have. I would have liked a deeper red. So that's a bit of a disappointment, but it's not a big thing. Lots of nice colors though. And making a good sort of hair and fur color combo work is going to be some tough stuff. You're going to have to know what you're doing. But I think that people who really spend a bit of time on this, the results, they will be quite something. Just saying. I truly believe if you spend a moment of your time considering the hair, you will see good results. So the root and tip blend in looks like this. That's what it does. I'm going to pick a darker color for this quickly so that I can show you what the sheen looks like. So this works differently on all the different hairstyles, so I guess I can show you that first. If I have it maxed out like that and like that, then each hairstyle has its own amount of blend in. Some have a lot, some have little. Some of them are like sharply cut off like this one, and others are smoothly blended in. But yeah, it's for you to find out. There's a lot of different styles here, and there's a lot to choose from. As for the sheen, it's kind of nice. So you can add sheen, we max it out, then you can do the sheen position. Man, I struggle to explain how this works, but the way I see it is, and it might just be something with the light in, but I think the way I see it is that the sheen position, it changes, it shifts the focus of the sheen a little bit and the light in and stuff, and it makes it look like there are more individual strands of hair. It's like it focuses on the minute details, whereas if you pull it to max, then it focuses on the whole and it adds this nice sheen to everything. It makes it look smoother. So you can sort of choose what you want it to look like. I mentioned before, I really think that it interacts quite nicely with the curly hair, where when you have it maxed out like this, you can see it's very smooth, and when you pull it down, then it sort of pulls the sheen's focus, the position, away from the hair, and then it's spread equally throughout all of the small strands, and it makes them look more visible, if that makes sense. But you can also take the sheen off entirely, and you can just have the hair look like this, darker. It's up to you. If I reset the hairstyle, it's not really flattering, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick one that I actually like for this character, which would be... I like the mohawks. I think that they look fantastic. Male, female, doesn't matter, so I'll take that. And then let's put a different color on here. One we think that works well-ish. Let's go with something like that. There you go. Just quick. There's a lot of stuff you can do with the hair. A lot. So jump in there, do what you can, and enjoy. Now we're moving on to makeup. So the male and female characters on both human and on the Beastren, they have the same options here. This section, however, good God, it's difficult. So there's a lot of stuff that comes into play here. Now, my issue with this was that their previews here that they have don't always show everything off nicely. So you can do face pattern presets, right? There's 15 of them. Look, it changes every time, and it's cool. It's showing nicely, right? And it's changing everything here. You can see it's changing everything, right? All these stuff here. And it changes some of these as well. But it's not a really great look at everything that's available. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and go through them. Now, you can also do color presets. It's kind of a weird situation where it's changing the colors down here, but the colors might not match your current style. So it's kind of difficult to do that. Then you can also do the base pattern here, which, God, I mean, I don't know. It's just another option on top. Then if you go through the actual options that are available here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn all of them off first. Then I'm going to go through them one at a time. And I'm hopefully going to be able to show them each to you. So let's start at the beginning. So the base pattern is either that, or that, right? So top, bottom, or nothing, right? Then you can do the opacity on it. Simple. I think I'm going to do okay with showing this off now. I think I've got it. Then you can pick the pattern over here, right, from these ones, but you can also change the intensity. I think that's this, or is that? I'm not sure. But you can see the pattern there well enough, so that's cool. Then you have the eye pattern. It's around the eyes. And I want you to now keep in mind here that each of these you can change the colors of and the intensity of, right? So I'm not sure exactly why. There we go. Okay. So eye pattern, off, darker, right? Face pattern, it's over here. This is me just not reading. Off, darker. Right, got it. My bad. Very cool. These are kind of nice. They're sort of impactful. You can do cool stuff with them. Then we have the cheek pattern. It's just a couple of spots or something like that, or stripes or whatever. I really like the spots. I think it looks kind of cute. It doesn't match the style that we went with so much though, so let's go with the stripes. You can do the intensity on this as well. There you go. And what's really nice is you take this all down, then you got a smooth, plain, pure face. That can work as well. Then you can throw a tattoo on there if you want, or facial markings or whatever afterwards, and that's cool as well. And then finally we have the nose pattern. It's just those. You basically have full covered, half covered, or stripe. Very cool. And if you put all these on nothing, like I said, and you change the, well, let's change the colors first and look what they look like if we make them white. Oh, that's kind of nice, right? Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Alright. Okay, hold on. Reset. That's the basic one. We seem to have some markings on. And then let's take the opacity down on them. I think it's all off now. Yeah, that's the base face. Yeah, it looks nice. It looks reasonably nice. You have fewer options in some places for makeup than you do on the humans, but there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with this regardless. You have to do this for yourself and fiddle. Like, this is just a system that is going to reward fiddling, because there's so much weird stuff that's going on here. Yeah, that you fiddle, you find. It's the way I see it, right? You fiddle, you find. You find what you're looking for, you find some cool stuff. Yeah, alright. So, that's the basic idea of the face changes that you can make, right? Then you can do your nose color, which I appreciate. I like that. Let's just do the intensity. There you go. I think you have to. Yeah, there we go. You can make it black, which is the default, or you can change it to one of these colors over here. It's kind of nice that you can make it red or pink. And it's also kind of nice to be able to make it this whiter color, because you could think that that suits the style that we're going for better. but I like the little black snooty. Then, as you could have seen, you can do the opacity over here, right? You can do the sheen, which you can barely see, and then you can do the intensity of all of that, which, yeah, again, it doesn't really change all that much. Eyes, this is a very cool section for the Beastren, male and female. There's a lot you can do here. They have different styles. It's the same setup, but it's different. So for humans, you had this, you had that, which was like a basic one, then a slightly more detailed one, and then you had the glossy one. But this is their version of the glossy one, where it's like a weird paint splat in the middle or something. Like, look at it. But it allows you to make very, very impactful looking, very bright looking, very obvious, colorful eyes. And I like it a lot. And then you have the final, like, I think that, like, I want to say that's a cat eye, but it might also be like a snake eye. I don't know what the difference is between the two. Is the snake sideways? I don't know. But yeah, this one suits it the best, I think. And then you got presets, and you can actually also do both eyes separately. So you can do heterochromia. If you want on this, you can do sort of like the one way, the other one the other way, if that suits you. But for now, I'm just going to show you the options on this. The color presets available. I don't like them all that much because I feel like they give you too many different colors. It's like they spread it too thin. I personally like that's, for instance, really nice. I love that. That's really, really cool. It's deep. It's impactful. It's got a cool style. It suits what I'm going for here. But most of these I'm not a big fan of. The way I see it is you should probably jump in here with what you want, the color you want, and you should go full whatever that color is. So if you want blue, you go full blue. If you want red, you go full red, and so on and so forth. The presets here, yeah, they're okay. They're okay. The options here that you can actually do yourself are better. So let me show you how they look. These are the color options that you have. Let me see if I can change the intensity. Not really, no. This is the primary color, right? So if you go through here, you'll see pretty bright. But you are combining this with other colors. So keep in mind, it's going to be a little clashy, you know? So if we go through here, I like it. I said before, I think that the eyes are tremendously great quality. And it's also very cool to see that when you zoom out, you can still see everything. That's great. There you go. So you can see when you get down here, when you get to these other colors, and this is like funny because this is the default colors that they give you. The colors are a little, you know, they're less visible, they're less vibrant. I feel like they get lost a little bit in whatever you're doing, you know, and it's a little sad, but you know, you can rectify that. So don't you worry. I'll show you just now how it's going to look, because this is not a great look at the colors, because again, you pick in like a green, but then there's two other colors that are clashing with it. So as we go through here, and that's beautiful, by the way, 169, that's a beautiful color. Sorry, I'm just having a sip of water. Then, as you get through here, there's a lot of colors, right? You can sort of start making notes, mental notes of which ones you like the look of. And then you can come back, because there's a lot of them, and you can make those combinations. I personally really like 299, I think it is. 299 is like a fantastic color. This one. It's so bright. And like you can see it from so far away. It's perfect. It's really, really cool. And yeah, if you make all the different colors that one, then you have something that you can see from miles away and something that looks really bright and satisfying, you know? So let me show you what I mean. That's why, again, it would be cool if they gave you an option to change those colors together, you know? But check that out. That's already way better. And if you change the type to that one, look at how bright it is, right? That's pretty cool. That's pretty damn cool. I like that a lot. So you can make that any color you want from here. If you like the greens, you can come back down. There's like a Mistweaver green from World of Warcraft. 169, like that one's really cool. Let's go to 169. So bright. Like, you can't get anything anywhere near as bright as that on the human customization. There. It's cool. Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. And, yeah, you can do each eye separately if you'd like to. So you can actually just mix it up entirely. And then we haven't even touched on the bottom settings yet. So let me show you what those look like. Now, these, you can change. They have much more movement than on human. But you can make, like, the iris teeny weeny. And then you can make the pupil teeny weeny, pin-sized in the middle there. And that's already pretty good. Yeah. So, once again, you jump in here. I would say match the colors or do complementary colors. So, go blue, 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 but different shades. Darker or lighter. And, yeah, you'll probably come up with something pretty good. Pretty nice. It's huge. It's fantastic. It's great. It looks really cool. I'm going to leave them... You know what? Is there a yellow? Gold. 97. I feel like the blue looked really nice, but yeah, let's go for the warmer one. That's kind of cool. There we go. There we go. So a lot of options on the eyes. You can do quite a lot with it. Yeah. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Eyelashes. These are... There's not a lot of options. These are sort of pretty straightforward. You... Let me see how I get this. I can't exactly remember. I can barely see them. So look on that eye over there. On the far eye. You can sort of see the length when it increases. But you get to change the default color here. And it does... You can see the color on this one as well. It does make a difference, but I really feel like with the amount of fur on this character's face, those little hairs on the eyelash, they don't really do all that much, right? So these, you can basically leave them alone. You can do some blend in here with the tip and the root, but like it's basically the same as just changing the root color. So I'd say for the most part, this is a nothing. Teeth, this is very fun. Different than the human customization because there's a different number of teeth. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at the top and only 6 at the bottom that you can remove. But you can remove them all. You can go gummy if you want. I think for these guys you have 2 that are stuck in there. But you can do whatever you want with this. I find this such a weird option to include. But you can basically, you can pick and choose which teeth you want. And again, like if you're making your favorite pet as a pawn or something like that, and maybe your pet lost a tooth, then you can do that. Hey, there you go. It's a weird option to include, but I like that they did anyway. Then you can change the color. You can make them black. You can make like a demon cat with black teeth, or any shade of plaque that you want. Yeah, the teeth options are good. I wish I could spend more time there. And then we have the claw options. So claw color is basically your nail polish. It's the color of the claws. It's not your nail polish, okay? But you can see on that hand and on this hand here, both hands, you can change the base color. There are a few options and it looks pretty nice, you know, but I think that it's more impactful taking the opposite of what you're going for on your fur. So you can go for the darker ones if you have a lighter fur or the lighter ones if you have a darker fur. That's it. I don't know if it changes the feet as well. I think it does. Yeah, it does. Cool. 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 Our final stop for the Beastren female is the tattoo and marking section. I'm still in 2 minds about this one. I think it looks great in certain aspects. I think some of it looks fantastic on the Beastren. Let me get our camera back to where it should be. I think some of it looks fantastic, but I think other parts of it, not so much. But again, I said this on the male side of things. I think it's best that they gave us all the options. So the idea here, you can customize all of it, but you can use presets. The presets are a good way to see what I'm talking about and what works and what doesn't work. You get tattoos, right? You can put tattoos in many different slots on your character. There's 2 for the chest and face, 2 for each arm, 2 for each leg. There's a lot of tattoos, right? This is a preset that puts tattoos in various places that sort of gel, they work together. It looks good, you know, but they don't all look great on the Beastren, because oftentimes it sort of blends in with your fur. It gets lost somewhere underneath, you know. and it ends up looking more like a mess than anything else. So the presets were definitely not made with the Beastren in mind, and, well, at least most of them. There's one that looks really good. And I think that goes the same for the tattoos. However, there's so much customization available that a lot of what you can do with the tattoos, and a lot of what, like this one, for instance, actually looks kind of nice. A lot of what's available can work fantastically if you spend time on it and do it right. This one looks way better on my character now than it did on the male character that I had, which was brown. So that's already a difference that I didn't know about. There's this white one with the hands all over the body that looked so good. On the male one that was brown, I wonder what it's going to look like here. It was sort of like this, the next one. There you go. Yeah, see, that doesn't look so great. Actually, funny enough, this one looks better. Looks like bloody hands, you know? But it's a hit or miss in that way. The presets are always hit or miss. They're not great for the most part. But when we jump in now and you see the options that are available, you will see what I mean. Some of the tattoos and stuff, yeah, they're just okay. But some of the markings, they're fantastic. Again, you have to jump in. You really have to give it your time. Now, the system, it consists of body tattoo slots. You got 2 of them. 2 right arm, 2 left arm, 2 right leg, 2 left leg. The body ones are very versatile. You can move them all over the place. There's a lot of cool designs. If you want to add another one, you just click up at the top here on second tattoo, then the options are at the bottom. So you can add 2, and you can move them from the waist all the way up to over the head. Let's look at the tattoos. Now, the way the tattoos work is you get some with multiple color slots, and I want to put this quickly on her stomach, and then I want to pick different colors so you can see. Let's take a red there, and let's take like a blue there, right? So the designs are cool. You can make them bigger, you can make them smaller, you can move them around a bunch. We're going to look at that. And I really think that, and this is a great example right here, some of them, they just work like that. Yeah, just like that, there, boom. It looks like it fits. It looks like it was made for her, because I put it so nicely between the waist and the bra. It's great, right? But others, they don't look great. And if you have, again, a clash between the fur color and the tattoos, you know what I'm saying. That said, there are a bunch of really cool tattoos. There are so many really good ones. And you can change them drastically. You can make them massive or teeny weeny. And then there are some with different color slots. That's what you can see over here. Primary color is white, secondary color is blue, tertiary color is that bronzy gold that you can see there. And yeah, it translates very nicely onto the character model as well, for the most part. But I mean, me saying that it doesn't work on the cats, on the Beastren so well, that's nitpicking, really. And you'll see some of them are squished a little bit. You need to move the proportions. But it's me nitpicking a little bit because I think that it's more that you actually just need to spend a lot of time on it. That's what it comes down to. Because I think every one of these designs can work really well if you do it really well. So it's more my shortcomings and my impatience than anything else. And the default color that I've got on here, the dark color, actually looks relatively nice on this lighter skin color that I've got on my cat. And it didn't look good on my male customization. So yeah, I guess I'm flip-flopping a bit with my opinion. There's a lot of different styles that you can choose from here, and you can combine them, because you can take one, move it around, put another one on top of it, and so on and so forth, and you can make them bigger and smaller as well. So just keep in mind all the different stuff you can do with all these different designs, and yeah, you will see that there's a lot going on. Let me take this for example. I'll take this one and show you. The idea is you can do basically anything with it. So vertical position, all the way up over your head, right? Anywhere you want it. You can make it into like war paint. Look at that, look at that! I somehow made it suit the hairstyle and the face exactly. Good example, by the way, of how much a little bit of care and effort can get you. But yeah, vertical position, horizontal position, that moves it around your body. And then rotation, simple enough, right? Then when you get to the scale, my God, it just lets loose. Because you can go, I'm going to go in for this. I'm going in deep. You can go small. I mean like really small. Right? There it is. That's a tattoo just for you. No one knows that exists. And then you can go big. too big. Like, way too big. You can cover your whole character with ink. It's crazy. Then you can do it just one way or just the other way, if you so desire. Right? And this can be useful. You're wondering why? Well, look. You see? So you can take a different design, maybe, and you can make like a line over the face. Something like that. Like this one, for instance. There you go. It can be useful. Case in point right there. It might not be beautiful, but it can be it can be useful. Let's make the scale bigger and move it down quickly. There you go. So if you use this and you fiddle around and you maybe come up with something good, yeah, it'll be very satisfying. Very satisfying. Then, if that's not enough, you can tile them. Yeah. I'm not joking. You can tile them. You can probably make yourself what looks like chainmail with this. Then you can make them bigger. You can tile it over your whole character if you want. It's nuts. It's nuts. It's nuts. The system is insane. There is so much going on here. Like, look at that. Right? Again, if that wasn't enough, there's more. Right? I'll show you what the rest is. 1 second. Let's just line these up again. There we go. Then you can also change the opacity, which, I mean, that's kind of less important. But you can do the intensity, which, you know, intensity I'm struggling with a little bit. I think it's sort of the contrast of the colors when you have the multicolored ones. It's kind of weird. But then you can make them metallic, and you can add sheen to them as well, which is very cool because it makes them like glossy. And you can make them like a different color then, and you can make that color look like blood. And then, speaking of colors, we're going to jump into the colors right now and have a look. What I will do for the purposes of the colors, I'll take that off and the sheen off. There you go. Oh, I think the intensity should be maxed. I don't know. But there's a lot of different colors as well. And they do translate relatively nicely. Oh, okay, wait, that might be the intensity. Let's check. Yeah, there we go. Okay. They do translate quite nicely. Now I'm going to make the scale a little bit smaller quickly so we can see the whole it just disappeared. There you go. So we can see the whole design. Let's take... This one is perfect for showing the colors off. There's a lot of different colors. You're going to get varying results based on the fur color that you have or the skin color that you have if you're playing on a human character. But it's a lot. It's a lot. They've got basically the greens here, the blues, the reds, there's some orange, there's no yellow, there's some white colors here. You've got the blacks, obviously. I think it's enough. I think it's enough. And I think that there's probably something for everyone here. And, I mean, if you fiddle around enough, yeah. With these different designs, you can come up with some really cool stuff. And, I mean, what I'm most impressed by constantly is the scaling of these. So if you take, let's take this one here, and then let's make it black. If you take these and you make them larger, they actually scale really well, all things considered. Usually when you make a tattoo in a game that big, it loses everything and it becomes a smudge. Sure, it becomes a smudge when it gets to this size, but like for the most part, you've actually still got a lot going on here, and you can like really fiddle with this, man. Like you can really fiddle with all the different options here. So if you use these, and maybe you want to like, you know, put them around here, you can throw another one in as well. So if I move the vertical position up there, then I can add another one. I can come down here. I can choose the design. You can put this wherever. A cool option I showed before was like I moved one of these up to the face, which is kind of cool. Then if you think to yourself, well, that looks tacky as shit. Well, you can make it look just as tacky, but slightly more purposeful. We can take the scale down a little bit, and we can put it like over one of the eyes, right? Well, the scale's actually right there. I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. Vertical, horizontal position. You can put it over the eye. Right up there. And then it looks like you did it on purpose. That looks kind of terrible. Wait, let's find a different one for the eye. Let's find a different... There, this one. There you go. That's a good example. So, you have a lot of... It's not a very nice looking tattoo right now, but you have a lot of options with it. And with just all these sliders here, you can do some interesting stuff. And with 2 tattoos per slot, you can cover the whole character with stuff. So, yeah, run free, my friends. Do what you can. The other slots, they work exactly the same. You pick the tattoo, it pops it on the arm, you move it around, you customize it, boom, boom, boom. Same for all the other ones, right? It's cool. Yeah, it's really nice. Next up, scars. The scars work nicely on the Beastren. They work nicely on everything. The scars look great. So there are presets for the scars. Not so great. The presets, they sort of get lost a little bit in the fur. Because the presets don't allow you to change the colors and the composition so much. You can see there's different scars on like the sides and the back and the front and everywhere. Don't use the presets, especially not for the Beastren. You can do a lot of customization on it. It's exactly the same as the tattoos and markings, as the tattoos specifically, where you have a body scar, then you have right arm, right leg, left leg, right? So as you jump in here, it's the same thing. You can switch the second scar on. You can customize that at the bottom. But yeah, you pick the scar over here. It's not a huge list, but it's more than enough because you can move them around. You can tile them. You can change the sizes and the way they look and everything. Let's first just pick one. Then let's move it down a little bit so that we can have it over the stomach. Let's put it up here. That's fine. And then we'll zoom in a little bit and I'll show you what it looks like. So I want to point out at the start here, you can change the intensity. It makes it lighter and darker. Some of the tattoos look better with high intensity, some better with low. It's up to you. As an example, this one, I feel like it looks kind of nice with the intensity maxed out. But again, it's a different kind of wound, you know? That's a choice that you can make. Then here's sort of like a burn mark. Again, looks kind of weird on the fur, right? Some more plain and basic scars. Then there's some stitching. The stitching looks sick. It looks so cool. And there are so many uses for it. That's really big stitching. Then you've got smaller stitching over here. It doesn't really matter that they give you a big and a small one because you can change the size of both of them as well anyway. So yeah. Then they got some cross scars. This one I mentioned before looks like an eye scar. You can it's got the gap in the middle so you can move it over the eye or the nose or anything like that. Then you have this one that looks like a high heel. And then you have the chicken scratches and then 2 more burn marks. So let me show you. Customization. Just like the tattoos, there's a lot going on here. You can do the positioning, much like the tattoos. You can move it around any way you like, and it can go all the way up to the face, right? So you can put it up on the face, you can move it left or right, around the head, or you can rotate it and have it look like your head's been cut open, which is kind of perfect. I love that. I really love that about this. You can do that anywhere. You can have it on your neck, you know, anywhere you like. Then you can also change the scale. And the scale goes big. Like, really big. It wraps all around the character big. It's not as much as the tattoos, but it's enough. Then you can also go teeny weeny, which I don't know why you'd do that because you can barely see it. But if you stick to the normal one, you will have the exact right size and it will look good and whatever. Along with all of that and the rotation and everything else, you can do tiling. I don't know why, but I'll show you what I think the tiling could be used for in 1 second. You can do the tiling, then you can do the size, and it can be sort of a real mess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's an option, it's there, okay? More options, better. I will stick with that. Opacity, that explains itself, but the intensity sort of makes this one look way nicer. And that's, again, something you can sort of fiddle with, because some of them look better with high intensity, some look better with low intensity. The sheen doesn't do much for this one, but it's still kind of cool. I like when stuff shines. Glistening is better than not. Again, I've shown you how you can move things around with this one. So what I'm going to do now is I'll show you what I think you could do with something like tiling. I know that this is sort of a stupid idea and it kind of falls flat on its face more often than not, but you can do... And I know people will do interesting stuff. You can take this one, you can tile it. Then you can make it bigger, right? And then you can use it up and down, move it around a little bit, and use it as markings on your character. And I'm not going to say this looks attractive, because it doesn't, but you could try and make yourself into something with it. So you can take this, you can combine it with the dirt that we're going to look at now, and with the tattoos and the markings, and there's a chance you can make something. You can make yourself look like a reptilian, as an example. You could take all the fur off, take all the patterns off, take the hair off, and you could be a reptilian. Because that one set of eyes does look sort of like a snake eye. there you go. Boom. It looks like scales, right? You can do creative stuff with this damn character creation system. So much stuff. So much. And it's just waiting to be let loose. So get in here, guys. Make that cool stuff and share it so I can see it. Please. I'm waiting. Okay? Much like with the tattoos and the markings, you can put it on all the different body parts. Here you go. You can put some scars on your elbow over there. You can change everything the same way. You can modify it. You can make it more intense, less intense. It's cool. There's a lot you can do, right? Next up, and last up, the dirt. I like this. For some reason, I really like the dirt options. So I'm going to put the coverage full, and I'm going to show you what it looks like first, right? So there's a color, there's a pattern. You can cover your whole character with dirt. It's like you were a chimney sweep in the life before. I don't know. You can have less, you can have more. There are 3 different patterns here. Then there's colors right here. And these colors are unique and fun and interesting. Because I'm telling you now, there's a lot that you can do with them. You can get these weird looking colors, like this. Where when you add more of it, it sort of changes the fur of the character entirely. You know? There's so many different ones that make your character look like a zombie. That make your character look like a block of old moldy cheese. There's a lot of different stuff. And then if you take it and you go to type 3, check this out. There's even more different ones. Brighter ones. Look at this one, for example. Look at the weird markings you have on your character there. I don't know what that is, but it's cool. Let's go to type 1. Kind of cool, right? There's a lot of different options here. And again, you can sort of modify them to your heart's content. So if you take like that one, for example, well, to your heart's content, you can add more of it or remove. You can make the opacity more or less, and then you can add on to it with the scars and stuff like that. I firmly believe that this can be used for some good. And that is actually the final option. Now, we are not done. Not yet. That is the end for the female Beastren customization. And that'll bring us over here, right? You can pick all your other options here, and then you can jump in. And it's kind of cool. The voices and stuff are all the same on the male and female Beastren, human, whatever. But the final thing we want to look at is the main pawn creation. Now, at the very start of this video, you might not remember because it was a few hours ago, but we jumped in on Arisen. We had the option to do main pawn. The main pawn is your main companion. It follows you around, it helps you, it does things for you. It's your buddy, right? Its customization is a little different. The one thing that's different, I also mentioned this at the start, is that you don't have that scar on the character's chest, right? It's not there. That's part of your Arisen nature. But when you make one of these, and I'm going to choose a preset to show you these options, you can pick one. You can do, like I said, the presets. Again, we like Shadowheart around here. We pick her. Then we can customize her, right? It's really weird. Oh my god. Seeing skin on a character after just staring at fur for 3 hours is weird. Anyway, what you can do when you come in here is you have extra options. Firstly, you can choose the vocation for your main pawn. This is the starter vocation. So you can have your main pawn start as a fighter, an archer, a mage, or a thief. Cool. That's nice. Yeah. It can be changed later. And the main pawns, as I mentioned, can also be the warrior and the sorcerer after these here. I'm not sure if anything else is available for them, but they can be the warrior and the sorcerer. 100%. They can be. Plus those ones that you have there. So you can pick and choose what you want them to use. They can be your tank, they can be your support, your healer, your DPS, whatever. But another option that you have here, let's pick archer, because I like shooting arrows. You can also set their inclination, which is kind of a cool idea, right? You can pick that they are kind-hearted, compassionate, devoted, and dutiful. The most obedient sort of pawn. Favors a balanced approach with an emphasis on support, quick to aid allies in need. You can hear how much that'll affect your game. Fantastic. Then you can have calm. Rational, shrewd, and strategizing. A pawn characterized by caution. Favors defense and evasion, employing clever tactics to survive at all costs. Yeah. Yeah, that might work for you too, right? Simple. Curious, earnest, and adventurous. A pawn with their heart on their sleeve. Enjoys exploring, gathering items, and is always up for a challenge. I like that one the most. I don't know why. I don't know why. It speaks to me. They said the word adventurous. Then you can have straightforward. Candid, flippant, and impulsive. A pawn unbound by precepts. Enjoys the thrill of combat, tackling fierce foes head-on with daring assaults. So you can also sort of imagine that that will change the way things work. You can pick whichever one you want. I like simple. That works for me. Then, voices. It's so nice. It's so much better. So let me go back to kind-hearted quickly. And let me show you all these voices. So just sit back, chill, listen to the voices. It's so much better than the grunts and moans that we had on the main character that we created. Give it a listen.
The people here are evacuated, and there are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. Former Arisen appear to be plentiful in this world. The people here are evacuated. There are more who can yet be. It seems the rain has abated.
The people here are evacuated.
There are more who can yet. It seems the rain has abated.
The people here are evacuated.
There are more who can yet be.
It seems the rain has abated. The people here are evacuated. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated.
The people here are evacuated and safe. The people here are. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. Former Arisen appear to be plentiful in this world. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. The people here are evacuated and safe. For them, there are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated.
The people here are evacuated and safe for the moment. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe for the moment. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe for the moment. There are more who can yet be saved.
The people here are evacuated and safe for the.
There are more who can yet be saved.
The people here are evacuated and safe for the moment. There are more who can yet be saved.
The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. The people here are evacuated and safe. For the moment. The people here are evacuated and safe. For the moment. The people here are evacuated and safe. For the moment. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated.
The people here are evacuated and safe for the moment. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved.
The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe for the moment. There are more who can yet be saved.
The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved.
It seems the rain has abated.
The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated.
The people here are evacuated and safe for the moment. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe
for the moment. There are more who can yet be saved. The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated.
The people here are evacuated and safe. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. The people here are evacuated. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. The people here are evacuated. And there are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. The people here are evacuated. There are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated. The people here are evacuated. And there are more who can yet be saved. It seems the rain has abated.
That brings us to the end. There's a lot of voices there, and I've got a lot to say about the voices and about the customization. So those voices, it's basically 2 per inclination, right? And what they've done is it's a bit lazy. They've just basically pushed up the pitch and pulled down the pitch on the voices. And you can sort of hear that. One of each of these is the real one, and then they've just taken it up or down based on that. It's lazy, but it's fine. So what I would suggest is always pick the one that doesn't sound like it's stretched out and slurring, and don't pick the one that sounds a little too tinny and high up, you know, because you can hear when it's sped up a little bit or anything like that. Just you can sort of find the one that sounds natural. Pick that one. That's my advice for that. But for the most part, the voices are fine. They're good. I don't think that there's going to be that much communication, but like still, you're going to hear your companion, your pawn, talking to you. So you want to pick a voice that you like. Right? So pay a bit of attention to that, whatever. Now, in terms of the customization, it's all exactly the same. So for the main pawn, when you jump in, then you can come in here and you can pick a preset. You can pick the one you like. If you like this one, then you can take that one. You can be like, yes, yes, yes. And that can be your character. And you can just finalize it immediately. You can pick the archer, and there you go. Boom, we've got the character. It's much quicker to do something like that, but you can obviously jump in and do all the exact same customization that you did on your main character. And it's funny, I liken it to the idea of making your dream lover in Baldur's Gate. It's a similar thing where you can do both when you jump in. That's fantastic. It's cool. It's nice like that. At least in this one, you know that they're not gonna... Actually, you know what? Let me not spoil it. Anyway, you get to customize the character. Trust me when I say all the customization options are there. You have every single one. It's all at your disposal, right? So that's it. That's the lot of it. I have covered every single thing in this character creation system, and I've covered it extensively. This is the outro. Welcome. You have made it. I loved this. I loved each and every moment of this, like I loved the Baldur's Gate character creation system and video. This was fantastic. This is an awesome system with great visuals, like beyond great, some of the best visuals. Tons of options. Oodles of options. So much stuff everywhere. And it's just right. Because we want so much stuff everywhere. This also has the coolest preset picker or creator, I like to call it the preset creator, that I've ever seen. And I could talk about that for an hour straight, easily. The idea that they took the preset picker of old that all character creators use, and they just improvised something new. They blazed a new trail. I can't get over it. It's fantastic. So you can pick a preset and then you quick customize it. Like you just rapid fire customize the preset. And that's fantastic. It's so cool. It's new and fresh and exciting to character creation in general. And I'm going to talk about that a lot in the future. And I'm going to think back fondly on this right here. This system right here, because I don't think that people are watching closely enough. They should be watching and they should look at that, because it's so easy to make it easy for players. Sometimes people want to rapid fire their way through character creation. They want to have a sort of a say in how their character is going to look. But they don't want to spend too much time. And this is the way of doing that. This is the way that you add customization in a rapid-fire fashion. It's sick. It's so good. So yeah, I could talk about this for so long. I could. But there's so much other good stuff in this as well. And, I mean, if we're talking about the visual fidelity, I could write an essay on how real these characters look. In a good way, by the way. It's not, like, real, but, like, they've got the details nailed down. They really did. The up-close texture work on everything. The skin specifically, the hair looks great, all of it. Man, I should probably not get into specifics because, again, there's a lot. There's a lot, and I love all of it. And it allows you to go crazy with customization. That's a good thing. When these systems don't take themselves too seriously. So DragonsDogma II, it doesn't. You can make some hideous monstrosities. You can make some amalgamations that should not see the light of day. You can do it. They don't care. Have fun. That's the way you should go about it. Put the trust in the players' hands. Let them have fun with it. Let them do what they want to do. It's cool. And oh my god, the amount of fantastic stuff that the communities have come up with, that players themselves have created, the amount of celebrity lookalike posts on the DragonsDogma Reddits, and the amount of really cool characters on the fashiondogma Reddit. You guys should go check those out. I'll put links below. You can check it out. It's so sick. The character creation system itself is just capable of so much. And all it takes is a little creativity. So this character creator is gold standard stuff. It is right up there with Baldur's Gate, and Baldur's Gate was good, man. Baldur's Gate was so good. So incredibly good. It's right up there. And again, I enjoyed every moment jumping into this and going through it. I can sit here and list the individual options that I like. I can say that the tattoo system is really cool, and it gives you so much to work with. I can say that I love the beards. I loved how nicely the facial hair actually stuck on the face and looked good on so many of the characters. I can go on and on and on, but I don't need to. I've said enough. This is the best. Yeah, I'm making thumbs up. You can't see it. It's good. It's good stuff. It's great. It's fantastic. It's awesome. Yeah. So thanks for sitting through all of this with me. If you made it here, wow. Good on you. I enjoyed it, so I hope you did too. Hey, thank you so much for watching. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys joining me on this adventure. There will be more. And if you'd like to, you can check the character creations that I've put at the end of the video. I'll put some in there that I made for the thumbnail and for fun. And I'll put them in there that you can check them out. Just cool looking characters that I sort of liked. Some of them will be boring and straightforward, but others will be fun and exciting. We'll see. And others will probably be cursed. So we'll see how that goes. Check that out. If you want to find my links, you can find them below. My Coffee page, if you want to throw money at me, I appreciate that. My Twitch stream, if you want to come and check that out. And subscribe here if you haven't already. Give this video a like, share it, and do all that other good stuff. I love it when you do. It means the world to me. And hey, dudes, enjoy DragonsDogma 2. I'm going to enjoy it. I cannot wait. Happy that.